theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. And a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey there, welcome to Julie B Deep Dives, and tonight we're going to be diving into season 4 episode 2 of From, titled Fray. And what an episode it was. I don't know if I would rank it a 10 out of 10, but it was definitely an excellent episode all the same. Maybe not quite as stellar as the premiere, but still a solid second episode of the season. And Scarlet will be joining when she can, probably a little bit later. And of course Carl is here in the background. And we're obviously here earlier tonight than usual. I can't be up all night tonight, and so we had to just move the time a bit earlier. So we're probably catching people unexpectedly with this early time, but it had to be done, and it's not going to be as long as other lives. It's going to be a more reasonable, kind of normal, at least normal for me, length. So maybe a few hours. It's not going to be any crazy 9-hour live tonight. Can't do that, and that was getting a little too much for me anyway. Getting to be too much. So we're just going to dive straight into it. First, I'll say hi to the awesome chat and point out that I have a video that I just put out yesterday. So if anybody hasn't checked it out, I have it pinned at the top of the chat right now. It's my episode 1 deep dive, and it's not just a recap. It covers all my theories that episode sparked, theories and predictions. So definitely worth a watch, even though it's a bit late. So if anyone hasn't seen it, it would be much appreciated if you would check it out. It's kind of fighting an uphill battle because I couldn't get to it last week. So this week I'll be doing my episode 2 scripted deep dive video sooner. I'm going to try to get that done and released a lot sooner than last week. It just couldn't be helped. Life gets in the way sometimes. But that's linked at the top. It's also in the description of this stream. So if you're listening on the replay, it's the first video in my list of videos to check out in the description. It's the Sophia's Reign of Terror, episode 1 deep dive breakdown video. And thank you to everyone who has given it a like, a view, a comment, and especially hyping it, because hyping is by far the most powerful thing you can do to support content creators, especially small content creators with low subscriber counts like me. It is immensely powerful, no matter what. I mean, it's the like button on steroids. It's incredible, so the lower the sub count, the more points each hype is worth. So every hype that I get constitutes 2.2k hype points, which is quite a bit. So you have a huge amount of power if you choose to give a hype to one of my videos. So thank you to everyone who's done that so kindly. And oh my gosh, this is so annoying. My Chromebook has been acting up. Hold on. In the background, it froze the other tab, and then it just decided to start playing it randomly now. God, I hate this thing. Anyway. What else? Also, please hit the like button for this stream and help YouTube push it out to show more people my channel and bring more people into the fold. Trying to reach a goal of 3,000 subscribers by the end of From Season 3 and getting closer every week. Right now, I think it's 2.27K just hit. So we're getting there. All right, let's see who's in the chat. You're hearing a little bit of treadmill noise in the background, but once I get through these first few minutes, I'll be able to get off and just relax and get rid of that noise. So I do that to manage my pain condition. To anyone tuning in who might be new, every now and then get on the treadmill so that I can manage my pain condition. But I don't like to do it until the end of the stream or near the end of the stream. Normally, I don't really do it till the end. Hey there, Trace. Nice to see you. Hey, Gabrielle. Welcome, everybody. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hey, Daryl. Nice to see you. Hey, JT Moore. Welcome. Welcome, Michael. And there's Carl in the chat. There's, let's see, Michael MG. MG, nice to see you. Chat wasn't coming up for some reason, had to reload. Yeah, something weird's been happening. There's a glitch with YouTube where when I edit my stream after I create it, I edit it to add a description, and then YouTube changes the settings so that it's set for children. And children's live streams don't have live chats, so it gets rid of the chat. You might have experienced that. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but it's really annoying, and then I have to go fix it. So anyway, hey, Bill Chill, welcome. Hey, Debbie, Bobebby, nice to see you. Yes, we're early tonight. I'm sure that's a surprise, seeing me early. Jay says, just like when Story walking Julie through the rope, Randall was plot-proof when Void left him in season 3. Randall had to survive in order to pull Julie out in this episode. Yeah, I could see that, Yeah, Randall had to be able to pull Julie out before the waitress monster got her. That's a great point. Yeah, absolutely. Julie had to reach this point, So maybe that gave him some plot armor. Makes sense. Hey, with Alice. Nice to see you. Hit the like button, please. Thank you so much, Michael. 22 likes. We're off to a great start there already. Awesome. Hey, just Stacy Lee. Welcome. Actually catching a live right from the start. Yeah, well, welcome. Glad you could make it. Very nice. Glad to see new names in the chat. It's always cool to see. And Wolf Spear, nice to see you. This is now the Julie hour, 9 p.m. Well, I guess you like that time then, Bill. I mean, I would like to start doing the lives earlier. Anyway, at the very least, start them at 10 p.m. Eastern instead of 10:30 or 11. I'd like to try to start them 10 p.m. That's a solid time. But we'll see. You know, if my sleep schedule evolves enough, then maybe I could make a regular habit of doing this more. Yeah, standard time. So you like this time? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm on standard time. I'm in the standard time zone. People be hating Tabby this episode. Yeah, there's a lot of hate for Tabby and Acosta. I think both of them are getting trashed right now. And I mean, it's understandable given the way they were acting, but I think people are a little bit too harsh on characters who are living in Monster Town. You know, we've got to kind of extend them more grace than we would to people in the real world doing the same kind of things. But I don't really have any love for Acosta, so I'm not really a fan of her anyway. And she was extra annoying in this episode, but I can still understand why she acted the way she did, and I can understand why Tabby acted the way she did too. Tabitha, you know, just lost her husband, and she wants to blame everybody except herself. She wants to blame everyone, when she really should be blaming herself more than anything else. And you know, it's just a natural knee-jerk response. You look for other people to blame, and you look for you know, some kind of outlet for your energy, like scrubbing the paint off the barn wall, even though that does nothing. It doesn't do anything to bring Jim back, and lashing out at Jade and who else did she lash out at? It was Jade and there was somebody else too. Oh, Jim. She was literally saying to Jim's dead body, "I'm so angry at you. Why didn't you come home? Why did you leave him in the woods alone? Why did you just ditch him and leave?" I mean, that sucked the way she left him like that. Anyway, hey Heather, nice to see you. Acosta sucks. Yeah, I agree. She's like the new Dale, except at least Dale was funny. Dale was funny. What's Acosta got going for her? I mean, really. Stacy is in Australia. Very cool. You know, From seems to have a big fandom, a big fan base in Australia, because I see a lot of people in the online From fandom from Australia. That's cool. Very, very nice. Another Australian here in the chat. The person who made my intro for the streams is also from Australia, Mr. Grant Gregory, among a bunch of others in the fandom. It should have been you. Yeah, that was just really over the top, telling Jade it should have been you. You should have been fucking hanging from the rafters. What? Jade should have been dead and eviscerated? Why? Because he did this thing that you also planned yourself? Like, that you had the idea to actually go in the woods and play the song at the tree yourself, and yet it's his fault, and he should be dead? That was ridiculous. But she's looking for somebody to blame. She knows that she really should look in the mirror, but it's easier to blame other people than to blame yourself. Wolf says, if Tabitha or Acosta goes next, I won't mind one bit. Well, I think Tabitha's got some major plot armor, so she's not going anywhere, because she and Jade are the two Chromonockles on the quest. But Acosta, she could go. I think that the current storyline, it's pitting her and Boyd against each other, though, so she's probably staying too. We're stuck with her, I'm afraid. I wouldn't expect either of them to go anywhere. Definitely not Acosta this season. Maybe by the end of the season she could be out, but I'd say she stays at least through the end of season 4. Gabby says, I really love Tabby, though, even though her behavior was wild this episode. I like her. Sometimes I find she's a bit annoying, but you know, she's a bit annoying with her no's and oh my god, and it's a little repetitive. But other than that, I like her. You need to start the live streams at dusk so that Scarlet can ring the bell at the beginning of. Oh, yeah, Jay, that would be fitting. That would be thematically fitting, right? Pulling a Boyd. Debbie says, I just said on another live they need to put Acosta in the Angie bus with Randall. What's the Angie bus? But like the bus that Randall sleeps on. Yeah, I could see that. I could totally see that. Hey, Wiz Guzman, welcome. I'm probably saying that totally wrong, but hey, Julie, what's your thoughts on Jim's forehead scratch shown while talking with Ethan, but not when he died? He had that scratch after the house collapse. That's an interesting point. Yeah, he really didn't have that scratch very visible anymore. It was there all through season 2 after the house collapse, but that shouldn't be there anymore. That's a great point. I mean, I think maybe a sign, maybe it's a little clue that this is not really the ghost of Jim. This is not really the spirit of Jim. It's a clue that he's a fake, that he's a phony, if you will. He is not Jim's actual spirit. He's a vision or an entity being sent to Ethan, much like I think the ghosts Katri, Tom, and Abby are also some kind of entity or vision, a vision that can physically interact with the environment. And I think that Jim is also that, probably sent by the boy in white. That's the theory I'm going with right now, that the boy in white and the man in yellow are responsible for sending those ghost entities to people, depending on whether their advice is helpful or not. In the case of Jim, it's still up in the air. The jury's still out, but right now I'm saying that it is going to be helpful. It's going to push Ethan in the right direction, and the adults too, if he shares this information and they listen to him. I think the Lake of Tears is key, and it was always going to be key. So I'm going with the boy in white sent Ghost to Jim. And I think the boy in white also sends Ghost Katri to Boyd to help him and give him advice. I think the man in yellow sends Ghost Tom to screw with Jade, give him bad advice. And Abby was also definitely from the evil entity. That one is pretty overtly evil. It's my current working theory on the ghost entities. The Big Heck says the community is protective of Boyd and Jade, so anyone trying them is going to get roasted. Yeah, that's for sure. The community is very fond of them. They're both extremely popular in the fandom, so absolutely. Yes, you know it. Yeah, Randall's not living on the bus anymore, so they could make a Costa move in there. Yeah, Randall lives at the clinic now, like Daryl said. She thought Jim would head back to town. Yeah, she did, but he would have headed back to town if he hadn't gotten his throat slit. I mean, it happened right after she left him there. She shouldn't have left him there after she dumped that bombshell on him like that. Ethan learned how to lash out from his mommy. I think so, Gabrielle. He's looking for someone to blame too, so he lashes out at her and says he hates her. That was awful to see. I felt bad for her. Hey, Mike Light, because they gave Tabitha forced hatred toward Jade to separate them to go against what the fans were expecting. Right. I think that's exactly what's going on. I think the evil entity wants to divide them. It wants to divide them because they need to work together. Now, I think they were probably divided by something or other in the 70s timeline too. Now, her husband wasn't there, so we know it wasn't the same kind of deal where her husband gets murdered and then Miranda blames him, Christopher, that is. But I think the evil entity did something to try to divide the two of them back then as well, because they need to be working together. So now we're in trouble because they need to be able to be a united front and work together as a team. Donna ain't cool no more. Why is that, Bill? I thought Donna was fine. What's wrong with Donna this episode? Everybody's taking heat. All the ladies in the show are taking heat, I guess. Hey, Rose. Nice to see you. Wolf is from Oceanside, New York, but in LA now. Cool. I'm from Rhode Island, but in Iowa now. Never thought I'd be saying that. Tabitha just angry at herself and taking it out on Jade. Yes, absolutely. I agree. But how long is this going to go on for? Is she going to continue this for a while? I mean, this could be a while before she chills out and realizes that it's not Jade's fault. Thank you, Rose. Yes, hit the like button on the way in. I'm about to get off the treadmill in a minute, so you'll hear a bit of improvement in the sound quality as well. So please don't dislike the stream because of the treadmill noise. I'm going to be getting off in just a minute. Let's see. MG says, had to manufacture some drama between them. Can't start working together immediately. Plus blaming his evil song Blast Radius. Yeah, exactly. What is the blast radius of an evil song? Jim warned them. He didn't think that the playing the song was smart, but she was gung-ho to do it. Let's see. Wiz says, and I noticed they didn't show his throat cut open while he was hanging at the barn or at the church. It just got covered up both times, but no blood on his face since he was upside down. Right. You'd think he would have been a little bit more bloody in the face, in the throat. Yeah, that was a bit odd for sure. And, I'm going to avoid putting up those really graphic pictures, those shocking, those really graphic images of his body, because YouTube doesn't like gore. But I'll have to take a look at those off stream and take a look. But we're going to dive into the whole episode. I have lots of images to look at, including all the Jade's notes in the bar that he was putting together. You can take a look at what he's tracking, the kinds of questions he's asking. Anyone else notice Jade's reaction? That's not true. Yes, I did. I did notice his reaction, MG. Stacy says, I think Acosta will acclimate. Next episode, Boyd might get through. Yeah, I agree. I think actually I've done enough on this treadmill. I think I overdid it. I forgot. I could have stopped already. So I'm done with that now. You'll be able to hear me a little bit better. I think, okay, so like and subscribe. Thank you, Trace. Yes, please subscribe. Trying to reach 3,000 subscribers by the end of season 4. Hey there, Regime the Great. Welcome. We do these lives every Monday and Thursday night for season 4 of From. And normally it's going to be around 10 p.m. Eastern, but I had to start earlier tonight. And on Saturday nights in the Discord, we do watch parties. So if anybody wants to watch with us, we do those every Saturday when the episode drops at midnight Eastern. The Discord link is in the description of this video. And if anyone hasn't checked out my episode 1 deep dive with all my theories and predictions on Sophia and all the other madness from that episode, the link is pinned at the top of the chat right now, and it's in the description of this live stream too. I would very much appreciate it if you would give it a view, a like, a comment, and if you can hype it, it can definitely use the help because I unfortunately had to release it late. So it's kind of struggling right now. It's struggling because people are already moving on to episode 2. So it would be a big favor to me if you could support it however you can, that video. Anyway, that story from episode 1 is the entire show in a nutshell. The story for, oh yeah, you mean Jim and Norman and the finger puppets? Absolutely it is. There's a reason that was in there. That was written that way on purpose. Absolutely, Regime. It was 100% meant to hold clues as to how the show is going to pan out, including story walking, whether or not you can bring someone back from the dead with story walking or not. And I don't think you can. I think that was our first clue that once someone is dead, they're gone. With story walking, you can't change it, in my opinion. I know there are some clues you could point to that say maybe you can change the story, but I don't think you can. I think they made it ambiguous, but I think they're trying to tell us with that story that you can't. When someone is dead in this show, they're dead. Hit the like button. 55 in the chat, 32 likes. Thank you, Michael. Jane, welcome. Hi, Julie. Why do you think Jim seemed so distracted? That was weird, wasn't it? That was really weird. Ghost Jim looking around, looking behind him as if someone was talking to him or watching him, or someone was going to come up behind him. It was really strange. We've never seen a ghost entity act like that before. They've always been really focused on whoever it is they're trying to communicate with. They never looked distracted like that. They never looked kind of like they almost had their own agency. And I don't know. It makes you kind of wonder if Jim is something different, a different type of supposed ghost entity. Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm not entirely set on my in my firm opinion of what that means yet. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's possible that there was another, like Karl had the idea that maybe there was another entity talking to him that Ethan couldn't see, that we couldn't see, another entity giving him information, telling him what to say. He's new to this. He's new to being a ghost entity. maybe he was getting coached. I mean, and then he kept telling Ethan, "Oh, it's okay." It almost seemed like he was unsettled, like he was nervous. I don't know. I have to think about this a lot more before I can really pin down exactly what my theory is and be committed to it on that. But let me know what you guys think in the chat on that. Hey, Christine Jellybean. Hey, oh, so amazing. nice screen name. Knowledge comes at a cost. Good one. Yes. Welcome. Julie's actress did great this episode. Yeah, I thought Hannah did a great job. Absolutely. Daryl. Sophia comes with a cost. Yeah, she does. Donna gotta go. Colony House falling apart. She let Ethan run away. She keeps her hands in those pockets. Well, she did screw up. That's true, Bill. She let Ethan disappear on her watch. She's like, he was just upstairs. Donna, you're not even paying attention. He went out the back door. And she didn't even notice he was gone. She didn't check on him. She just hung out down there. And, like, you could at least check on him. His father just died, and he saw his dad's ripped up body that same day, for God's sake. Acosta came at my girl, Sarah, but I have forgiveness in my heart. Oh, of course, Daryl. You're always willing to forgive any of the ladies under fire on this show. Let's see. I think Tabitha ends her attitude next episode. I hope so, Regime. And I think it's likely that it's not going to last long. I agree on that. That's just going to be a real problem if she were to hold on to that, blaming other people, blaming Jade. Donna was just helping this episode. She got distracted with the ambulance thing. Yeah, I mean, we can forgive Donna for that. I agree, Daryl. Based on the preview, looks like Tabitha is back in action next episode. I need to watch that preview. I actually forgot. I forgot to watch it because I watch it on the MGM Plus app and the previews are not there. You have to go hunt it down, which I think is dumb. They should put it in the app where it's easy for us app users to find. Wolf Spear says, I think Sarah is going to figure out that Sophia is no good and die because of that. I think we definitely have reason to be worried about Sarah because she's going to be spending way too much time with Sophia. Based on the trailer, it looks like they're going to be living together and they're already hanging out, and that cannot be good for Sarah. So yeah, Sarah is, that's a great point because Sarah is tapped in to this place in a supernatural kind of way. And so what could that mean? She could definitely figure out that Sophia is not what she seems, and that could be the end of her. So that's a reasonable prediction. Sarah, I mean, she's never been my favorite character, but I think she's a really interesting character, and I'd hate to see her go just because Nobody else has her special, unique gift hearing these voices. If Sarah goes, then we lose access to the voices. Nobody else can do that. And we don't even know what they are. I think the voices are the spirits of the dead. And so we'll lose that connection to them if we lose Sarah off the show. But I could see it happening this season. Sophia had the monsters tear him apart. Yeah, it looks like that, Michael. Absolutely. She probably got the monsters on it. She directed them to do her dirty work. Is it just me? Or did it look like Jim had his organs intact in his body? It looked to me like he still had his organs and not an empty chest cavity. I saw organs in there. I can't show it on the stream because YouTube could take it down for gore, but I thought I could see organs in there. So let me know what you guys think. If you saw what I saw, it looks like for once the organs are not missing. Tabitha's about to do a Dale somersault into some concrete evidence. Spoiler alert. I don't know. Bill? I don't think so. I don't see that happening to Tabitha. No way. Let's hope nobody ever does that again. Because we definitely don't want to see this fate happening to anyone else.
We have concrete proof now.
And we don't want to see anyone else meeting that fate. No, let's hope not. Let's see. Jay says Boyd was out of line this episode. Boyd was being sexist by protecting two female killers, Fatima and Sarah, and now threatening a male kidnapper, Elgin, that didn't kill anyone, keeping secrets that keep them trapped. Yeah, I think Boyd and his secrets are gonna that's gonna backfire on him. Him and his secrets. He's getting out of control. He's turning into a tyrant, and it's just the downward spiral of his character. He's turning into a monster. That's what this place does. It takes helpful people and it turns them into monsters. And I love Boyd. I love him, but as a character, he's phenomenal. And he's a good person at heart, but he's definitely turning darker and darker, which is really a shame. And I don't think he's going to completely break, but he's going to get more broken as time goes on. Gabrielle says, I was doing my pain management exercises along with you on my foam roller. Oh, nice. I hope that helps, Gabrielle. That's what I was doing to manage my pain. It definitely made a difference for me. So hope you're feeling better. Julie has an Ethan video too. Yeah, I do. Thanks, Gabrielle, for pointing that out. I do have a big theory on Ethan, and that theory just got some more stuff to add to it. I'm going to definitely have to make a new little addition to that video. So I have a deep dive into Ethan that I made a few weeks ago, and that's in the description of this live stream. I'm going to definitely have to make a little video related to Ethan, the Lake of Tears, and his interaction with Ghost Jim in this episode. Because there's stuff that there are aspects of what just happened that, it definitely bolsters my existing theory on Ethan. The fact that Ghost Jim is telling Ethan he needs to find the Lake of Tears, I think it just kind of dovetails well with a few of my other theories. It dovetails well with my theory that Ethan is important, that he's vital to the quest, and also that the boy in white, I think, is sending these ghost visions when they're helpful. That they're sent by the boy in white. I think that it's. I've had that theory for not that long, but I thought that they were all evil at first, but the more I reflect on it, I think Ghost Khatri is helpful. I think Ghost Jim may be a helpful entity. And so they're going to be sent by the boy in white. That's part of my theory. And then there's the part about, what's the other piece to it? So Ethan had a vision that the Lake of Tears, that, he saw the Lake of Tears. He saw Victor drawing the Matthews family in crayon and hanging pictures all over the wall. And And I believed, as I said in my Ethan video, that was a vision sent to him by the boy in white. Why? Because he went into a seizure right before he had that dream. And people seem to have seizures when they connect with some of these entities in this place. Elgin had a seizure right after having a dream in which the boy in white was saying the cicada nursery rhyme. Elgin had a premonition dream, and he was connecting with the boy in white who sent him that dream. So I think he also sent Ethan that dream of the Lake of Tears. And part of his dream was already legitimized by the fact that Victor really is a grown man who draws crayon pictures and has a wall full of them. Ethan saw a wall full of crayon pictures in the dream. So since that was legit, I think the Lake of Tears is a real place. And he was being shown that because he needs to go there. It's going to be important. And so I think that was sent to him by the boy in white. And so, I have a few theories there, a few threads that are all kind of go well together, that go well with the ghost gym scene that we just saw. I think it's the natural progression of all of that. The boy in white is trying to help. The boy in white is sending people visions. Key people like Ethan. Ethan is essential. It's a quest, and the Lake of Tears is going to have to come into play eventually. And so these are all. Oh, and the ghost entities are sent by either one entity or the other. And in this case, I think the boy in white. It all fits. It all fits with those existing theories that I have. So I was really psyched about that scene. That was, I think, by far the most interesting part of the whole episode, the least predictable and the most interesting part. We all kind of predicted a lot of what happened with Jim in, Jim's body, and how they found him and whatnot. That wasn't really a shock at all, but it was interesting to watch. But I think the coolest part of the episode was the ghost Jim scene. I double hyped it and liked. Oh, thanks so much, Michael. Thank you for doing that with my latest video. That is much appreciated. Thank you. It needs all the help that it can get. Only 18 episodes left. Yeah, of the whole series. That's right. Like Daryl said, we have 8 more episodes of this season and then 10 more of season 5. Are we gonna just count down each time? That's so depressing. I wish that we could have a lot more. I wish it could go on longer and get more episodes. The Victor and Henry scene was great. I agree, Daryl. As usual, Victor and Henry had a really sweet scene together, and I have something to say about that too. I'll get into things in more detail as we break down the episode, but I'll just say right now that I have a new theory on the man in yellow. The man in yellow, like what exactly happened with him when he looked like him before he turned into Sophia in the past. And I think that he infiltrated the town when Victor was a kid, and in the same way that Sophia is doing now. And I think that explains why. I'll pull up my images as I'm describing this, but that explains why Victor is going to dig up a drawing of the man in yellow looking happy and smiling, and he looks normal, like Sophia looks normal now. I think that he looks the way he does now because I guess they don't have any dentist care there, and he's been looking like that and wearing the same suit all this time, basically. But in the 70s, I think that drawing that Victor's going to dig up was him arriving in town pretending to be a new person, just like Sophia is doing now. And where is it? And then I think the reason why Victor was in the barn having a fit, having a meltdown at that knowledge comes at a cost thing on the wall. Victor was in a fetal position, rocking, covering his ears, all things he does when he's triggered about something from his past. And he said those words on the wall, and then his father kind of interrupted him. I think that Victor recognizes those words on the wall. Knowledge comes at a cost. He remembers it from when he was a kid. And he needs to remember what happened with the man in yellow when he was a kid. But if he figures it out, though, then he could risk outing Sophia and her identity as a mole. People could figure out, put two and two together, that the knowledge comes at a cost phase of this whole thing means that the new arrival is an imposter. So if Victor figures it out, then he could be her victim. He could definitely be taken out by Sophia if he figures it out, if he remembers who the man in yellow was when he was a kid. That's my working theory right now. I'm going to be making a video on it. So, you heard it here first. That's just a preview. I'm going to make a little video on that. But I think that he could be in big trouble if he remembers everything. I think there's a reason why he got so triggered by that knowledge comes at a cost phrase. He remembers it. Maybe by the end of the season, he'll remember who she is and not, in time for people to figure it out. But I don't know. I suspect that that she's going to wind up taking him out because he'll remember who she is, not who she is, but he'll remember who the man in yellow was, and therefore he could out Sophia as another mole, and she could take him out. Here Victor is worrying in this scene, in this episode. He's worrying that his dad could be next. His dad could be taken away, and the irony is, I think Victor is more at risk of getting taken out by Sophia than his dad. So just that's my working theory at the moment. Hey Scarlet.
Hello.
So we got 88 people watching. We got a great crowd at the moment. Just getting started. Haven't started the episode breakdown yet. Just saying hi to the chat and going through the comments.
It's a sad day for goats.
Yeah, it's a sad day for goats.
My goats are quiet today.
They're having a moment of silence for
a little bit of a wake. Yeah.
Yeah, the sad goat scene. That was really awful to watch. Actually, I didn't like seeing the dead goat.
Yeah. I mean, people said that, like, oh, it wasn't a dog, but I'm like, the goat isn't great either.
Right. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Trace. This is the greatest From community. Like and subscribe. Thank you. That really means a lot. Thank you so much. Wolf, I'm sorry to hear that. You're dealing with all that pain. Pinched nerves is not a joke. That is painful. So I hope that you get some relief for that. Jim knows that Man in Yellow is in the area. Oh, yeah, maybe that's why Ghost Jim was looking around. That was the scene of the crime. That's where he got taken out. I mean, he gets a little jittery whenever he's over there. Even when Ethan pulled up on him, he kind of jumped. He did kind of jump.
Mm-hmm.
Big hack. He did. Hey there, Sinestro. Jim is definitely a story walker. Okay. So you think Jim is time traveling? Because people pointed out that he had a cut on his forehead in the same spot where it was in season 2, and that cut had gone away. It wasn't there anymore.
Yeah.
So that definitely is weird.
He's so shifty. He's looking around. He's shifty.
Yeah.
Something up with that Jim. Is it Jim? I don't even know if it's Jim. Could be quote unquote Jim.
Yeah. He definitely is super sus. I think that he's a good entity, but we'll see. I'll be keeping my eye on him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a bad entity sneaking to do a good deed. Maybe. A sacrum wedge. That's interesting, Gabrielle. I'm gonna have to Google what that is because I have a lot of sacrum pain. I don't know if that would do any good for me, but let's see. We've got a lot of pain in the community, physical pain. Watch your back, Ghost Jim. Yeah. MG said, seemed like he was trying to make sure other entities didn't hear him or find him or something. Seemed that way. It seemed like he was definitely looking over his shoulder, literally. Jim, aka Boy in White, didn't want to be seen or heard by Sophia, aka Man in Yellow. Oh,
That's my theory. I think he's a boy in white.
oh, so the Boy in White is also a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. That's an interesting theory. I hadn't heard that one yet. Interesting. Acosta dies next. I don't think a lot of people would mourn her at this point. Yeah.
She can't get a break, man.
She's really taking a lot of flack this week.
Yeah.
Sophia killed her scenes, ate no crumbs. Yeah, she definitely did.
Like the smiling before she started crying when she's over her quote-unquote dad's body and she's got the smile on her face, then she starts crying.
Right. Kim says, I think Jim was seeing the Ankui kids who were there to take him to the Lake of Tears. Hey. Yeah, that's an interesting one, maybe. He was never able to see them before, though. I definitely agree with Gabrielle here that Acosta is on a character arc, so she's not dying anytime soon. I agree. They have her on an arc, going head to head with Boyd, so I don't think they're gonna. I think they're gonna see that through. I don't think they're gonna just cut that off.
Yeah, I don't want her to have an unfortunate accident in the next couple episodes.
Yeah,
Oops.
I'm afraid, like it or not, she's not going anywhere for now. They're setting her up to be a big antagonist to Boyd, so she's sticking around. Somehow I got way behind the chat. Got a lot of people here, 90 people. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. And Kenny, I'm scared for him. Well, don't be scared for Kenny, because this evil entity likes torturing him way too much to just kill him off. That would be too easy. That would be like the easy way out for Kenny, I think. So don't worry. I think Kenny is not going anywhere anytime soon. Let's see. Gonna have to start skipping through these a little bit faster. And welcome, Annie J. Nice to see you. And if you're new here, please consider subscribing if you're not already, so I can try to reach my goal of 3K subs by the end of season 4. One Black Panther says Sarah will figure Sophia out, but nobody will believe her based on her past with the people in town. I could see that. Absolutely. Yeah. Especially if it comes out that she just took out Elgin's eye. Even more of a town pariah.
Yeah, I thought Sarah was just trying to make a friend.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, she tried to accost her first, and she's like, "We're not friends." Okay, I guess I'll try Sophie then.
Yeah, pretty much. I thought that was cold. That was really cold. Ouch. You're like, don't talk to me like I'm your friend. We're not friends. All right. Wow.
I can kind of see that viewpoint if you've been holding somebody's head while somebody else is sewing their eyeball shut, that you may not want that person as a friend.
Yeah. I kind of understand that. Boyd would believe Sarah. Yes, I agree that she would, Tam. Boyd, Kenny, and Julie about to jump in. Sarah gonna show Sophia something first, though. Okay. Yeah, there were organs there, right? I wasn't crazy. Like, I saw organs there. They didn't take Jim's organs out this time.
Yeah.
That's the first time I actually saw organs in there. So that's new. I wonder why this time. I wonder why they did it differently. They always hollow out the chest cavity. There's a mole in town, but you'll never figure out who it is in time. Sarah, is it Sophia? It's Sophia, isn't it? Voices. How did you figure it out? We thought our riddle was foolproof. Yeah. Can see that. is Elgin, Ethan, and Victor together can find the Lake of Tears. Like, yeah, maybe they could. Victor and Ethan were going to team up in one of the episode synopses. I wonder if they that's what they team up on. They're going to try to find the Lake of Tears. They need some parental guidance, I think. I think Victor would need a chaperone. Like, the two of them can't go off anywhere on a quest. Daryl says, we know Man in Yellow makes the monsters know and do things, like knowing people's names, knowing what Boyd said about not breaking in the whole Kenny's mom situation, and knowing the ambulance is coming. That's true, yes. Yes, that's absolutely true. I don't blame Boyd. He's the only one trying to keep people together. He didn't ask for that job. Yeah, I agree. But he's definitely making some mistakes, and he's getting darker. I'm always Team Boyd, but he's kind of going down a dark path. Annie J, R.I.P. Jim. He didn't deserve to go out like that, but Tabitha seen him like that in the lighthouse. Yes, she did. It's come true. It's gotten fulfilled. The shot of him. Let's look back. It's the image of him hanging upside down. It was yeah.
The corners of my mind.
Yeah. Such lovely memories. It was back in season 1, episode 9. It was right near the beginning where she had the dream. So let's see if I got that right. Yeah, this is it. So
the weird thing where she was walking outside that we never really figured out why she was outside.
No, it's the only part that hasn't really been made totally clear yet. But yeah, I mean, this dream has been more fulfilled than ever now. I remember when the trailer came out, I was thinking, wait a minute, they're gonna find Jim hanging upside down. I know it. Like, they, the first teaser, the first really short teaser came out, and I thought about where they were going to find Jim's body, and then I thought back to this, and so I believed that they were going to find him like this, hanging from a tree near the RV. I thought it would be a tree, because we also saw a vision that Jade had of Civil War soldiers hanging upside down from trees. In some cases, just limbs,
Yeah.
So I thought maybe he'd be, ripped apart. But no, he was hung upside down, not ripped apart, just in one piece still, mostly, hanging upside down exactly like this. So, I mean, the image of it's startling how accurate it turned out being. The image of him just like that, the difference is, we couldn't really see if he was hung by just one leg or two here. I think it was both. But in the barn, he was hung by one leg and the other leg is down. So I wish you know what I should have done? I should have made a version of it that's blurred out so that I could show it on the stream. But I can't show it on the stream without too much gore. But it looks like the Hanged Man tarot card too.
Yep.
That theory that Taryn Matthew has had for years about the tarot cards and how Jim was the Hanged Man, and it's definitely a feather in his cap that it came very true. Like, they not only does this fulfill the dream that Tabitha had, but it also it wound up making him look like the Hanged Man on the tarot card, because he's only hanging by one leg when they find him.
And you know what number that tarot card is, right?
No, what is it?
You want to guess?
47.
No.
74.
Good guess, though. 12.
12.
It's 12.
12.
There you go.
Wow, it's fitting. So, yeah, R.I.P. Jim. He didn't deserve that. That was awful. Yeah, sorry that he went out that way, and he got a lot of flack, but he didn't deserve it. and he did his best. He loved his kids. He made mistakes, but he was a decent person. He just wanted to protect his family. Now I think he's gonna be like trying to protect them in the afterlife, being a poltergeist and just kind of lurking around. His presence will still be there. Blazing One says, a tale of three Jims: ripped throat Jim, hollow chest Jim, ghost Jim, has forehead scar. Yeah. That's so weird, that the forehead thing. Well, I'm going to pull up an image of him from season 3 and compare it to the way he looks as Ghost Jim. Let's see. 2 different deaths for Jim. The one we saw by the hands of the man in yellow, and the one we don't see that happens by the monsters. Man in yellow rips open Jim's neck, and the town monsters gut Jim. Yeah. I mean, so what are you saying? I guess it's the same death, but you're not like 2 different realities, but you're saying like the monsters did that off camera in addition. Yeah, because it's pretty brutal. It's pretty brutal that now his corpse has been desecrated. Hey, Jen. Thank you so much for hyping the video. Thank you. It can use all the help it can get right now. It's got an uphill battle coming out as late as it did. So thank you very much. Can't wait to see Ethan and Victor go on a quest next episode. Yes. Oh, it's the next episode already? Wow. I couldn't remember which one. Interesting.
The Merrily We Go? Is that them merrily going?
Yeah, I think. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm going to download this so that I can find it again easily later. Merrily We Go. Is that the name of the next? Let's see. I already have a folder for it. Yeah, Merrily We Go. And this is the synopsis. Tabitha embarks on a desperate gamble, and Victor joins Ethan in a quest for answers. So I guess they're going to go find the Lake of Tears, or go look for the Lake of Tears in episode 3.
Yeah, my favorite part of that is Boyd tries to save Acosta from herself.
Yeah. Yep. How about very patronizing. Hey, Grant. Nice to see you, Mr. Grant Gregory. Welcome. And hope you're doing well tonight. Gabrielle says, Jim kept looking around in such a weird way. I felt like he was actually him and not a ghost entity. Started seeing theories that Julie figured out how to bring a version of him from the past. Yeah, when you have story walking, making time non-linear, it gets tricky. However, the thing is, this is not normal time travel that we're dealing with story walking. The only way that Julie can move through time is by laying in a seizure in the ruins, and she kind of astral projects herself consciously, her consciousness, into the past. So I can't envision her being able to take anybody with her. And so it's not like anybody can just be waltzing around through time easily. So I don't know how that works. How could she take somebody with her if she can only time travel by going into a seizure? Like, you just have a whole group of people laying there in a seizure. I mean, say she goes into the past and she finds Jim, then she takes him to the ruins. Now he'd be laying there. No, that doesn't work, because only, not just anybody can story walk. Would he then collapse into a seizure? But her body wouldn't be in a seizure in that time, because her body is in the present in a seizure.
Yeah.
So it just gets really messy and confusing.
Yeah.
I don't know. So that's the sauce cut on the forehead.
Yeah.
The sauce forehead cut.
Hmm.
What is the deal? Did he have a scar there or not? We're going to have to investigate that. I'll go through the chat a bit more, and we'll see if I'll pull up a season 3 picture of Jim, and we'll compare.
Did that leave a scar? Did he have a scar on his forehead since season 2 that I just forgot about? Because I don't think that was there anymore. Certainly seems to be helping, pointing in the right direction, but otherwise he seems pretty dead. Yeah, MG, definitely. Hey, another Julie. Welcome. Julie, another Julie B too. Julie, another Julie B. What if the welcome? What if the Jim that talks to Ethan story walked? Yeah, that's the tricky thing though. Remember the mechanics of it. They've got to be laying there in a seizure to story walk. So it just gets too confusing to me.
It's messy.
Yeah. Their version of time travel with story walking, it's very messy because of the seizure aspect of it. So I don't know. But I do like that theory. That's really interesting. If it could work, maybe there's some mechanical way, like if she story walks to the past, there's some way she could take them with her. They just kind of poof out of their time and go with her. Is that possible? I don't know. We have yet to see her try.
Weird repercussions.
Yeah. I don't know. That would mess up the fabric of her present time, though. If he left,
we would just be watching Prom and the character's just gone. Oh, like, where's Bacta? Is she gone? Did Julie get her story walker out?
Yeah. Right. We passed 100.
The characters just goes and doesn't show up for the rest of the season.
Right. We passed 100 people watching. Awesome. Please hit the like button. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Trying to reach 3K subs by the end of season 4. Hit the like button, please. And check out my episode 1 deep dive that's pinned at the top of the chat. You can save it for later. Don't leave us now, but please give it a view. It's desperately in need of help. And if you have any hype points you want to donate, that would be much appreciated on that video. It really needs the help. I worked very hard on that video, but I had a family emergency, medical crisis happen last week, so I couldn't get the episode 1 video out last week as would have been the plan. So you can expect my episode 2 deep dive to come out at least by the end of the week. It's gonna be out before the next episode airs this time. And we're in the Discord. You can join our watch parties too. I will say that we got dangerously close to our limit though on Saturday night. At peak we had around 46 people with us, and I can only fit 50. So if we hit the limit, we may have to try to get people to boost the server so we can fit more. But we do watch parties every Saturday night at midnight Eastern. I stream the new episode, and then we have a voice chat too. It's a lot of fun to watch as a group. So, and you can also share your theories. You can join the Discord and share your theories with us. Love to hear what everyone has to say. And like Gabrielle says, yes, he seemed scared of something, or like he was expecting someone else, not Ethan. Yeah, he did seem like he was expecting someone else, right? That was weird. I'm not sure if Jim was a ghost. Ethan was able to physically hug him. Well, the other ghost entities were able to physically interact with their environment too. Ghost Khatri, he picks things up. He picked up the chess piece. They can physically touch things. Tom was polishing a glass.
Forever.
Forever. Yeah. So they do physically touch things. It happens. So who knows what they actually are. I'm not sure, but didn't see Elgin unalived people in the lake Fatima was playing in. Wait, what? Didn't Elgin see unalived people? Yeah, like I think there was a theory, but no, he didn't actually see any. But people used to theorize that maybe there were a bunch of dead bodies in the Brundles. Annie. I'm going to have to go through the chat quicker. I'm not used to having this many messages to go through here. So I'm just going to I'll have to just kind of just dip through faster and pull out some at random here. One Black Panther says, I wonder if it's a Jim from another time. He looks different than the Jim who died from the Man in Yellow. Well, he could also have just changed his look because the actor has moved on to other projects, so he may have changed his hair. You know, his hair looks straighter. Isn't that weird how his hair looks different? It looks
Yeah.
like extra conditioned or something, like bouncy and soft. Like, what's up with his hair?
This looks like one of the things that the boy in white would shape-shift into.
Right.
Because he likes more conditioned hair.
Yeah. Maybe so. Did Julie change things when she time traveled to the RV, allowing Jim to appear? I don't think so, Jen. I don't think she changed anything, but yeah, it's weird. Who are the secret fairies? We're gonna have to ask that. You know, the secret fairies come from the Lake of Tears to heal Norman. Who are the secret fairies? So maybe that's something we have yet to encounter in the show.
Hopefully they're not the ragdolls or the secret fairies.
Yeah.
They're gonna punch you.
The ragdolls.
Yeah, the secret fairies. Oh no.
Nice. So amazing. It says the lighthouse ballerina and the kimono lady are the threads that are driving me nuts. Just liked and subbed. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for doing that. So yeah, the lighthouse, you know, that's the portal to the outside that only Tabitha can go through and her other past lives. But yeah, the ballerina and the kimono lady, I'm with you on those. I mean, that's just, they're so random, you know. The kimono lady is really random. It just kind of bugged me. It just doesn't seem to fit. So I'm definitely with you on that. Let's see. Hey, Minerva, nice to see you. And I was gonna highlight something else, but I think I just lost it. Disappeared. One Black Panther says this means that Sophia was an actual person who was killed long ago. I don't think the man in yellow can shapeshift to someone he's never seen before. It's like he needs their essence and clothes. Oh yeah, I agree. Yes, absolutely. I think Sophia was an actual person. I think the man in yellow was probably an actual person, both of them. And they need something that they owned and their clothes. I absolutely agree. Hey, Jennifer, welcome. Welcome. So cool to see new people in the chat finding us. Okay, I'm just kind of try to catch up with you guys. Sorry, I'm just not used to having so many people here. It's gonna be definitely an adjustment, not being able to read like 90% of the chat here. Knowledge comes at a cost probably triggered Victor because it might have been said before the town massacre when he was a child. Yeah, Sinestro. I definitely think that he's heard that phrase and he doesn't remember the details yet, but he remembers something and it's gonna start coming back to him. And if he remembers it all, I worry that he's not gonna make it. Sophia will kill him because she'll think that they're gonna figure out she's the mole if he remembers the man in yellow was a mole before. And the last time knowledge comes at a cost came up, you know, he was a mole who infiltrated the town. And so they can put two and two together and realize that Sophia is a fake, or could be a fake. They definitely give her some side eye. Hey, Jen, the teacher, nice to see you. So that was her other account. I've done that before. Gone in the chat on my old account. Okay. So Jujubee. Hey, Jujubee. That's actually my nickname. That's one of my nicknames. Specifically one that Carl made up for me. That's funny. There's a Jujubee here. Nobody ever called me that before. I've had a lot of nicknames from family members, but no one ever thought of that one. And I don't know why. It seems like a no-brainer. He's good at coming up with nicknames. Moment of silence for Alma's boyfriend. Alma knew too much. Yeah. Alma lost her boyfriend. At least Alma didn't get the axe. It could have been Alma. Some people thought it was her, but Alma is white and black, and this goat was not. And they showed Alma. Alma was safe in the barn.
Yep.
Alma was safe. But while I'm thinking of it, let me well, I'll catch up with the chat first. I'll leave this picture of Jim up, and then we'll compare the different gems before we get into the episode breakdown. So I'm going to try to go through here quicker and find anybody I missed here. Hey, Joyce, nice to see you. And Caleb, welcome. Jim's a trapped spirit. I agree. I think Jim cannot get out of there. And anybody who dies is trapped there too. The souls of the dead. I think that's who Sarah hears in her head. She said that the spirits, the voices in her head said that they're trapped there too. They're just like them, and they also want to be set free. They want to go home. So I think that the voices are the spirits of the dead who are also stuck there. And Jim is now one of those trapped souls. And just like Abby, who Sarah heard talking in her head about Mr. Fish and Loaves. It's hard to ignore these in the all caps. One Black Panther says, I don't think this entity has an actual form. Not a human one, just with the cicadas, etc. The entity could be a force. Well, I mean, the Sophia Man in Yellow entity, this shapeshifter, definitely has that one has a form, has a physical form. And so it's like but if you want to say like the thing inside of them that makes them what they are, like maybe that's like a spiritual entity, and it just inhabits different physical forms that it shape shifts into. That I could totally see, but they have that physical corporeal body that just molds and shifts into different shapes. I wonder when Tabitha will tell Henry and Victor about the Miranda reincarnation thing. Probably soon, Tam. I'd say probably soon. Hold on. Anyway, let's see. I lost my place here. Yeah, episode 3 already. I'm so into talking about episode 2, but I know a lot of people are, wanting to be able to binge things. So I get it, Minerva. Like a lot of people are not used to watching these week to week shows anymore, having to wait. Hey, Palina Jack says, I think it was Jim. So you think it was like literally the spirit of Jim? I'm gonna make a poll and see what you guys think that entity actually is. But I think there's going to be more than 4 options, more than 4 possibilities that I could come up with. But YouTube only lets me have 4 in terms of a quiz. So let's see. Jean says, I created my own lake of tears when I saw Jim in the barn. Aw, yeah. Yeah, it was that was really sad. I gotta say, that was awful. Dasha says, why do monsters always want to play like kids? And nice to see you. It's been a while, Dasha. Yeah, they treat this like a game. This is a game to them. That's why the waitress monster said this episode, I want to play. It's creepy. They're enjoying this. It's because the evil entity controlling them enjoys this. It takes this sadistic pleasure in torturing people and letting them suffer. I mean, making them suffer. Hold on. I can hear myself talking in my other tab, and I just have to let it mute. Hold on. I had to open up my YouTube tab to make a quiz, or a poll, rather. And then it started talking. Okay. So we'll make a poll here and see what you guys think is what this Jim is. So what is ghost or fake Jim? We'll say fake Jim. Okay. So real spirit of Jim.
Ethan's subconscious.
Yeah, oh, they're gonna be too many. I'll take like I guess I'll take a poll on a few, and then I'll throw in another poll after, maybe on like the most popular. Let's see, Ethan's subconscious. Entity, so I'd say entity sent by the man in yellow or boy in white. And what's another one? So Story Walker.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one because I was gonna say non-player character because some people thought he was like a non-player character just telling Ethan what to do.
Yeah. Next. This is tough though because it only lets me do 4 options. So if you think it's something else, just write in the chat what you think it is. And yeah, it's impossible with this show to have just 4 options for a lot of these quizzes, for a lot of these polls. I mean, hey, CT5V, my wife thinks the boy in white is somehow Thomas. She's been saying this since season 2. Oh, interesting. It's an interesting theory. You never know. They bring Thomas up an awful lot.
Yeah.
Jay says Bacta was preparing goat for dinner off camera. Yep. No breakfast that day for the town.
Shouldn't she technically be like living with Acosta in the diner?
Yeah.
Where is she?
I think, I don't know. Yeah.
Concerned.
Yeah. 56 likes. Awesome. We're up to a great start. Thank you so much for hitting that like button. We're not going to be on here all night tonight. So I do have to get through the chat quicker. So I can actually get some sleep tonight. Gotta get up in the morning and take Karl to have a procedure done. So we gotta actually get some sleep for once. Welcome to Copper Broom. Let's see. Just want to hit every name, try to get every name that I haven't seen already. So if I miss anybody, I apologize. Welcome, for Zeus. Sarah is nicer than me. I would have told Acosta, get the fuck out of the diner and go find her own food in the forest then. Yeah, there you go. I like that. Yeah, Sarah is too nice. She just lets everybody kick her around and she never stands up for herself, except for that one time that she stood up for herself to the worst possible person, Kenny. Yeah. Like, that was the worst. Like, in every other case, I would have been on her side. Ched says Acosta is funny as fuck. I love the actress playing her. Just saying she might not make a great parent after the Ethan incident. Yeah, she just drove past the kid and like, oh, he's fine. Yeah, he just saw his dad's brutally mutilated body, that same day. Now he's wandering off in Monsterland toward the Nightmare Forest, but no problem. Let's just drive right past him. Yeah.
Well, if he's evil, that works. Casa must know he's the man in yellow.
Yeah.
Or wait for that kid.
60 likes. Oh, Karl points out a discrepancy here. 60 likes, 92 in the chat. Who hasn't liked? Is it you? Yes, don't be that person. Please hit the like. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. It's not just a pat on the back for me. It shows YouTube that people are engaged and interested, and then YouTube pushes this out and shows it to more people. So more people find my channel. And it does really make a big difference. So please hit the like, and it's free, but yeah, I'm not monetized. So if anyone is so inclined, I do have ways that you can show appreciation. If you're so inclined, you can see the Cashapp and the Venmo are scrolling at the bottom of the screen at all times. And they're also in the description of the video, so you can find them there. I know I keep saying I'm going to fix my PayPal, but I need to find a phone number or something, or a like a chat support team to figure out why I can't get access to my PayPal account, so that I can set it up for donations. And that way people internationally could do it, and people who don't have Cash App and Venmo would have an option. Anon keeps asking me to do it. So I'm working on it. It's just a lot of crazy stuff's been happening in my life lately, so I just haven't gotten around to it. But I am going to be getting the PayPal in order and trying to figure out how to set up a Patreon too, because I definitely need the help. YouTube is really expensive to run, and I'm not making any money off of this channel, unfortunately. I am the Dawn. Welcome. I like that name. I think they could be setting up Acosta to be maybe some type of what is this? Fairy. Also pay attention to her patch. A lot of blue on it could be a hint to the Lake of Tears. Oh yeah, I've seen people suggest that actually. I just noticed somebody saying that the other day. I forget where I heard it, but it was because she has a boat with water around it on her arm on a patch. Yeah. So, but yeah, let's look at Jim from. So I'm gonna just take this, download it so that I can access it a little more easily, and then I'm gonna pull up a Jim picture from season 2 and one from season 3 so we can compare what he looked like. Oops, I went too far. Okay, so yeah, so right here there's chapter 2. Okay, so this is the finale. Let's find Jim. I think so this is, yeah, at this point his cut had gone away. I'm gonna get one from episode 9 where he had that scene with Ethan. That should give us a pretty good view of his forehead. Or they had that touching scene in the RV. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. It's gone. Yeah, this is super sus, guys. This is super sus. This is from the day he got killed. There's no cut on his forehead. There's no scar. What the hell's going on here? What the actual fuck? What? I mean, oh my god. Now, if we look here, it does appear that there is a hint of a scar on his forehead right there. I'm going to enhance the image, see if that makes it pop a little bit more. Let's see. I'm going to enhance it so it'll really bring it out. Anything that's on his forehead will stand out a bit more. It just it buffers a bit because I'm streaming right now, which takes up a lot of memory of this device. So just give it a minute. But okay, so I'm going to make this pop. So there is a line on his forehead, but it's not as prominent as it is as Ghost Jim. So what I just did makes everything that's already there pop more. Now I'm going to saturate the image more so we can also bring out color that's already there a bit more. I'm going to go ahead and save it as a copy of the existing picture because I don't want to mess up the existing one. All right, let's see. Now, if I did that right, then it should appear here the way that it was. But last time I tried that, it just vanished after I went and did all that. It's like, thanks, Google Photos. Doesn't make any sense why it does that. Yeah, it did the same thing again. Well, but the point is, he does have a line there. It's just nowhere near as prominent. So what's going on? Like, why is it? I mean, did they just make a mistake? Sometimes that happens. You know, mistakes can happen, continuity errors. But yeah, I'll do this differently. How's it? I'll make a screenshot of this. Now I have that, so I can compare it more easily between these and refer back to it. That's weird. It is a line. There's a line there. There's a slight scar. But why all of a sudden, as Ghost Jim, is it popping in a way that it hasn't in a long time? Now, if we go back to season 2, there's that episode. I was just looking at it the other day. The episode where he was telling Boyd that he thinks this is all an experiment. Which one was that? Damn, I don't remember which one it was. But if I just find any random episode from season 2. Maybe Tether. We'll try Tether. I'll try this one and just look for Jim. Yeah. Well, this one doesn't work because it was a fresh wound, so that doesn't work. We got to go to the end of season 2. So, like, say episode 9, and look at that. Find Jim. Yeah, it was obviously, this was a lot more prominent here. It was a deep cut on his forehead. So there may not be much here. It may be a bit of a continuity error. Now if we go back and look at Ghost Jim again, let's see how prominent it actually was. I don't think it's after looking at it again, I don't think it's as deep of a cut as it was in season 2. See, season 2, it was a lot darker than that. It was a lot more prominent. Now in this shot, I don't know what's going on. From screenshot to screenshot, it's dramatically different. What the hell?
I noticed that too. Yeah. So
in this shot, it's really red.
Mm-hmm.
And then in this one here, I haven't altered this in any way. In this one, it's lighter. It's a lot lighter for this close-up.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? Were they just getting sloppy? It kind of seems that way. Like, like are they getting sloppy to the point where they made this way too dark in this shot?
Or maybe it's somebody who shape-shifted that can't keep the shape-shifting in order.
Maybe. Yeah, that's weird. Anyway. Yeah, that's odd. And then I'll just put up the other image one more time of what it looked like in the season 3 finale. And it was like this. So you could see he had a scar there, but it wasn't as prominent as this. So they may have made a mistake. So, but yeah, let me know what you guys think. Hey, Papa Socks. Papa Socks says, I watched another witchy movie recently, and one gal said to the other, it's a nursery rhyme. No, it's a spell from the spell book. No, it's a nursery rhyme. Could from poem be a spell? Interesting. It could be. Like, so you're saying, they touch, they break, they steal thing from season 2. It could be. It could be some kind of a spell. I could see that. Here they come.
Conjure up the spirits. 3 spirits.
Yeah. But to me, I think it's a hint on how to break the curse, the cicada coma curse. So I don't think it would be casting a spell, really. I don't see it that way. It sounds kind of witchy, but I think it's if anything, it's a clue to help them. Like the boy in white was saying it in the dream Elgin had, because it was a hint. It was a hint to Boyd on how to break the curse, stop the melody, smash the music box. Hey, Mark, nice to see you, and glad you can make it too. I Am the Dawn thinks they could be setting up Acosta to be a fairy. Maybe also pay attention to her patch on her uniform. Tons of blue could be a hint to the Lake of Tears. Yes.
That'd be cool if she was a secret fairy.
Yeah. I could see that. Hey, Jackson Rains. Welcome. Nice to see you. And Joyce has a tinfoil theory. Jim's bodies are going to start showing up. All have died in slightly different ways. They are the bodies of all the Jims Julie's failed to save. Oh, that's cool. Cool theory. Like it. Hey, welcome. Nice to see you, Guns N' Roses. Hyper up. Let's get the party started. Thank you so much. I think that's a lyric from something. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate those hypes. It is a superpower that you have when you give your hypes to small channels, and it's a massive boost. The smaller the channel, the lower the subscriber count, the more points we get per hype. And you get 3 hypes per week. They refresh on Mondays. So yeah, if you use them on a small channel, you have a huge ability to help small channels get noticed by more people. And YouTube then shows the videos around and recommends them to more people. And it's helped me a lot already. I've seen how it's helped. Hey, S7929, welcome. Okay, so Jackson says, as crazy as this sounds, I believe the original 1506 people have failed 8 times. They die, right, a piece stays there, and then they're still reincarnated again since there's 8 or 9 dates. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure how many there are, but I think every date is a different time when they failed. Definitely. Although there's something odd that was brought up in terms of the dates. On Jade's timeline in this, it lists 1981 as when Miranda died. And
That's approximate, though. He doesn't know that. He hasn't seen the vision of Tabby that Tabby did in the lighthouse. I think
right. Well, like, where is he getting that? Where do you get the 1981 from, though? Like, it could be that Miranda's family arrived in 78 and all of this ended in 1981 and Miranda died in 81. It would line up with the year that the actress who plays Tabitha was born. If she died and then was reincarnated and she's the same age as the character, then she was born in, I believe, 1981. I'll find it. Hold on. Let's see. I'll find it here.
I felt he was pretty busy. He only had one night and he made that whole time chart.
Yeah. Yeah, he it seems like a lot, it seems like a lot of information for just a short time. Let me see. I took way too many pictures for this episode. I don't know why I took more than usual. Okay, so this was it right here. And it has the date.
Apparently there's nine dates carved into the lighthouse.
Okay. And so the dates here, it says Miranda died 1981. And Victor still alive. Eloise crossed off, died by ? She didn't die, and he might as well just put another line from Eloise pointing to still alive.
Some people thought it did say still alive. Some people thought it was like the line from Eloise.
Yeah.
Like, what's the clue?
Right? Yeah. I think it might be a little wink to us, like she's still alive. It's so close to her name. So I think it is. They did that on purpose. She's going to be still alive, and that will come out later this season. I'm sure of it. So, 65 likes, 104 in the chat. I'm sure that's probably changed a bit in the last half hour. I got to catch up with the chat, but hit the like button, please. Sorry for being so far behind the chat, but I'm not used to. It's been a while since we've had this many, so I'm so tempted to read everything everyone has to say. You have such great ideas, but I've got to unfortunately pick and choose just for the sake of time, or we would be here all night and then some. Chris says, could we possibly be watching 2 timelines play out simultaneously, which might explain the disappearing power lines by the train tracks in the pilot episode, along with infinity symbols being seen? We could be. You never know. We could be. I don't know. I think that would make it a show that's full of so many questions would be even messier if they did something like that and had different realities, and we get into some kind of quantum scenario with parallel universes, or I think it would be too much.
I don't think there's enough differences. You haven't seen enough differences. You've seen like how many differences between timelines in that scenario? 1 or 2?
Yeah.
Whereas there has to be more. There has to be more than that. Kind of like the way, I don't know if anyone remembers Westworld. Westworld had 2 different timelines separated, where you saw this younger guy and then you realize it was this older guy in the future, and it's like hundreds of years, like, or 100 years meeting together. But I don't think we've seen enough. Have you? Other than power lines and maybe sort of discrepancies with Jim, what else have we seen to say, oh, these are 2 different, we're watching 2 different storylines?
Not enough.
Not enough, right?
No. I agree. I don't think it's been enough.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I don't want a bunch of different timelines in this.
Yeah. Me neither. Let's all hype the video. Thank you, Trace. Thank you so much. Yes, I have the video pinned at the top of the chat. That's my episode 1 deep dive, and it needs help. It needs some TLC. So any support you want to throw to it, it can really use it. And Carl pointed this out earlier in the chat, which I'm really far behind, except that Boyd story walked. Yeah, he basically did. He story walked, possibly in a physical way, although we didn't see everything. If we didn't see that Julie was laying there having a seizure, we wouldn't have known any different, because she walked in this episode. She walked over the threshold, and it looked like she was walking physically into the past with her footsteps, and then all of a sudden it was night. Imagine if they did that with Boyd and they just didn't show us what his physical body was doing. Maybe he was laying there in a seizure too.
So maybe he went through the tree.
Yeah.
Ended up in real time in the ruins, and he's there like
yeah.
But we see him interact with Martin.
I just realized a flaw in that, though.
Except that, right?
There's nobody to pull him out.
Right. He got pulled out by
nobody
else. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it couldn't have been that. Boyd must have physically gone in there. So Boyd physically story walked without that weird seizure deal, because somebody would have had to pull him out. So
or an entity pulled him out.
Right. So if Boyd could do it, maybe somebody else could story walk without the seizures.
I think his was more with a piece of paper and a torch. So
the piece
so
of paper. So
if we see that torch with the suit, when they have the Man in Yellow suit in, maybe he travels the same way, or other people can.
Piece of paper got him to where Martin was, and torch got him
back
out of
in.
there.
Yeah. Torch got him out and then back in. Yeah, I think so too. So maybe with certain items, people could do this physically move through time. I think certain items could be the key, like the slip of paper that said 1864 in Boyd's pocket, which I do think that's what got him to the dream state, which I think was in 1864 in the dungeon back then. Mark says, I'm creating my own lake of tears over here. I am packing up because I'm moving and it's a little chaotic and it's stressful. I'm sorry to hear that. I know moving can be very hectic, and good luck with that. I hope that it goes well.
Yeah, that can be pretty hectic. Huh?
Yeah.
Jay had a good comment that I saw just now.
Yeah.
What if was the dog's name Gus?
Yeah, Boyd called him Gus.
Did Gus pull him
That's
out?
our name for him.
Oh, that's your guys' name for him?
Yeah.
Did Gus pull him out?
Maybe Gus pulled him out.
Maybe.
It could be. Hey, David. David says, I think this is Jim. He is the hanging man, 1 foot in the spiritual world, 1 foot in the physical world. He is in between worlds like the waiting place. He is telling Ethan how to find Thomas, in my opinion. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I like that. It's a cool theory. Okay, so Jackson says the whole thing with Miranda and how she didn't get to the tree in time. Everybody thinks the timing is off. I'm pretty sure there wasn't any eclipse, which is foreshadowed in Victor's pictures. Yeah, there really should be some kind of eclipse at some point, I think, based on the eclipse in Victor's drawings. Yeah.
Oh, so then that's why it's dark?
So that could be, yeah, it could be why it was dark all of a sudden. Yeah, maybe that's how she, because why was she there so late at night? There's something missing from that story that we have to learn.
But is that why it was so dark? And it looked like it was late at night because it was an eclipse?
Yeah, maybe. I think maybe it could have been.
Then that could be one of those like, hey, then that would play into the more of the setup that somebody mentioned,
right,
about her being set up. Because if all of a sudden it's like, okay, I'm heading towards the bottle tree, and then bloop, it's nighttime. Uh-oh.
Right. Yeah. Wouldn't that be wild if there was an eclipse that they invoked to bring the monsters after her when she got too close to the bottle tree? Yeah, I think they tore Jim up a little more so people didn't get suspicious about another killer in the town. Oh, definitely S79. Yes, I think that's why Jim got ripped up like that.
It's pretty gross when he's laying down because you can see the ribs and everything popping out.
Yeah, it is. It's nasty.
Yeah.
David thinks Thomas will be at the Lake of Tears, Lake of Grief, the mythical lake in many stories. Oh, very cool. Guns N' Roses, when I said that we could only have 50 people, I was talking about specifically the watch parties in the Discord. If if the server isn't boosted, meaning like I think people pay a small amount of money to boost the server, and every boost gets it closer to more perks, and so then you can have more people. But right now we can only have 50 people in the watch parties over there. Okay. All right. I'm going to start skipping through faster so we can catch up, and then we'll start the breakdown. Hey, Beehive girl. Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping by to leave a like. Did I miss anybody? Let's see. Jay says the man in yellow was buried under the RV. Boy in white caused the RV to crash in that spot. Man in yellow was knocking on the bottom of the RV. He wasn't freed until Smiley's rebirth and Jade playing the melody. That's a cool theory. Yeah, I mean, I personally think that crash was definitely staged. I think it was caused by external forces. So, yeah, you never know. Oh, B, sorry to hear that your kiddo is sick, and I hope they feel better soon. And I hope you stay healthy. Hey, Jeff. Nice to see you. Jim is in the real world now, so he's going to his barber and washing his hair. Hey, that's why Jim looks so much better now all of a sudden. Hey, Football Affinity. Nice to see you. And it's good. Yeah, Carl had said again, have we forgotten that Boyd story walked? Yes. I was way behind the chat. I'm starting to get closer to catching up here. Miss J, nice to see you. Miss J thinks that he's a real ghost, like an actual ghost. Cool. David says, I think the Lake of Tears leads to the whirlwind at the top of the map, and that transports them to the road with a spiral and exit arrow at the bottom of the map. Yeah, David posted something in the Discord about this that I thought was really interesting. At the bottom of the Peach Truck map, there's an arrow, so that could be the out. That could be the escape. And yeah, his theory is interesting. I like it. Hey, Michelle Williams, welcome. Okay. Also, Boyd had a boat. Yeah, I think his boat's probably going to manifest in this place eventually. He's going to get his boat.
And the horse, because Victor drew a horse's leg. So there's a pony.
Yes. Susie, nice to see you. If Ethan did end up being the man in yellow, I will die, because I've only been saying Ethan is the mole whenever anyone mentions a mole as a joke for years because of this weird thing on an island. Okay. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think Ethan's going to become the man in yellow. I think it's an ancient shapeshifter entity, but I can understand the argument for that. I used to think he was going to be the man in yellow, but I don't think so. Who knows? Guns N' Roses says, well, we know from the trailer, Victor and Henry were looking at a drawing with the man in yellow, so he definitely will remember something bad from Knowledge Comes at a Cost. Yes, they were. And he was getting all triggered in the teaser trailer, having a meltdown. He looked really unsettled when he saw the man in yellow's jacket, too. He looked very unsettled. So I think Victor is going to start remembering stuff about this man in a yellow suit. It's going to start coming back to him. Hey, Jessica, welcome. New here. I really liked your theory listening to another channel, and when I seen you were live, I had to come in and check you out. Well, thank you so much. Truly appreciate that. So great to see new people making their way over and finding the channel. Thank you so much for checking out the live. And, like to be very interactive, and that's why I'm behind the chat at the moment. So that's something I got to work on, learn how to read less of the chat so that I can keep up, which sucks. I like to read as much as I can, but when we have this many people sharing great ideas, I can only read so much. So we got to keep it going and get to the breakdown. Hey, welcome, Revan. Gem Spirit walking from earlier in the show. Yeah, so from a previous season, that's what you're thinking. Yeah, so just any other ideas that you guys have about Ghost Jim? Yeah, just throw them in the chat and try and, if it's something you really want me to see, to draw my attention to it, like try and, put at the beginning of it, at Julie B, so I can spot it a little more easily. Maybe all caps if you really want me to notice it. But I'm going to try and move it along a little faster. Faith and Repentance, nice to see you. Haven't seen new season yet. Just testing out sharing screen on Discord. Happy to share as I catch up. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's always fun. Doing the screen share on Discord, having watch parties. Oh, you've got to check out the new season, Faith. It's amazing. We're loving it. Yeah, we miss you too. Got to catch up, but definitely avoid the spoilers here because some crazy things have been happening. So try to catch up and then come back and join us when you can on the next one. Hey, AA. Nice to see you. Paulina says, I think Julie will save Thomas. Could be. 74 likes. Awesome. We're getting there. Another comment from Jujubee here. Yes, they are sadistic because if Sophia wanted to kill Kenny, she could have, but she likes messing with him. Yeah, they like to torture people. She enjoyed just putting him in harm's way. Absolutely. It's a game to this entity. So you think the man in yellow will seduce Kenny, then eat him after sex like a praying mantis or spider? Wow, Jen. What a thought.
Like a spider. Like a spider.
Yeah, like a spider.
I like the praying mantis idea.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's a dark thought.
Except that there's no reference to a praying mantis coming down from the ceiling, but there is one for a spider.
For a spider, yeah.
Doesn't say there isn't a praying mantis going to come.
Right? Yeah, I think that's dark. I don't think that it's going to happen because we found out that in the show, the actress, so even though she's 23 in real life, Julia Doyle, Sophia is only supposed to be 15 or 16. So she's too young for Kenny. So I don't think it's going to happen. I think Kenny wouldn't do that. Kenny,
so you want to see her winding Kenny up in a giant web. Like putting him in a cocoon.
Yeah, I hope not. That is messed up. Thanks, Faith. Yeah, it's a little nerve wracking, but it's a same day outpatient thing, and he'll be going home the same day. God willing, everything goes well. Hey, Tony M, nice to see you. Saw a theory it was adult Ethan pretending to be Jim to make it easier to talk. Huh? Wait a minute. Adult Ethan pretending to be Jim. Who? So like ghost
Oh.
Jim?
Well,
that's a new one. That's a new one. Interesting. I don't know how do we square that? Why would it be adult Ethan? Yeah, if you
exactly the same.
Yeah.
Adult Ethan's story walking to the past.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And he's able to make himself look like Jim.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't
know. Power that he attains at the Lake of Tears.
Maybe he attains that power at the Lake of Tears. You never know. Thank you so much, Michael. Subscribe and like if new to chat. Great channel and people here. Thank you very much. Hey, Martin. Nice to see you. Hey, SL Rhodes. And I will be putting out an episode 2 deep dive video within the next few days. So keep an eye out for that. Definitely going to get that done sooner this week. But I'm going to skip through the chat quickly here for the next few minutes. And then we're going to dive into a breakdown of episode 2. Jane says Kelly in the woods had the pole through the same area on her forehead and some of the Ankui kids. What are they doing to these people? It's a good point, Jane. You know, we had multiple. Yeah, that's a really interesting point because we've had a lot of people with those wounds on their foreheads. Why is it always the forehead on the upper right side specifically that have scars?
The aliens put the apparatus to put the people in the matrix that is from. It goes in that part of the forehead.
That's where the aliens. Okay, there you go.
The wire.
It's weird. You've got the Ankui kids, they have scars there, and Kelly had the rebar through her head there. That's a great point. Jujube, I think a lot, I think like you, everything with this show, everything is for a reason. So it's, I mean, maybe there's a reason for this too. This weird thing on Jim's forehead that shouldn't, I mean, why is his scar all of a sudden more visible now than it was before? Did they make a mistake or is it for a reason? We do have to remember that these people are human like everybody else. So they can make mistakes. And just because it's a mystery box doesn't mean they can't make mistakes. But I hear you. I tend to think that everything has some actual meaning to it too. Carl said maybe Jim bumped his head on the pearly gates. Hey Bella, welcome. I like your name. Didn't Father Cautry's ghost have a line on his head too? Did he? I don't think so. But I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat there. I don't think Cautry had a line on his head. But I can always pull up a picture of him and compare. And Heather just got back from getting her kids to bed. We're talking about Jim's ever-changing scar. Yeah. It's a magical changing scar on his head. Indeed. It's pretty strange. All right. So CT5 says, I don't understand how Jim's body went from his trachea ripped out to his chest burst open like he died from the monsters. Yeah, they definitely did that to cover up the fact that the monsters weren't the ones who killed Jim. Usually the monsters kill that way, although they did slit Cautry's throat. So that was changing up their playbook a bit. Hey, welcome, Sheen Winning. And to anyone new joining the chat, please consider subscribing. trying to reach 3,000 subs by the end of season 4, and you'll never find a more interactive channel than this. You know, as much as I appreciate donations, I'm never going to make you donate just to have your comment read. You know, you have just as much chance as anybody else as me to have me read your comment. Whether you donate or you don't donate, as I want to hear from you guys. So
now I'm looking at the frontal lobe, and the frontal lobe has memory storage in it.
It has what storage?
Like the frontal lobe is home to areas that manage thinking, emotions, personality, judgment, self-control, muscle control, and movements, memory storage, and more. That's where they're getting, like, I think that's the frontal lobe where they're getting those scars and stuff, damage.
Okay.
Like memory is a good one.
Right.
About memory and self-control.
Right. Yeah, interesting. So Mike Light says, wouldn't Jade know why they sacrificed the children on his chart? But it says, why did we do it? It also Tabitha and Jade never mentioned anything about an entity. Right. So it's unclear. They need to talk more. How much do they remember? They remembered that they were reincarnated, but they definitely didn't remember everything about their past lives. They didn't remember everything. So what do they remember? They remember that they sacrificed their children, or they tried to stop the sacrifice of the children. One of them was theirs. They've been there since the beginning, and they've been reincarnated for centuries. But other than that, how much else do they know? Are they going to have their memories coming back bit by bit? They definitely don't seem to remember everything. They've just gone back to business as usual, and like they haven't talked about a lot more details. So I suspect that there's a lot. The vast majority of their lives, they don't remember. They don't remember most of their memories. So because if they remembered literally everything, I think that would make it too easy. They're not going to make it that easy. Jay says, how does Julie decide when and where to story walk to? They need to explain to us how she gets this specific location. Right now, it seems like it's random. It's random. Like she just goes like anywhere. There's no rhyme or reason to it. And that's the problem. How does she eventually find where her dad got killed? How does she find it when she doesn't know like any kind of system for how to control where she's going? In the previous time where she did it, she went to several different times and places in one story walking trip. This time it was just one. But last time it was the dungeon where the three of them were chained up. Then it was the dungeon where Boyd was in the well. That was a previous time. Then she was in the cave hearing her mother and Victor talking. And then she heard the kids screaming and cooey. So that was 4 different times and 2 different places in one story walking trip. And so she's going to need to try to figure out some rhyme or reason to it. How she can control this. How do you control where you're going? It's not like getting in a time machine and setting it to a specific year. Rose, I hope we eventually get an eclipse. I think that would be amazing. I would love that idea. Imagine if like all of a sudden everything just goes dark. It seems kind of like cheating, but I mean, they'd have no way to get in safely, to get inside safely in time. So I think that would be a really wicked play by the evil entity doing that. And Jen, glad you liked the chat. Hey, Superman 2K. Welcome. Been leaving comments on my videos. It's much appreciated. Thank you for doing that. Glad you could make a live. And let me see. Did I hit enough of the chat so we can dive into the breakdown of the episode? Let me get a few more names. Hey, Benjamin Williams. Welcome. I think Julie will story walk to 1978 when Victor was a kid. I absolutely agree. I've been predicting that for a while. I think that like I said in a video a few weeks ago, I think Julie's going to story walk. I think it was last week or the week before? I made a video saying that I think that Julie will meet young Victor and probably save Eloise from the massacre back in 78 or whenever it was that happened, whether it was 78 or 81 or whatever year it was. She's going to go back and she'll meet young Victor. And that's why Victor was so comfortable with her from the moment he met her when she arrived in town, because he, on some level, recognized her and he just opened up. Like, he doesn't open to people for the most part. He really doesn't open up to people like that. So, and there's got to be some big reveal that they're holding back for Eloise. That's why I think Julie will save her, because they've been keeping that ambiguous for a reason. They've got to have a big surprise coming, I think. And I agree, Ben. I will miss Ian Bailey as a series regular on From. I think he's a stellar actor. And Superman. Remember, Boyd and Sarah heard a boat horn when they got close to the lighthouse. I actually think that was a foghorn, which lighthouses use to warn boats of, bad weather. So, I could be wrong, but I think it was likely a foghorn. And I don't think there's actually an ocean out there. I think it's just like how the motel sign and the pool are missing a motel, and there's a lighthouse in mountains, and there's no ocean. Just a bunch of mismatched things that don't make sense in this place. Thanks, Jen. Never change. Well, thank you so much. You seem like a lovely person, so don't you change either. Martin says they need to write their own story. Once they figure out the story, then they'll know what to do next. That's what Ethan said when he was looking through Victor's pictures. They need to figure out what to do next by putting them in order, Victor's drawings. So if they could just do that, and then they would know what to do, but those drawings are a mess. So, God, who knows? How could they possibly put them in order? Let's see. Jen, the teacher said that the chip cookie on the bottom of the map looks like the Lake of Tears. Those spots, like chocolate chips, could be teardrops in the water, or meteor showers falling on the lake, like the stars fell on license plate that was on the pastor's car. Yeah, that's a cool theory. I like it. Yeah, I like it. Hey, Ledness. Kenny's definitely getting cursed by that. By what? Wait a minute. Oh, by Sophia? Like, I'm not sure. Getting cursed by what? Like Sophia seducing him. Yes. I remember now.
Maybe he's going to try and partake of the forbidden fruit and get burned.
Oh, man. Super forbidden fruit there. Yes. Underage girl. Nope. Not good. Hey, the Taito Guardian. Welcome. And the Julie Jim conundrum is blowing my head up. Yeah, Jen. It's confusing stuff. Hey, M. Abdul. I think Julie will talk to Martin further back in time when she first saw him. Yeah, I could totally see that. I could see them bringing Martin back again. So, let's see. Guns N' Roses, I agree. At some point, Tabitha is going to have to stop the no, and everything and find a way to accept that both her and Jade wanted that violin played that caused Jim's death so they can work together. Absolutely. Could not agree more. It's just, it's enough already. They need to give her some new lines, first of all. The Taito Guardian says, I think the mystery of this place is actually really simple, and that's why they don't let the characters talk to each other. They are trying to hold the characters back from solving it. Yeah, that makes sense, So they don't want communication. They want to isolate people. I think they mess with people's heads and try to isolate them, try to divide them from each other, encourage division, encourage chaos. Yeah, I definitely think that is an issue here. Tabitha and her no's. Enough. We knew we were going to get a lot of them in this episode. Well, let's pull up the stills. Let's go to the top of this one, and we'll go through this episode, which is called Fray. Fray, as in a fray, meaning like a fight or a conflict. And
Or
the edges are fraying.
Right. Or the owners of the crossing, the Fray. No, that's a different. That's Game of Thrones. Never mind.
Oh, okay. The edges are starting to fray here. I think.
Walder Fray. No.
There are a couple meanings to this, but I think people are kind of at each other's throats in this episode. Acosta with Boyd and Christy and Marielle, and Tabitha lashing out at Jade, and and Ethan lashing out at his mom. There's a lot of lashing out at each other, and I think that's why they titled this Fray. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of fighting. So, and once I came up with, once I agreed with the theory that Sophia was going to be the man in yellow, I remembered the scene from the trailer where Kenny and Sophia are outside at night, and I thought she's going to do that just to put him in harm's way on purpose. And then, as it turned out, she had a good reason to be out there, but I think she also hung out there a little too long on purpose just to endanger Kenny. So he wakes up and he can't find her anywhere, and then he sees the door open and hears her crying out there, and he runs outside, and there she's out here weeping. She didn't have to do that. She could have just slipped her way back in. She had to go out there and stage Jim's body, but she could have just gone back in the way she came. She was doing this to put Kenny in danger too, that just to cause trouble. And this is so. People ask, why would you need a mole in this show? I used to think this place has no use for a mole, but it can use a mole. It doesn't need a spy is what it doesn't need. I think the evil entity can see and hear everything that's going on no matter what. It doesn't need a spy. It doesn't need somebody popping in like, hey, what are you guys doing? And then reporting back.
And then putting their hands in their pocket.
Yeah, I don't think it needs a spy, but the kind of mole that this place can actually use is someone like this, someone who can actually manipulate people and put them in harm's way by acting like they're one of you. They're one of the normal people like everybody else, someone who needs to be protected, someone who can put this person at risk just by being out there in harm's way, and now he has to go out here and rescue her.
One of us.
Could have gotten him killed. And this is only the beginning. And she can also manipulate people more easily, pretending to be one of them. Mm-hmm. How do you trick people into doing stupid things that are harmful to themselves? How do you trick people who are smarter than Elgin? Let's be real. He's not too bright. Or saner than Sarah and her voices, Elgin with his kimono lady, Sarah with her voices. Sarah is unstable mentally. More? She's definitely unstable.
More?
Oh, that's good.
You like them like this, huh?
Mm-hmm. And then there's Porn Stash, who let Jasmine Monster in and ripped him to shreds.
Put some respect on Kevin's name.
Yeah, excuse me, Kevin, not Porn Stash, but
That's his last name.
I mean, these are not very bright people or stable people.
Lonely people.
Yeah.
I'm Mr. Lonely. I don't have nobody. of my own. I think that's the song he was singing.
Yeah, that's Kevin's theme song. So, you know, what do you do if you want to influence people to do something and they're smarter than Elgin or saner than Sarah, or you act like you're one of them, and she could do all kinds of things to manipulate them, looking like she's one of them. She could start a cult, she could do all kinds of damage just looking like a normal person. And she wouldn't be able to do that if she were a more overtly evil entity. She wouldn't be able to pull that off with most people. I know some people do fall for that stuff, but a lot of people wouldn't. Ghost Abby failed to convince Boyd. Boyd called Ghost Abby out on being an entity, saying he didn't trust her, that he didn't believe that they would just let the ghost of Abby come visit him and give him advice. So he didn't listen to her, and he smashed the music box and saved the town in season 2. And, I think that this is where a mole can come in handy. A mole like Sophia can actually, do more damage and affect people, convince people to do things, like people like Kenny. He's being a Sir Galahad, saving her. Down the road, later in the season, she could convince people to do things that are ultimately going to be bad for them, especially under the guise of a sweet young Christian girl. Right now, I'm thinking that she's going to convince people to cut down the faraway bottle tree. Think like it could be against the rules for the evil entity herself, for that evil entity to cut down that magic faraway bottle tree, because I think it belongs to the boy in white, who will have dominion over it. And that is the engine bringing Tabitha and Jade back over and over again. That tree represents the hope of the dying children. It was created by the hope of the dying children. They need it. The boy in white said, "Don't cut down that tree," when Victor was about to do it. It's important. So I think she's going to get a bunch of people, convince them to cut it down. Why? Because the last episode of the season is called "If a Tree Falls in the Forest." ... I think that's implying that's what could happen in that episode. And what'll happen, they'll cut it down, and that will mean no more extra lives for Jade and Tabitha. This will be their last chance. And if they fail, they won't be reincarnated again. And so everyone will remain trapped. The souls of the dead will all remain trapped there forever. And more people will get stuck there and have no way to get out without Jade and Tabitha, because I do think they're essential. So anyway, Sarah and Sophia on screen was fascinating. Need more of that. It was like Man in Black and Ben, who was being honest. Yeah, it was interesting, Martin. And I think we are going to get more of that, because in the trailer, it looks like they're living together. So you're going to get your wish, I think. Heather says, "I have a tinfoil theory about Sarah and what happened to New Hope before Nathan scooped her up." Oh, interesting. Well, what's that, Heather? What's your tinfoil theory, if you can fit it into the chat? I think she probably, my theory on her is that she killed her ex, and her ex was abusing her. She killed him, which traumatized her and made her a great target for the evil entity to bring here. I Am the Dawn says, "What if Julie saves Eloise, but it causes Victor's death?" Oh, like Victor in the present time? Well, that would be horrible. Yeah, I don't know. But the Title Guardian says, "I think the man in yellow came to the town to watch the finale of this cycle. He also obviously wants to help it along, but it seems like he just wants a first row seat to the end where they all kill each other." Yeah, I could see that. Just wanting to be right in the middle of it all because it's his favorite part. Because his favorite part is when they tear themselves apart, as she said. So, it makes sense. Hey, Ozrod MD. I love that song, "How to Save a Life" by the Fray. I liked them back in the day. I was in high school when that album came out. I'm showing my age by that comment. But I really liked that album. So why is Donna sus? I don't think she's sus, Taito Guardian, but I know a lot of people do because she walks around with her hands in her pockets, and she's always popping up when major things or secret things are being talked about. She sticks her head in the door, so people have found her sus for a long time. But I don't think she's a mole, in my opinion. Jen does,
I
though.
think that was a question that someone who above that in the chat said that Donna was sus as fuck.
Yeah,
Oh,
Jen.
there it is, right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I found it.
Mm,
Okay.
Yeah, them pockets. I don't know.
She wasn't
Yeah.
in her pockets when she was cleaning up Tabby's house.
All them pockets.
I mean, she does
Yeah.
a lot of cleaning when Tabby isn't there for her own kids.
Right.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
she did a great job watching Ethan too, didn't she?
Yeah.
Well, she thought he was asleep.
Great babysitting job, Donna.
Didn't know he was slippery. The Ethan's kind of slippery.
Yeah. He is a slippery one.
Yeah, he really put all his like 007 techniques to work. Huh? He like looked to see that you weren't looking, and he went out the back door.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Tabby should be there with her kids.
Yeah.
No.
She needs to spend.
Why was she cleaning a barn wall when she should be with her kids, whose dad just passed away?
Well, her son just screamed how much he hates her, and I don't think her presence with them was doing them much good in the moment. So I kind of understood why she wanted to get a little space at that moment. He's smashing things and saying he hates her, so I think she needed to just give him a little breathing room and let Julie comfort him at that point. But we all grieve in different ways. She was just needing to do something with her energy, so she just attacked that barn wall with the paint that will never come off.
And she did a shitty job of it too.
Yeah, she did.
It was zeal. She almost got that K off.
Yeah. It looks like that paint is never coming off.
She doesn't paint over it. You just got to paint over it sometimes.
Yeah, that's what she needed to do. Find the where is the local Home Depot from there? Where did the man in white get that paint at?
Yeah, it's some impressive paint. Jackson says the man in yellow comes out after they pass a certain level or stage, so to speak. They're pretty much further than they've ever been. So if we see a massacre, I think it's going to be through Julie, and we will see what happens when you progress to the final and last stage in real time of the show. I tend to think that this is the furthest they've ever gotten as well. Like, I just get that vibe. Is the man in yellow? Emma Abdullah says, is the man in yellow Sophia trapped in Fromland as well? Probably. I would say probably, yes. I'm of the mind that the evil entity is trapped in there, like a supernatural prison for it. Maybe if they were to let everybody escape, would that entity escape too? That could be a bad thing. And MG, yeah, MG. I should mention that MG here in the chat is the one who came up with this idea that if you chop down the bottle faraway tree, that this will be Tabitha and Jade's last chance. That they won't have any more lives. The reincarnation cycle ends. So I think is an excellent theory. So yeah. But MG's theory diverts from mine in that he doesn't think that anybody else will be brought to town if they chop down the tree. Whereas I think they'll still be brought there. It'll just be the man in yellow side doing all the bringing people there at that point, not the boy in white anymore. Taito says, I don't think Donna is sus. I think the town would probably come after her if it succeeded in getting Boyd, I think. Let's see. I do think she's being shielded by some of the messed up stuff because the town is more focused on breaking Boyd and Kenny. Right. Hey, One Titans. It's not the furthest they've gotten. Victor's mom knew what to do, but got killed first. Well, I don't know. She was trying to go save the children, which is what Tabitha was trying to do in season 2. So I think they've gotten further past that point at this stage. You know, going into the tree to save the children is what Tabitha did at the end of season 2. So I think they've passed that. Do you think the man in yellow is the main villain of From? Yes, Benjamin. I've always believed that since he first emerged on the show. I think he's been the big bad, and that was just confirmed by an interview of all things. An interview with the Hollywood Reporter said that the creators of the show said that he is the big bad. So I wish they hadn't said that in an interview, but
Me too.
but they did. I have the link to that here somewhere.
Chop them down, chop them down, chop them
Let me
down,
see. Where's
chop
the
'em
link?
down. From the force itself comes the handle for the axe. Oh, sorry.
We got a concert here. So, oh, that's interesting, Scarlet. I didn't notice the puzzle Donna was cleaning up had no border or edge pieces, and that's what
Yep.
like what Jade said. Like putting a puzzle together without any of the good pieces, the edges.
Yep.
Nice.
It might have been the Camden puzzle too. Imagine her just throwing that out, like, well, we're never gonna go back there again. Trying to throw that puzzle out.
Yeah. No, I was just literally on that article today, and yet it's not in my history. It doesn't make any sense. I was looking at it earlier today, the Hollywood Reporter interview, and it's not here. I have it in my bookmarks, though. Let me get it. Let's see. So anyway, Kenny runs out. He grabs Sophia, and the monsters. Well, she's out there crying, and the monsters come around the corner. And okay, I found the interview. So if anybody wants to check that out, the Hollywood Reporter interview, where the creators talk about the show, is right there, and they mention that the man in yellow is the big bad in that interview. So the monsters start coming out, and they run inside, and then he's yelling at her, like she was like, I can't. She pretending that she's so distraught she can't go back in there because her supposed dad died. And he's like, I told you not to go outside. What did I tell you? When she says her dad died and pulls the grieving daughter act, and then God, she's a blubbering mess. Like she's so pathetic. And this is the man in yellow, the way the man in yellow sees human beings. This is why she's so insufferable, because this is how he sees people. He says people are such fragile things to future Julie in the season premiere. And then he acts like this as Sophia. This is his impression of human beings. Always whining and pathetic, pitiful. I gotta say, the acting is just spot on. The man in yellow is a fantastic actor.
Doug is doing a great job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who would have thought Doug had that kind of range playing a teenage girl too?
Yeah.
So yeah, she's crying yet again. Marielle goes to check on the pastor, and Kenny just says, just don't go outside again. She knows exactly what she's doing. She was just out there directing her monsters to gut Jim and hang him up by his feet. She's been busy. She's had a busy night. I don't know how
she don't like that. No.
I don't know how she managed to get that done and get back there without Kenny noticing the open door by now.
Maybe you should put him to sleep.
Maybe. Oh, and don't you love like the subtle shots of her face when nobody else can see, like her eyebrows? She looked up at Kenny, and then her face changed. Her eyebrows went down, and then there's that evil Sophia in there. There it is. I love that. Those little moments just for us when the other characters can't see. I'm surprised that they revealed she's a mole so early, but it does make for these fun moments. It's different. We're in a different position now because up until this point, we've been kind of in the same boat as the rest of the characters on the show, learning as they learn and, asking the same questions they're asking at any given time. But now we know a lot more than they do. We're in on stuff that they are not privy to. So we're in uncharted territory at this point. We get to see these little moments and, watch this little puppeteer, this puppet master make her puppets dance and see these knowing looks just for us. It's creepy. I gotta say, I kind of enjoy it. It's wicked. Guns N' Roses. What's up with Sophia and that ballerina? Yeah. Or should I say, what's up with Man in Yellow and that ballerina?
Best friends.
She gave it a knowing look. She gave it a look almost like kind of sad. Like, oh, I had high hopes for you taking everybody out. The ballerina music box entity. They defeated it in season 2. He smashed the music box. They defeated that entity. But the ballerina, the vision of the ballerina, that's one of her minions, I guess you could say. Basically tricked Boyd, guided Boyd into passing the worms to a monster, which unleashed the cicada entity on the town. So I think that's why she took a special interest in that ballerina. Hey, Greeky. Welcome. Hey, Paul Miss Shelby. Nice to see you. Smack the like. Thank you. I think it's just Julia's way of taking the piss out of Doug by portraying the Man in Yellow that way. I think so, yeah. You can see the same entity inside both of them. Same energy. Completely different, different gender, different age, but same entity, and you can see it. Oh, 1 like away from 100. We're almost there. That would be great to get to at least 100 likes with 111 in the chat. That's fantastic. 99. Thank you. Hey, Soul Taker. Welcome.
100.
And now we've got 100. Awesome. And he says, I would say, though, that I wouldn't join the Man in Yellow as the biggest bad just because they said he is the boogeyman. I think people got carried away with that and influence others. Yeah, I mean, I see. I think he said it because the boogeyman is usually the worst horror. They can change form. Because they can change form, right. Basically, the interviewer kind of tricked them into admitting it. The interviewer said something about the Man in Yellow being the big bad, and then they responded. They did not correct the interviewer, and they basically affirmed what the interviewer said and referred to the Man in Yellow as the boogeyman of Fromville. So take with that, take from that what you will. Look at the interview for yourself and judge for yourself. But it's the Hollywood Reporter interview. Yes, it's 100 now. Excellent. Very cool. That really does help. It really does help. It tells YouTube to show this to more people, brings more people to the channel. My main question is, where is Smiley? I want to see my boy. Me too, Taito. I'd like to see more Smiley.
I was so devoid of the Smiley. The void of back. I don't even know if Bacta's still alive.
Right. Where's
The void of the man in yellow, changing back in the man in yellow.
We all want to see Boyd's grandbaby.
yeah, where's grandbaby Smiley? Yes, Guns, it seems like the monsters didn't notice that Sophia was the man in yellow. I think they wouldn't be able to, like, they wouldn't just start bowing down in front of her or something. You know, it wouldn't be like in Stranger Things you had, what was his name? I forget now. The
Like
the
Vecna?
big bad of that show.
Like Vecna?
Vecna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Like the
had
spider entity or whatever the other thing was.
yeah, and you had the Demogorgons like literally bowing to Vecna, which was cheesy in the final season. It wasn't going to be like that. The monsters can't.
King of the monsters and Smiley and them all bow down.
Yeah, they can't tip her hand and give it away, so they'd have to play it cool. Taito says Man in Yellow is 100 the big bad, the main big bad. Even without the creator's confirmation, it wouldn't make sense to try and build up a new big bad after all this time, writing wise anyway. I agree. I just don't think it would make sense to try to build up another big bad even over this one. Not this late in the game. I really think this is better. I think it's better to just stick with this. I'm happy with this. I've always believed he was the big bad. So, you know, there may be other entities, but not above him, I don't think. Shoot now 105. Yeah, why not?
Technically at 106.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Thank you for hitting the like. Let's see. Ryam. Julie, hope you're doing good. Forgot your channel, so just spent an hour looking at it again. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Make sure to subscribe.
Yeah, please subscribe, and then you'll get videos recommended to you and stuff. So please hit the subscribe and hit the bell for notifications. We'll be doing these live streams twice a week on Mondays and Thursdays for From, and putting out new videos every week. At least one. This week I might do an episode breakdown and a short theory video. We'll see if I can get it. If I have time, if I can get it done. But we'll be doing that every week. Blazing One says, does the bright yellow bile inside of Smiley's corpse indicate he was aligned with the man in yellow somehow? Oh, probably. Yeah, that's a great point, actually. Yeah. You know, kind of foreshadowing the evil entity and his connection to yellow. Because I do believe the man in yellow, you would say, controls the monsters. The monsters are the tip of the spear, as Martin said. So, yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, I like that. Great connection. Okay, so moving forward from there, you have Boyd, this, you know, very ominous, darker Boyd, waiting like a goon for Elgin here. You know, Boyd stayed the night because the sheriff's station got the wall ripped into by the new car in town, and so, you know, here he is intimidating Elgin again. Elgin looks terrified of him. Boyd asks to speak to him alone, brings him in here, and
I was actually surprised he went in that room with them by themselves.
Yeah.
I would have brought another person with me. I'd be like, here, I'm going to bring another person in so you don't torture me more.
Yeah. Yeah, there's yeah, honestly, like, he didn't have to. If anything, he's too, like, passive. He's too agreeable with Boyd. Like, the way he sat down and let Boyd tie him up, you know, didn't even fight back. And he's a big guy. He didn't have to be that submissive. What? Oh, my nose. So he tells Elgin that this isn't just for him. This is for everyone here. He says, if people find out what happened, if people find out what you did, what we did, that's the kind of thing that could tear this place apart. And I can't let that happen. So if anybody asks, and they will ask, you're going to tell them that you lost your eye trying to help Fatima. So, he makes a good point that, this could be a mutually, mutually assured destruction for both of them if it gets out what both of them did, that there's an interest that they both have in keeping this quiet. Elgin kidnapped Fatima, and that's a crime. That's really messed up. And if this were the real world, he would get arrested for what he did. And Boyd smashed his hand with a hammer, and on Boyd's watch, Sarah took his eye out. It wasn't something Boyd directed her to do. He wasn't looking when Sarah went in and did it on her own, but it happened while Boyd wasn't paying attention, and Boyd brought Sarah there to talk to him, so he's partly responsible, you could say, and people will blame Boyd for that, and he knows it, so he's trying to keep Elgin quiet. And Boyd, he starts collecting the evidence here, including the haunted Polaroid camera, and puts it in the bag full of tools. And he says, so Elgin says, if I don't, and Boyd literally threatens him that if he'll tell everyone Elgin killed Tilly. And he's like, then I will put you in the box. Wow. I couldn't believe he actually went there. Like, not only will he falsely accuse Elgin of murder, but of murdering the person whose actual murder he's covering up. But then he'll put him in the box. He said he'd never put anyone in the box again. That's really dark.
More of a monster. Maybe Acosta's right.
Acosta had some points, some legitimate points.
And what do you think that somebody's going to find those tools that he just casually kicked underneath that bed?
Right. He just kicks the tools under the bed here. That wasn't too bright, honestly. He really should just get them out of there. I don't know why he did that. I think this is Donna's room, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I think it's Donna's room that they're in. No, maybe it's not, though. Donna and Boyd went in there to talk toward the beginning of season 3. It was like around episode, I forget which episode it was, maybe the 4th one, where Donna just started sobbing, saying she's so scared. So I don't know if this is actually her room or if they just went in there to talk, but he just kicks the tools under the bed. And Elgin, so he's literally he's sweeping his secrets, not instead of under the carpet, under the bed. Under the bed. And Elgin says they're gonna find out one way or another. The truth always comes out. I think he's right. He's right. Even with his one eye now, he can see that better than Boyd. It's gonna come out in time, and Boyd is gonna make more trouble for himself, because the cover-up can be worse than the crime. And Boyd says, if I were you, I would make sure it doesn't. Ominous. It's really unsettling. Sounds like he's threatening him. Definitely sounds like a threat. So he's turning into a figurative monster. He's breaking. This is what it means to break a person. It's not just an emotional or a mental breakdown. In season 3, Ghost Khatri underlined what it means to break a person by this place. It's the breakdown of their moral character, their judgment. He said that if he tortures Elgin, if he does what he was planning on doing at the time, then this place will have won, and this place will break him. So that's what it means. We've heard that phrase for a while in the show. And that's what they're trying to tell us with lines like that. So,
by the way, sorry,
yeah.
I thought there was a break there. It is Donna's room, because I see the picture of I'm looking at my TV and I see the picture of her and her sister on the vanity.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought it was there. So
sorry.
So yeah, he's breaking, and more over time. As much as I don't care for Acosta. She made some points that I think were accurate, and as this scene was very comical because she slept in the diner, and she wakes up to good morning playing on the jukebox. That was comical. Blaring really loud, waking her up. Just messing with her again. First sending the clowns played, and then it was good morning. Um now
Yeah,
was that
but then that song also has they tried to save his life, call his wife, or they couldn't save his life, something like that. It's a Beatles song.
There's some lyrics in there that are exactly what Scarlett just said. It says something
Yeah,
about
to
this
contact,
town and
find the
save
boy.
life and
Yeah. Yeah, it says nothing to do to save his life, call his wife in. Nothing to say but what a day. How's your boy been? Nothing to do. It's up to you. I've got nothing to say, but it's okay. Good morning. So it's fitting in the in the episode where Jim's body is found and his wife sees his body. It's definitely fitting for this song choice. What a day has your boy been? Well, not so good. Jim is not so good. Uh, yeah, excellent song choice. Definitely think in this case it's the evil entity controlling the jukebox, messing with her and playing a song that's really apropos. Um, and and then it also shows the Matthews. They all slept on the couch, as Jim had not come home that night, so they're sleeping in the living room. And then you see Boyd in what I like to call the monster mirror, looking at himself, reflecting literally and figuratively on what he's becoming because of this place. This is a trope that they have now been doing since season 1. They show people, and in one case, a monster, standing in this particular gold mirror looking at themselves when they're becoming a monster. They're changing because of this place. Jasmine Monster looked in it after she killed Kevin, and she almost looked momentarily sad, like there was some vestige of humanity in there somewhere that was looking and reflecting on the fact that she used to be a human being, and look what this place has turned her into, being forced to be this monster who has to kill people, because I don't think the monsters have any control over what they're doing. And then later Fatima looked in the same mirror in season 3 when she was carrying the smiley baby, I guess, and that entity made her kill Tilly, so it was turning her into a monster. Elgin looked in this mirror when he was kidnapping Fatima, so this place turning him into a monster as well. And now Boyd is the latest one, looking in the monster mirror and looking at what he's becoming because of this place. Like Acosta said in the first episode, she said, I don't know what you were before, but it's what you are now. You're a fucking monster. He wasn't always this violent. He wasn't always this dark. And I say that saying, even though I love Boyd, he's a great character. He's a good person. He's a hero, but he's become a darker, more violent person because of this place and the trauma it's inflicted on him. So I say that not with judgment. Fatima and Elgin, they were also victims as this place was turning them into monsters, and things that they did because of this place, when they looked in this mirror. They've never had Sarah look in this mirror, and interestingly, it would have been fitting if they did. But it's a trope that they continue to use, and I really like that, the theme that they're using here, the ongoing theme, because that's what it means to break someone, and it brings everything full circle, where you break someone's moral character down and turn them into figurative monsters, much like the people who were turned into literal monsters in the origin story. So that's what the evil entity wants to do. It wants to turn good, helpful people into monsters, to figurative monsters. It's not making new ones, but it's turning good people figuratively into monsters, corrupting them, breaking them, through trauma and causing them to act in ways they never would have acted before. And, we only got a brief glimpse into what Boyd was like before when he first got to town, but it was enough to give us some insight. Abby was the one with the gun in the car, and she grabbed for it when Khatri stopped them in the street, not him. And she's the one who held on to it when they were in the hole underground all night. So she was the one who was more gun happy, trigger happy. And now Boyd's the trigger happy one. He also said that Abby was the tough one in the family back then in that flashback. And he's changed a lot since then, just from that little bit that we've seen. And Acosta gave us a little hint that maybe he wasn't always like this. I don't know what you were like before, but this is what you are now. And she said, all of you people are fucking monsters. That's what this place wants to do to varying degrees. It wants to turn everyone into figurative monsters. It changes people. So he goes outside and he looks down the street, and what does he see but a bloody bag hanging from the motel sign. It was a lot gorier than I expected. In the brief shot we saw in the trailer, it wasn't like completely soaked, and you weren't able to see as much of it, but it's dripping blood. When he goes up to it, he runs down the hill, and it is absolutely dripping blood. Nasty. Really, really nasty stuff. And, it was bigger too. It was bigger than I expected it would be. It's, it looked like it was only going to be big enough to hold an animal and that it couldn't have been Jim. But now looking at it, I can see why they thought that Jim was going to be in that bag. I can totally see that. Let me just go over to the chat for a minute, though, before we go on. Hey, Delilah. Nice to see you. Acosta needs a wake-up call. I absolutely agree. She does. She's still a new person in town, really. She's only been there a very short time. Hey, Rick Costa. Long time no see. Remember, in episode 1, Boyd said a man protects his family, and Fatima is now his family. That's right. Absolutely. So he will do anything to protect his family. Absolutely. You're right. So, I mean, I'm not, cutting him down when I say that he's turning more into a monster because of this place, but it's because of the trauma he's been through. He'll do anything to protect Fatima, even though she killed somebody, and, including threaten Elgin and torture him. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, Bella, I also hope that Doug has more screen time, and I think that he will through story walking. We'll get to see more of Doug, I'm sure. Let's see. Loved seeing Boyd be so cold toward Elgin. He's Breaking Bad. Yeah, he sure is. Bella says, turn on all notifications. I subbed last year and just realized my notifications weren't on all. It helps you not miss your fave YouTube channels. Thank you so much for doing that. And thank you for advising other people to do it too. Very much appreciated. Please turn on all notifications, and that way you know when I go live and when I put out any new content, any videos. Thank you so much. Let's see. I also miss Jade, but he doesn't really have as much screen time as he used to. I agree, Greeky. So we don't get enough Jade, if you ask me. Guns N' Roses says, let's say Elgin explains to people how he got his eye taken out by helping Fatima. Won't those people go to Fatima and confirm that story? Yeah, you would think so. So Boyd's going to have to get Fatima in on that. Absolutely.
Oh, I was going to say, what evil plans we weave when we first start to deceive.
Right.
Now there's just more and more lies.
Yeah. Changing my name, be right back. Says I'd trade my left eye for a can of peaches. Yes.
Well, I'm sure Sarah could do that for you.
Yeah. Torture is a crime too. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Boyd injured his hand. That's right. Boyd, if Boyd acted like that to me, I'd tell him to go fuck himself. Yeah, I thought the way he treated Elgin was pretty messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Daryl says people were like, why is Elgin acting like that? Boyd was acting cold as ice towards him. Of course, Elgin wasn't going to be nice to Boyd. I agree. I'm with you,
Mhm.
Daryl. I absolutely agree.
He almost like flinched every time that Boyd like moved towards him.
Yeah, he was trying to intimidate him. So, so Martin thinks the monsters did notice it was Man in Yellow. They were waiting on Kenny to step outside. If they don't know, then who told them to do the goat and Jim setup? Kimono? Yeah, they definitely know. They know Sophia's the Man in Yellow entity. Absolutely, they have to. So, yeah, they didn't come around the corner until Kenny came outside. That's a good point, Martin. So let's see. Anything else before we go on? Jen said, I want Elgin's other eye. If he had messed with it, it would not have been pretty. What? You want his other eye?
Yeah.
Boyd hurt his hand slapping the dude in the first episode. Yeah, Soul Taker. Probably did. Elgin shouldn't have said, and what if I don't? Excuse me, Elgin. Boyd just said the news will tear the town apart. Well, I think, Martin, I think it's kind of a reasonable a question to ask when it sounds like Boyd, Boyd is being really threatening toward him. So, I don't really blame him for having that reaction after what Boyd did to him. I am the Dawn says, I think Fatima's story will end bad. I think once she gave birth to Smiley and the lady took the baby, she was included in the sacrifice. I think at the very least, she's going to be so broken that she'll never recover from this. And she's a broken person for sure. Taito says, I think Boyd is doing his best. I put him up there with Rick Grimes in The Walking Dead. Did Rick have to be a monster sometimes? Yes, but it was only to protect his people. Yeah, I can see that. He's doing his best with a terrible situation, but he's been doing some messed up things lately. Mike Light says, what interview are you guys talking about where they said Man in Yellow was the main villain? I'll put it in the chat again. Let's see. It's right here. It's this interview with the Hollywood Reporter. It's in there. It's a kind of lengthy one, but it doesn't take long to get through to that part, in the interview. Okay. So Susie says Boyd should go back to the ruins because he can story walk too. He did when he was sent to the ruins. Yeah, I wonder if he could ever do that again. If he were to do that, what would happen? Delilah says Boyd protected Sarah too. I think he knows From plays a role in their bad deeds. Yeah, he said that he's seen this place turn, make good people do bad things. And that's what he told Sarah because it made his wife Abby do something terrible, and Abby was a good person. Tam says Boyd is an angel. I don't know if I'd go that far, but he's a good person. Elgin is a clown. Tell us how you really feel, Michelle. Sarah is bae. Oh man. Yeah. you're gonna have to fight Daryl for her because that's Daryl's girl. Elgin may still think the angel is real. The camera was still in the room with him. Yeah, he's still been holding on to hope, Delilah. In the first episode, he said maybe things will still work out. Maybe we're going to get to go home now because the baby was born.
Mhm.
You know, um, Elgin deserves to ask nothing. As a matter of fact, the absolute absurdity of him still being in Colony House. Nope, should be banished. Wow, Annie. Cold. It's cold. Hey, welcome, Power Sports. Sophia is going to transform into many people. Oh, I think there's going to be more transformations. Hmm.
He could have lived in the bus. Isn't the bus open?
Yeah, he could go be banished to the bus next. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think Sophia is going to be around for a while. Uh, the actress was announced as a series regular, Julia Doyle. So I think we're going to see a lot of Sophia, but you never know. You never know. Could turn into other people. There's always season 5 too. Jackson Rain said the kimono lady drowned and died in 1506. So I'm telling everything started in 1506. Well, that was in the dream. That was one of the dates in the dream, the earliest date. So Michelle says Elgin is not accepted that he was totally played by the kimono woman. He is Delulu. At least Sarah accepted fairly immediately that she had been duped by the voices. True that. Yeah, that is true. So Sarah is bae. I need a woman that can handle business. Wow, a lot of people have it bad for Sarah. Lots of people in this fandom. It's funny. Even Jasmine said it in season 1. They're all monsters. Then they reincarnate to start the mission, fail, and rinse and repeat. It's all the same people. It's a cool theory, Jackson. Hey, welcome, Nessie. I hope we get to see more of the town's past, this season. I think we will, through Julie's story walking. I think we will definitely. I've been predicting that all along, that we're going to see more of the town's past through Julie's story walking. They have a perfect vehicle to do it. We'll see the massacre, I'm sure. I've believed that since day one, when they revealed her story walking, that she was going to story walk back to the time of the massacre. And I put that as one of my predictions for season 4, that she would story walk back to the 70s, meet young Victor, and save Eloise. So I don't know if all of that will be right, but at the very least, she will definitely go back there. I was banking on that. Right before season 4 came out, I put out that is as part of my video full of all my predictions for season 4. And that's linked in the description of this video, if anyone hasn't seen that. It's a deep dive to all my predictions. Mackie says, hey, Mackie, if Elgin does something like that again, he should go in the box, but damn, the eye thing is probably enough. Yes, I think Elgin has suffered enough. That's about enough. He's good now. I mean, like, he lost an eye, for God's sake. That's brutal. Welcome, Dice. Elgin kidnapped someone to try to help Sarah off. Sarah offed someone. She definitely did that. Yeah. Sarah murdered people, yes, and his punishment needs to be worse than theirs. I don't know about all that. I have to agree with that point. Yes. You know, murder is worse than what Elgin did. Yeah, we definitely need more of Doug. I want Doug. Yeah, hopefully we get more Doug. Like Jen wants more. I know we all feel that way. MG says was looking stuff up and now wonder if the sacrifice happened around 1609, which was right around the starving time in the colonies. Long drought and harsh winters might have been a vulnerable time for folks to make a deal for survival. Yeah, could be something. Man, there could be more to the story. Carl said, "You don't put your cock in crazy, guys. Come on, Sarah, it's not worth it." Good. Finally, we've got a guy who's talking some sense there. No, hey, you do you. If you guys want to go for Sarah, hey, just best sleep with one eye open. I always say.
If you do have one eye left.
If you have an eye left.
You could have double patches on those eyes.
Yeah. So so anyway, let's move on. We got a bunch more to get through. So they find the bag, and this is a really diabolical bait and switch that that Sophia pulled, that the evil entity pulled, knowing that they would be looking for Jim, and assume that it's Jim in the bag. Tabitha comes running out, and of course everybody thinks Jim must be in there, and it's big enough for a person to be in there. Ethan comes running out and starts, bolting over there, and Boyd runs and stops him, and Ethan's like, "What's in the bag?" It's like the new "What's in the box" from Seven. What's in the box? What's in the fucking box?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, it's not him, right? It's not him. We're gonna find him. We're gonna find him, right? It was heartbreaking. And Tabitha tells Julie, "I need you to be brave," and she sends Ethan with Julie. She's like, she needs Julie to step up once again, and be like a parent figure to Ethan. So she takes him to the barn, and this is an amazing chess move by the evil entity. I have to
Sinister.
say, yes, because
Move.
they know, the evil entity knows what they do when they want to cheer Ethan up and distract him. What do? They take him to the barn to see his favorite goat. So that's, as usual, the evil entity is a few moves ahead, just like Boyd said in the first episode. It's always a few moves ahead. It knew they would think that this is Jim in the bag, and that they would send Ethan to the barn to distract him. So it put Jim's body in the barn for maximum trauma, to force Ethan and Julie to have to see their dad like that. Wow, that is a diabolical move right there. This operates like a game of chess, I think. The man in yellow and the boy in white, I think, are using the people like chess pieces. And what do you do when you play chess? You have to think a few moves ahead. And that's what this was. That's what this was doing. A few moves ahead. And it's like, and it's a game that the entity is very much enjoying, dragging out their suffering. And it wasn't enough to kill Jim, but he had to make it extra cruel, or I should say. It's not even a he or a she. It's a she now in the form of Sophia, but it's really an it. And yeah, it likes to drag out suffering and make it even worse for them, turn it into like a ghoulish game of hide and seek. Nasty scavenger hunt. So they get the bag down, and for some reason Tabitha insists on being the one to open the bag. I don't know why.
I was like, oh, just let somebody else open it and just shake your head yes or no if he's in there.
Yeah.
Don't traumatize yourself.
If that were me, I would not want to be the one to open it. I don't understand that. Like, it's bad enough if he's in there. Do you have to be the one to have to see him like that? I don't get that, but that's me. So, we were thinking, based on the color of the fur in the promo photo that came out, there was a promo photo that had a bag with brown and black fur on it. So we thought, well, it looks like the dog. It looks like one of the Boy and White's dogs. Now, I've always thought that the Boy and White's dogs are an entity unto themselves, because it looks like the same dog in 1978 versus the present time. But then again, dogs that are purebreds often look the same, so doesn't mean it's the same dog. So then we were thinking it's a dog. It's like a real dog that the Boy in White takes from different timelines. Different, whenever he needs dogs, he uses different dogs. That's how it could have been a dog in this bag. but I have to say this makes more sense. I'm glad it wasn't one of the dogs. I'm sorry it was any innocent animal. That sucks. A lot of people were glad it was a goat instead of the dog,
I
but
was not. I was saddened.
it was sad that it was a goat too. It was this cute goat too. It was a really cute goat.
Mm-hmm.
Poor goat. I'm gonna go buy that image quickly so we don't have to really look at it.
It's just horns and bits.
Yeah. And it's not Alma. A lot of people thought it was Alma, but Alma is black and white. And I'll point out Alma in a minute. Alma is black and white. Alma's alive. It's a different goat. It's a random goat. So Ethan's favorite goat is still alive. So poor Ethan and Julie have to see their dad in this horrible state. It's just terrible. I felt so bad for his kids. And their reactions, like, they were just in shock at first. And then Julie lets out the most blood-curdling scream. She's really good at screaming on camera, I have to say. Hannah's a really good screamer.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
Another epic scream by Hannah Jeremy. So they all hear it. They go running. So that picture where they were all just looking to the side, it was them standing there in a row, Tabitha, Boyd, and Jade, and the bag is on the ground. And then there was some fur. That's the image we were all analyzing and obsessing over last month or so. So they run over there. The poor kids, traumatized even more than they already were. And trauma can make a person less effective. And I think Ethan is essential to helping the adults through their quest. So this is a bad thing if the trauma is going to make Ethan less effective on the quest at this point. So I've got to be careful how I show this because I do have some gory stills in here. Tabitha, this actress does a great job with her scenes too. The wail that she lets out and dropping down on the ground and just screaming, no, why did they do that? That's the one leg thing that they have in the tarot card. The Hanged Man card has one leg that he's hanging by, right? So I'll go by that quickly. Yeah, it's too gory for YouTube. But yeah. It's too bad. Like I need like a blurred version that I'll refer to like later. But for now, I just have to go buy it fast.
You should do what Cyber Queen Media does, like with Elgin's eye. Just put like a googly eye graphic over his eye.
Oh yeah.
Then they put like those glasses that have a mustache on it over his eyes. So they're gonna go.
Yeah. Yeah, that would work. So here's Alma. I'm pretty sure this is Alma, the goat. So Ethan's goat is still alive. They showed her a few other times and she was this color. So yeah, at least Alma still lives. And I have to say, I should have put this together that Jim's body would definitely be in the barn with that threatening message at the same time. Knowledge comes at a cost, and it would all happen at once. But the trailer kind of had me mixed up. It made it look like they're going to find this message first. But it totally makes sense. It's like a killer in a horror movie putting a threatening message up with displayed with a dead body. It's to scare people. It's terrorism. This is the use of terrorism to threaten people out of digging any deeper and looking for answers. Knowledge comes at a cost. It makes total sense that the man in yellow entity would do this because, it needs to make sure that the message is delivered that Jim died specifically because of that it wasn't random. He didn't just get delayed and get killed by the monsters.
Yeah.
This was a direct consequence of Tabitha and Jade digging for knowledge, finding out about their origins. And the evil entity doesn't want them finding out anything else, because the more they learn, the more likely it is that they're going to figure out the way out of this place. And so that means that there's more for them to dig up, that they haven't remembered everything. And there's other information out there that they need to uncover. And he's trying to scare them out of doing it. This is a threat. Don't dig any deeper. So, and it's, and it's a very effective threat. It's a very effective, disturbing threat. Knowledge comes at a cost, forbidden knowledge. They partook of the forbidden fruit, a biblical reference, and now they have to pay. And so, and I think it's because the evil entity feels threatened. It knows they're getting too close to figuring things out. It knows that there is a possibility that it can be defeated. If all of this is futile and there is no escape, then it wouldn't feel the need to threaten them like that. It wouldn't feel the need to put that warning up and make it clear why Jim was killed. So there's definitely a way out if they keep digging. If anything, this tells them they're on the right track. They just have to be brave enough to keep going and not to let this stop them, not to be scared into submission, which is going to be a tall order for Tabitha, because she's got kids to worry about. As she does point out to Jade, he doesn't have anything to lose. She has her kids to protect. So is it worth taking the risk? Is it worth doing that to give them a chance at a future outside of this horrible place? That's what she's going to have to ask herself. They could make nice and play by the rules, go in before sundown every day and just hope for the best. And I don't think it'll ever be the way it was, though, before they started digging for answers. It was like a kind of a twisted paradise. It was endless summer. The weather never got cold. And there was endless bounty in terms of the land producing crops for them. Now the soil it's still poisoned in their area. They have to go way out into the woods to get crops still. They don't have crops easily available to them. The Garden of Eden time that they lived in is gone. Sometimes my brain kind of freezes due to the pain that I'm in. I hate when that happens. I feel like it takes me longer to articulate my points. Scarlet, I'm just going to mute myself for a minute while I change rooms. I'll be right back.
Poor goat is dead, stuffed into a sack. We're not getting that dead goat back. But I know you can't make pancakes, but could you make us some goat curry? Some delicious goat curry, so we cannot worry for a while about death. Poor goat in a sack. Poor goat isn't coming back. Sack dripping blood on the dirt. Makes me sad. That poor goat in a sack. Poor goat ain't coming back. He can't bear no more. Alma is losing friends. I hope she isn't last. Poor goat in a sack. Makes me want to sing the blues. Then Jim is hanging out. Jim's hanging out of the barn. Jim, he's not looking good. He's been up kind of like a 4, kind of like a hangman, kind of seen it before. 12 above his head. Yeah, that Jim's pretty dead. And knowledge comes at a cost. And it's from the big boss. And he has some ribs hanging out. And we can't have Jim's ribs with a goat curry. Becca can't be working at the diner to make some food. I don't know where she's at. Can somebody tell me where she's at? Because Acosta's just laying down uncomfortably in a booth. Jukebox plays some horrible song to get her up and to make her all feisty. So she's gonna grab the keys and she's gonna go on a joyride. Gonna go on a joyride in an ambulance. Gonna go down the road. Gonna try to find the place. Trying to get out of From. She's gonna drive right on the highway. And here comes Christy. And she's like, I might as well go with you and explain why you can't go around and around in the circles. Though I don't know why Acosta, I don't know why she just didn't park the ambulance and turn around.
Yeah. Hey, I'm back. So, did I interrupt your song?
No, that's okay. I was trying to come up with something in the morning, the goat in the sack. Like in
Okay.
a blues sort of way.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. Hey.
Yeah, good. I was just getting in my Acosta, got in the ambulance, was driving around the town.
Yeah. Oh. Hey, Shady Slim. Is this Jolie from the show? You meant to say Julie? Yeah. No, not Julie from the show. Different Julie. Different Julie. Let's see. So Debbie says when a cast showed up at the diner, I was like, "Oh shit, no! What was she gonna make potato salad with raisins in it?" Let's see. So let me scroll up a little bit. Taito says maybe it's just that we've known about Jim's death for a year and Tabitha is only just now finding it out. I'm impatient and want the story to move on, but she's got to take time to be sad. Right? That's a good point. You know, we're kind of over it at this point. For us, Jim died a long time ago, and now we have to, you know, wait while these characters grieve him. Anon says someone suggested that Victor will figure Sophia out, but won't turn her in because she will threaten Henry. I think it's an interesting theory. I can't remember who suggested it. Yeah, I that's an interesting point. You know, I do think that Victor is going to start remembering that the man in yellow infiltrated his town when he was a kid, and so he'll realize Sophia is now doing the same thing. But I don't think Victor would do that. I don't know. Victor doesn't want to lose his dad, so I just can't imagine him keeping that to himself and letting her hurt people. You know, that would be crazy, really dark. Hey, Mitchy Mitch. Hi, I wonder what happens when you tell a monster to Ankui. Yeah, I wonder. You know, I've heard interesting theories about that, about whether the monsters need to remember something, and that could be key. Maybe they need to remember that they were the parents of those kids, and that would somehow unlock a way to break the curse. I've heard that as a theory. Not my idea. Hey, Amanda, the writing is literally on the wall. Yes, it is. It is literally on the wall. And oh, man, what a scene. Amazing scene. MG, yes, she wasn't trying to hear about needing to take care of her kids. Indeed. Jade said what we were all, he was all of us in that moment when he said, you need to focus on your children now. Thank you. Yes, she does need to focus on her children now. She should have done that a long time ago, if you ask me. Should have focused on her children a lot more. Susie said, don't you all see it's even more messed up that Alma still lives because of what Ethan said in season 3? What did he say? About, yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. Which thing?
He wanted Alma to die first so she wouldn't have to see her friends die.
Oh, right. I understand. Yeah, it's a great point, Susie. Hey, Football 24. In episode 2, Tabitha's acting was a weak spot. I thought she did a good job. I don't know. I liked it.
She's an Oscar
nominee. Yeah, I thought she was good. I didn't know she was nominated. That's cool.
Yeah, she's one of the youngest Oscar nominees for Maria Full of Grace. I think she got nominated when she was like 15, 16.
Right. Yeah, she's a good actress. Hey, AlphaFold, R.I.P. Alma. Well, I don't think it's Alma. I think Alma's safe. Alma's black and white, and Alma seems like Alma is right here to the right. So I think Alma is okay. Mrs. No wants to see Jim's body, right? Mrs. No wanted to be the one to open up the bag and see Jim's body. Not a good idea. I know what Tabitha's going through, but saying Jade that it should have been you was super pathetic, dumb, and not humane. I agree, Football 24. Yes. That was fucked up. Saying it should have been you. Jade did not deserve that. Jade is guilty of a lot of things, but he didn't deserve that.
Yeah. After our lives, when we were saying that, like, Tabby was totally fangirling on Jade. You know,
yeah.
She's so into Jade and what they were doing, and then she turns it like back at him.
Yeah.
So,
that was weird.
Yeah.
It seemed like people were shipping them, saying they're going to be dating soon. They're you know, they've got a love connection. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
No.
Tabby needs to get her priorities in order. Agree, Michelle. Tabitha needs a nap. It was a twisted scavenger hunt too. Dead goat in the bag, so they'd go looking for the goats to see if any others were killed, and then find Jim. Yeah, MG. I think it was literally that the evil entity expected them to send Ethan to the barn away from that bag over there, and then find Jim. You know, that they're always saying, hey, you know, take Ethan to the barn to see the animals. You know, it's always something they do to cheer Ethan up or distract him. I think that was the play. That was it right there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was intentional for Ethan to have to see his dad like that. Martin said the timing of Karl to say cock when I was looking for the emoji. That's funny, Martin. I didn't see that earlier. That's funny. Hey, welcome, Coexist. I don't agree with what Elgin did, but what was the plan for Fatima murdering people because of Demon Baby? Yeah, I mean, what exactly were they going to do with her? It's a good point. You know, she did murder somebody. He didn't know that, though. Martin said Acosta driving past Ethan, even when Christy said he's a child who just lost his father, pull over, is why she should be locked up. Can some of the Fromly think with their heads and not their cocks, please? Oh, that's why you needed the cock emoji. Nice. Tam said Elgin feels worse because of the circumstances around the monster being reborn. It isn't worse than Sarah killing, causing deaths, but it feels worse, or at least distinctly infuriating because of that. Right. That's true. Very true. Okay. I just scrolled up a little bit for a few of those older comments. Look closely at Victor when Sophia showed up. He's confused and seems to be counting on his fingers. Really, Debbie? Interesting. I'll have to take another look at that scene. Yeah, I worry for Victor this season. Amanda says Tabitha should take time to mourn, but washing the barn instead of being with her kids. My heart goes out to Julie. She always gets the short end. Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very true. Yeah, I never get to hear Scarlett's songs because I'm always like out of the room and I missed most of it. Scarlett was singing a very nice song. Oh, I missed it again.
It was from
I
my
need
soul.
to rewind. I need to make a note of the timestamps and go back and listen after.
I do, but I thought it'd be annoying to keep putting them in the comments. Like, this is where the magic happens.
Right.
So, of course.
Right. Amanda says, is Ghost Jim the only ghost who has physically touched someone? Did Katri touch something on Boyd's desk? Yes. Katri held a chess piece. Ghost Jim seemed confused, looking around. Wasn't that cryptic, suggesting where to go? Yes, that was extremely cryptic. I've got my eye on him. I'm looking forward to him popping up again. I'm going to be watching him very closely. Hey, Amy, Pixievine TV. Nice to see you. Noticed Donna was throwing away puzzle pieces. Yeah, that was interesting, huh? She was picking them up off the floor, and Scarlett noticed there were no edge pieces. So, reference to what Jade said about how this whole thing's a puzzle and they don't even have any of the good pieces. Mackie said Jade did not say what we were all thinking. Tabby said what I was thinking for sure, literally word for word at times. Well, a lot of us have been saying, she should be focusing more on her kids. That's what Jade said. You got to focus on your children now. Right, you got your team Tabitha then, huh? But why? I mean, Jade didn't deserve all of that, though. The town will fuck up and fast soon. Oh, yeah. MG says, I think it was also partly putting pressure on the food supply, and they'd have to go make sure he didn't kill the rest of the goats' livestock. Thus, would have to check the rest of the barn. Right. Oh, yeah. And they could wind up needing the goats for food again. You never know. Carl says Jim was taking instructions from the Ankui kids. Maybe so. Yeah, maybe he was like listening to other entities talking to him, like Carl was saying when we were discussing it. So, I keep accidentally showing the gory stuff that I didn't intend to show. So let's move on to the next scene. We've got Sophia praying with this creepy, sinister smile on her face over the dead body of the pastor she murdered. God, I just love this creepy stuff that they do. Look at this smirk on her face.
Oh, yeah.
For our eyes only. The stuff they show us when no one else is looking. I am enjoying this dark humor that they're throwing in, because this is the first time we've been privy to information that the characters are not. We know this big secret, and they don't. So sitting there, God, this is just beyond evil. This entity takes such sadistic glee from killing and torturing these people. It's so sick.
Just can't hold back.
Yeah. Because her back is to Kenny, so he can't see her face. She just looks like an innocent little church girl praying over her father's dead body. Smirking. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but you play the clip because I'm playing on my TV. Her face is actually just twitching, almost with like glee.
Oh my God.
Like she can't. She's like, oh, now I gotta cry. This is so great.
It's warped, isn't it?
It's warped.
God. So then she was like, oh yeah, it's time to cry. So she turns on the waterworks again and crosses herself. So I wonder if she doesn't just burst into flames when she does that. And then Kenny comes and covers up the body. So that was her last goodbye to dear old fake dad. And she puts on I love the innocent face she puts on, and her like sweet little church girl posture, the way she clasps her hands, just everything about her. It's just so put on. It's so laying it on thick. And wiping the tears from her eyes. It's almost too much, hamming it up like this. She asks Kenny what happens next, and he says that he'll tell Boyd to arrange for the burial. And she says Boyd seems kind, and Kenny says he's kind of the thing that holds this place together. So, yeah, it's unfortunate that Boyd is the thing that holds this place together, because he's falling apart at this point. In episode 1, he was really just falling apart into a million pieces. So that doesn't bode well for how things are going to go in this place now. Incidentally, once again, primary colors in every scene, red, yellow, and blue. We always have these colors popping up in the set design. And it's always this same kind of mustard yellow color. That shade is everywhere. Once you notice it, you can't unsee it. The red and the blue. And I think it's because red, yellow, and blue are their primary colors of the rainbow. You put them together and you get the entire rainbow, red, yellow, and blue. And they're lost. So it's symbolic, because in Ethan's book, the FROMacademy is lost in the rainbow sky. So I think this is symbolism. Tabitha is symbolized as the FROMacademy, and she's lost in the rainbow sky. Now, instead of having rainbow colored things everywhere, which would just be cheesy, it would be, way too on the nose. I think that's why instead they put these 3 primary colors everywhere. Maybe put them together, you would get the rainbow, and she's lost in the rainbow sky. Fromville is the rainbow sky, trying to find her way home. Now, each of the colors individually may symbolize something too, but together, I think that's why they're always there and they're always together. Even the curtains in their house that they lived in were red, yellow, and blue. Pale pastel versions of red, yellow, and blue in the original Matthews house. So Sophia's glasses are broken, so Kenny plans on bringing her to the diner to get more glasses. As if that's going to work. You can't just put on any prescription of glasses and they somehow allow you to see properly.
I put in my notes, Sarah and Kenny do not know how glasses work.
No, they don't.
I mean, they're never wearing glasses, but you can't just put on whatever and it's good.
No, it's not going to work.
I thought they should have had a scene where Sophia puts on the glasses she likes and then she just runs into a wall because the prescription's that hot.
Yeah.
Anything.
Taste the rainbow, motherfucker. Liked stream. Thank you, Quan. Appreciate that. I enjoy her overacting. Yeah, it's very campy. I enjoy it too. I think it's intentional. I think the actress is doing that on purpose. Michelle says, I'm hoping Kenny will clock her foolishness. I mean, really, your dad is unresponsive, and instead of waking up the nurse or doctor, you go outside and leave the door open. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, good point. It is a little bit over the top and weird. She just runs outside. Yeah. Debbie says, Julie, I even said that about Sophia and then realized it's because we don't know what Lord she's praying to. You also say it's when she doesn't burst into flame or get hit by lightning. But yeah, we don't know what Lord. Maybe she's praying to Satan. Let's see. Before I go on here. What is Amy writing that's was a quote from something? I'm trying to follow what you guys were saying in the chat here, but I'm reading backwards. Let's see. Hold on. Mackie said Jade doesn't care about shit but getting back to his money. I don't know. I don't think that's fair, Mackie. He cares about everybody else. He wants them to get home. He cares about Tabitha and the kids. Hey, Samuel. Jade might deserve some shade. We don't know what he did in his past lives yet. Yeah, I think we're in for some dark revelations when that comes out. I think he probably sacrificed kids in his past lives in town. That's what I think. So, in his past lives, I think he did some really messed up things. I think he snapped. Jade's saying you need to look after your kids because he was just asking to be yelled at. Yeah, I guess, Daryl. Soul Taker also thinks Jim is with the Ankui kids. And Jackson says there's 2 books by Lovecraft called what is called The Spider of Lang, which is a giant spider that comes down during a flood. Then there's a story called The Dreams in the Witch House.
Oh yeah.
Which is a story about child sacrifice and a witch that lives in a place that looks like Colony House.
With
fascinating.
Rat Jenkins, which it's a rat in the story that has a human head, human face.
Yeah.
Good time. There was a Master of the Horror. Somebody did Dreams in a Witch House for the Master of Horror series. Did pretty good.
Right. Oh. So Jackson thinks that it's got to be someone that has to be important to the audience. So that Donna is a witch. Oh, okay. I got a sticker in my foot. What? A sticker?
Inside your foot?
In your foot? How does that work? So many Sophia in yellow, so many red flags when her daddies instead of getting the medical personnel, she runs outside. Yeah, the next day she is happily ready to go shopping with Kenny until Kenny pawns her off. Yes, Amanda. So many red flags indeed. She's super sus and nobody is clocking it. Let's see. Don't worry about it, Jackson. I can understand what you're typing. Don't worry about any little errors here and there. You can't have rainbows unless you're in a dome. Oh, okay. One of the conspiracy theories. Let's see. Hence the snow globe in Victor's pictures. Martin says, I'm waiting for Sophia to make that sound when you hold back a laugh. It's through the nose. In a serious moment, then she just plays it off like she has to cough or something. Like at the funeral, maybe. Oh, God. Yeah, just wait. She's not going to be able to contain herself. She's going to want to bust out laughing at the funeral. Quan said, imagine Kenny losing his virginity to the man in yellow. Doug is going to turn Kenny out.
Yeah, they're in the bed next morning, and it's just Doug, smoking a cigarette.
Right.
You were great last night.
He turns back into Doug. She turns into Doug. Oh, my God. Poor Kenny couldn't catch a break.
Yeah.
Amanda says, why doesn't Sophia in yellow touch the ballerina in the back room? Yeah, she reaches out and then she stops. She looks fascinated by it. I think it's...
Yeah.
Huh?
Sorry. She grabs a blue...
It's an Easter egg.
She grabs a blue ukulele, though, and I'm fascinated by this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, and she, I think she's fascinated by that ballerina because of the ballerina visions that were part of the music box entity unleashed by her ultimately in season 2 because she's in control of it all. Now we know. Um, 120 likes. We're doing great. Awesome. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. Hey, Dave Dorf. What if Sophia suspects Sarah is onto her, being man in yellow and off with Sarah's head? I feel like we root for Sarah to be the one to expose Sophia as man in yellow, but she may not get that far. Yeah, it could be a problem. And I honestly, I'm worried about Victor too, because I think Victor could remember Man in Yellow being a mole when he was a kid, and then put two and two together, and Victor could be in trouble too. Carl said Jim is now the Ankui Wrangler. No, he's inherited them. From town is a dome. They're in a snow globe. Biblical cosmology, dome, rainbows, floods, etc. Yes, Carl. Okay. Let's see, I'm just about caught up. So let's move on. Gonna start moving a little quicker. So in this scene, Ethan has mother of all fits. Also, we get another shot of this boat on the wall. That there's always been this little boat piece of art hanging on the wall, and I don't think it's an accident. All the boat stuff in the show, I think eventually a boat's gonna get manifested in the place, and Boyd will get his boat. Maybe that's how they get out in the end. There's a flood, and the boat materializes. So Ethan starts smashing things. Never seen him act like this. And it looks like he's smashing. Is he smashing stuff from the shrines of Tian Shen and her husband? I would hope not.
Yeah.
The shrines are right there.
Yeah. He knocked over a lamp, but I hope he didn't. He knocked a lamp over, so hopefully he didn't get those shrines.
Yeah, it looks like it's right next to the shrines that where he's grabbing stuff. He grabbed, like, I saw him grab a lamp, and then there was something else that he smashed right before that, but we didn't see what that was. Yeah, I don't think he would mess with those with the shrines. But he starts screaming, "I hate it here. I hate this place. I don't want to be here anymore." And so he's done. He's done with the quest. He doesn't want to be here. Yeah, Ethan, I thought you liked it better here. You never, shit's getting real now. Before it was like, I hope when we get out, I hope we're happy like we are here. We never play games around the table at home.
Yep.
And
pancakes.
And he said in season 3 he liked it better when they were scared all the time because they didn't have any time to fight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shit's getting real now, kid. Now you still want to be scared all the time? You still want to be trapped in this place? Oh, yeah. I felt sorry for Ethan. This is brutal. He's seeing now. This is all, this is a lot more serious than he realized. I think Ethan, don't get me wrong. Ethan has all of the inside information on how quests work. And I still believe he was right from the beginning. That this is a quest and they need to listen to him and all of his insights that he was expressing in the first couple seasons. But now that the quest is costing him personally, and he's lost his dad, he's melting down because he is a child at the end of the day. He may have all this insight, but he's a child, and this is too much for him. And it's too much for him to have to grow up this fast. It's brutal.
Yeah,
so
and they're also kind of playing a blame game. Like he blames Tabitha, and Tabitha goes and blames Jade. Everybody's going to tear each other apart because they're all blaming each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Sophia said, her favorite part. She said this is where they tear themselves apart, and this is part of it. Blaming each other lashing out at each other. Tearing themselves apart, I think it comes in two different meanings that are both going to happen. One is where they tear each other apart. They tear themselves apart in that they're divided, they attack each other, they blame each other for things. And the other side of it is they not literally, but they tear themselves apart personally, individually, by letting fear and hopelessness take over and just falling apart. And that's I think the twofold meaning of that phrase that she said. And this is where he needed Ghost Jim's advice that was relayed to him at the end of the episode. Ghost Jim reminded him of what he said before, that when bad things happen, this place wants us to blame ourselves, and we need to be there for each other and take care of each other. That's what matters. And that's what he needs to remember. And in this moment, he's lashing out, and it's understandable. So he assumes that his mom must have done something to keep his dad from coming home. That he accuses her of getting in a fight with him again. And she says she didn't do anything. And he says, "You're lying. You guys always fight. I want Dad. I hate it here. I hate you." And then he runs upstairs. And that must have been a kick in the gut. And I felt really bad for Ethan and Tabitha having to hear that from her son after losing her husband. Great acting by Simon Webster. I thought he did a terrific job playing this. This was not easy to do, this emotional scene. And I thought he did it really effectively. His acting has really evolved since the beginning when he was so little. And then she tells Julie they actually didn't fight, and Julie just says, it doesn't matter, and follows Ethan. So Ethan is having to grow up too fast, and so it's starting to get real now. He's realizing, it's not all fun and games when you're on a quest. So he's going to have to accept that and deal with the aftermath a little bit better than this. I still think Ethan holds the key, though. Ethan holds the key to how the quest works. He just needs to get it together now. And, I think Ghost Jim will help him do that. The Ghost Jim visions will help him do that and get him back on the right path. So, let's see. So from there, let's just keep going to the next scene because we've got a bunch. Yes, Tam. Donna was picking up puzzle pieces later from Ethan trashing the place. Yeah, she is. Annie says them worrying if the people will tear themselves apart is making things worse. Now too many secrets, and then that makes them hide important stuff. Yeah, they're also worrying that they're going to be torn apart. Boyd is worried about it. That's a good point, Annie. Boyd was telling Elgin that, if they find out what I did, what you did, what we did, that's the kind of thing that would tear this place apart. Those were Boyd's words. So Boyd is also worried about it. So he's hiding stuff, and that's making it worse. The secrets are what would tear the place apart if the secrets come out without them just fessing up to it. So it's a good point. Maybe they'll need to take a boat across the Lake of Tears. Oh, nice title. Nice thought. I like it. Do the Ankui kids control the trees? Does their hope lure in people and make the trees fall on the road? Mitch, I would say, I think the boy in white controls the trees. I think the Ankui kids created the trees with their hope, but I think the boy in white controls the trees. Just my opinion. But that's interesting. I think that the boy in white definitely lures people or draws people into the place. via the trees. I also think the man in yellow can bring people in too, though. Yeah, and Julie's gonna wear an outfit that has boats all over it. That's right, Daryl. So more boat references. Boats and hoes, prestige worldwide. I think that was in Step Brothers. Yeah, I liked that. The Soul Taker says it would be so funny if all of this was an elaborate hoax for Boyd's wife to make him change his mind about wanting a boat. Yeah, she really didn't want to get a boat. She didn't think they could afford it. Right. Oh man. Yeah, that's interesting. I like it. What is this? So could Ghost Jim be a story walking live Jim from another timeline? It's possible, Quan. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's just another ghost entity, and I think they may have made a mistake and made the mark on his cheek too dark. Because he does have a scar, but it shouldn't be that dark. But that's just my opinion. Hey, Larry. I think Jim was definitely boy in white. Yeah, that's an interesting theory. I've heard that. Somebody else mentioned it. It could be. Did Julie's hair get ripped by that monster, and that's why she has to cut it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We didn't get a good look at her after the incident. Okay, so let's continue to the next scene. So they stuffed Jim into the infamous cart. He's the latest victim to wind up in the cart with this nasty old tarp, and they wheel it down to the church. And there's always some group of red shirt onlookers watching at any given time. Like, who are these people? Like, they never offer to pitch in and help. They're always just standing around gawking. Real nice. Ellis shows up and Boyd asks for his help. This is a familiar scene by this point. This brings back memories. I'm picturing Tian Shen getting wheeled into the church in season 3. They also used the cart for Frank once upon a time in season 1. I don't think they used the cart in season 2. So Jim looks pretty gory here. I'm not gonna show too much. So Boyd says, knowledge comes at a cost. The fuck does that even mean? And Jade tells him, we need to talk. So finally, talking, communication. Now we're onto something here. Nice to see. Nice to see he's going to share some information. And they're going to believe him. Shocker. They didn't actually tell him he was crazy for saying he was reincarnated, he and Tabitha. It's a miracle. No incredulity. I was just waiting for the incredulity. Even in Monster Town, they were going to not believe him, but they believed him.
Or Boyd says he's got to go.
Outside the barn, Sarah tells Kenny and Sophia that they found Jim that morning, and Kenny tells Sophia go back to the clinic. So Sarah volunteers to take Sophia down and find glasses for herself. She's always volunteering to be useful wherever she can, so I've got to hand it to Sarah. She always does that. And she tells Kenny, I knew you two were close. I'm sorry, regarding Jim. They did live together, so I don't know if I would call Kenny and Jim close, but they did live together for a while at the Lou house, so, I guess you could say that. They were friendly, and they also went out on the trek to the cabins together in season 3. Kenny accompanied Jim to look for Tabitha when she was missing, so they got closer in season 3 for sure because of that. So it's that short little scene. Now, this is the scene at the bar where Jade has been really busy, making a timeline of what they know so far since his revelation with Tabitha. There's the bottle tree. He has a little drawing of it. And then there's this. What do we know? The beginning. Unknown how far back this spans. Of what? When? Where it began. So lots of questions. Ancient, what is this? Ancient age, medieval age. Did he misspell medieval? Yeah, he misspelled medieval. Yeah, how about that? So he's wondering how long ago this began. Was it ancient? Was it medieval? Stones in the cave were very old. Now Tabitha had said centuries. For some reason, she had an idea that they were there for centuries, reincarnated. And then it says, why did we, it says we were here. Why did we do, and then I can't tell what that says. Why did we do something? Other bottle tree, cursive handwriting, 1600s. So he's thinking maybe one of the bottle trees was from the 1600s. Cursive handwriting, birch bark. So the years not the years, the numbers in one of the trees were in cursive and they were written out. They were spelled out. So he's thinking maybe that's from the 1600s then. And I'm not sure how much I can see. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't see the whole thing because when I try to zoom in on it from this distance, it gets too blurry. But so it says 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, 1900s. So he's thinking maybe the settlement is from the 1800s, it looks like. And it's very hard to read the rest of it, which is frustrating. They know we want to see as much of this as possible, and yet they didn't give us a shot of all of it.
It does say it's at the bottom. It does say the future, and if they get out at the bottom,
right. Well, where's the rest of it? Okay, so yeah, 1800s settlement, protective words, red stones. Tabitha saw these in her nightmares as a small girl. She dreamt of this place. So 1861 barn from this time, ? Thinking the barn is from then. Colony house after that. He's trying to date the buildings and the Industrial Revolution. So he's putting like the different parts of history here. Civil War era. And he's figuring that the diner, motel, houses, and maybe the clinic are from the 50s. I'd say that's about accurate. So I'm glad that someone's finally trying to date when these different buildings are from. And how did they get there? Who built them? Where'd they get the materials to buy them? Did they just get manifested there? That's what I'm inclined to think. In between, when there was nobody in town, maybe, when the place was empty, places, just manifested there one day. I don't know why he thinks the other bottle tree may be from the 50s. Was it here before Miranda got here? Is that why she saw / painted it? I don't know where he gets this from, the 50s for the other bottle tree, with the one that had the numbers in numeric form. I thought that was weird. And since the numbers are all the same in both trees, you really only needed one set of numbers to come up with that song. So why'd they make a duplicate? Why'd they make another one? Why'd somebody make another bottle tree and all the numbers in both trees are the same? 1981, it says Miranda died by monster at the bottle tree. Victor Eloise died by ? Didn't die, no way. Eloise is still alive. It says Victor's still alive. And then ! Because that seems like a marvel to them, obviously. me came in with Toby in the Audi. Tabitha came in the RV with Jim, Julie, Ethan, 2 cars. Is the crash significant? Is the crash significant? I think it is. I'm glad that he wrote that question down because I think that crash was not an accident. I think that potentially the evil entity took control of one of the vehicles, the vehicle Toby was driving, and crashed it into the RV to stop the Matthews. So I like that they put that in there. How long between experiences here? Is there a pattern? 40-ish years between 81 and now, he put down. I don't know. So I guess he's saying that Miranda died in 1981. So maybe they arrived in town in 1978 and the massacre didn't happen until 1981. That could be.
You're going to have to take into account that Tabby maybe didn't give Jade the right number set either on those years.
I mean, I wonder where he got that year from, 1981.
Yeah, but she had that vision. She probably was like, oh, what was the year? Is it 1981? No. 1979? No. You know, getting the year right.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, Jan. Nice to see you. Has anyone else noticed the strong similarity between what is happening in Fromville and Gnostic beliefs? I don't know a lot about that, but David Agil in our chat talks about Gnostic theories a lot, actually. So yeah, you're definitely
the Gnostic goddess. His name's Sophia, so there's a starting point.
Yes. Hey NSB, I have a major in English and I misspell medieval all the time. Oh, I wasn't shaming him. I was just kind of surprised because Jade is always talking himself up as like being Mr. Perfect. So I'm just surprised. Mr. Perfect Jade misspelled it. It looked to me like he was spelling it M-I-D, not M-E-D, Jen. So I think either way he got it wrong. But One Black Panther says, this is a question I've had since day one. I'm sure y'all asked this. How the hell did Victor last so long by himself, especially from when he was a boy? No talismans, etc. That never sat well with me. Me neither. How did he survive by himself? I mean, I think the boy in white was instrumental in doing it. And maybe Julie did something to help too, but I think it was mainly the boy in white who helped him survive and protected him. Anon says maybe Julie's story walked into the arrival and caused Toby to crash. There was no one in the passenger seat of Jade's car. She could have popped in and popped out. I still think Toby was drunk/high. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say because he could have just had a head injury, but hey, straight edge junkie. Concerning ghosts, I think Father Cautry's ghost will be vindicated eventually. Boyd crossing the line likely leads to his downfall. Okay. Yeah, I think so. I think he's giving good advice. I think he's being sent by the boy in white entity to help because I do think that Boyd will he will eventually get broken by this place if he continues down this path. And if that's the case, it makes me feel like the ghosts, whatever they are good guys. So Cautry wasn't trying to misguide Boyd. It was legitimately good advice he should have taken. I think it depends on which ghost we're talking about. Ghost Abby seems overtly evil, so sent by the man in yellow entity. Ghost Cautry, and I'd say helpful, so I think sent by the boy in white. I think Ghost Tom gives bad advice, so I think he's sent by the evil entity. And as far as Jim, the jury's still out. But I think he's probably going to be sent by the helpful side, the boy in white side. Mike Light says, maybe the numbers in the lighthouse aren't dates. Fans are just assuming they are, but the show hasn't confirmed it. Yeah, they might not be. But one of the dates was 1978. Could have been the year that like Miranda and Christopher arrived in town. And 1864 was in there. which was on that slip of paper, and then Boyd may have gone back in time to a year that could have been 1864 in the dream state. Let's see. MG says, seems like Miranda made a copy as art installation, then another one closer to home because she felt it was important. Also, Jade makes a duplicate of the bottle tree near the house at the end of season 3. So it seems like they made an original, then made copies because they intuitively felt it was important. Kind of like Tabby making bracelets. Maybe Jade kept making bottle trees. That makes sense. So that's probably why they made the copy. They made another bottle tree with all the same numbers. Jackson, yeah, this you're referencing a trickster like Loki, Lucifer, any type of trickster god. I think that's exactly what we're dealing with this shapeshifter evil entity. It's a trickster, it's a trickster god that shapeshifts. The bottle represents the tree of knowledge. Instead of fruit, there's bottles. Yeah, I like that. Because there are so many biblical references. Okay. Toby probably had a vision seizure, then head trauma from crash. I think so too, MG. Football 24, Elgin, aka Smelgin, 144 days and counting. He didn't change the single piece of cloth. Oh, that's funny. So yeah, interesting scene. So let's just touch on what they said in the scene. Which so far we just looked at the cardboard, but Jade tells Boyd about his revelation that they were reincarnated, and Boyd doesn't question it. He doesn't dismiss it, which I was really impressed with. So he explains that when the children said Nkui over and over, and then he played the song, it was like something unlocked. They realized it means remember, and then they did. And Boyd said, knowledge comes at a cost. That's why they did it. Jade said that. And he says, that's why they did it. They killed Jim because of us. And then Boyd says, if we push too hard, something will push back. It's something Sarah said once when we were out in the woods. Her brother, he had a theory about this place. He didn't think looking for answers was a good idea. So assuming you're right, assuming you and Tabitha have been coming back here over and over and over, these kids have been calling you back to help them. How do we do it? How do you even begin to save something that's already dead? And Jade says, I don't know, I'm working on it. And Boyd's just like, yeah, work harder. She thanks Boyd. That's really helpful. Just work harder. So I guess you're on your own with this, Jade. It's the burden is on your shoulders. Well, they do have a time traveler that they don't know about. So maybe somehow, some way through time travel, they can fix all this. But I don't know. I just don't see a path forward to doing that, because I believe Ethan is right, and you can't change a story that's already told. The children were already sacrificed. I just don't see them being able to go back in time and fix all this by stopping the sacrifice. So I don't know if they can save the children. And I mean, I think maybe they could free their souls from this place somehow, but saving them literally through time travel, I don't know. I think it would change way too much about history. And who knows, some people may not even exist now if they go back and change that. You could wipe some people from existence.
Yeah, I thought it was more like breaking a curse, like you said, and freeing their souls.
Mm-hmm. So Boyd walks out holding his arm again. So it seems like he's still having Parkinson's symptoms that he's not really talking about, but there he is holding his arm again. So that's definitely still a looming threat. Oh, some random images that shouldn't have been in there, like my thumbnail for this. So over at the diner, Sarah and Sophia arrive. Sarah asks if Acosta is all right. And Acosta rudely says, we're not friends. Don't talk to me like we're friends. That's uncalled for, but she doesn't really want to associate with somebody who just took a guy's eye out, and I get it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And she had to hold the head up while Christy sewed his eye shut.
Yeah. So Sarah just takes Sophia to the storage room, her new bestie. Good luck to Sarah.
Yeah, I see them as being best friends, don't you? Like they're besties now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Incidentally, so the way Sophia is dressed makes Sarah look downright risque at this point. Like, we thought Sarah looked kind of Amish before, but Sarah's showing a lot of leg compared to Sophia.
Oh
Look
yeah.
Look at the difference. She's got a skirt that actually sits above the knees.
Boom.
Whereas Sophia is just showing a little bit of calf, lower calf.
Yeah.
Sophia is giving much more sister wife here.
Mm-hmm.
Big time. It makes her look so tiny, so short, you know, that long dress and all. And Sarah's a pretty tall woman, so it's just their height difference really stood out to me. So I felt really bad for the kids here. Ethan is just laying there with his eyes closed, and Julie looks haunted. I thought her acting was excellent in this episode. That look on her face, just staring off into space, after seeing something they'll never be able to unsee, their father's body hanging there like that. It's bad enough to lose your father so young, but to have to see him like that is just unthinkable. Just absolutely unthinkable. So Julie checks to see if he's asleep, and when it seems like he is, she slips away and he opens his eyes. So he was faking. And he's planning on running away himself, doing his own thing. Donna sweeps up the puzzle pieces that Ethan trashed the place with. So I think it's pretty fitting, actually, that Ethan tossed a puzzle like that. Ethan, he was just done with his place in that moment. And before that, he wanted to help solve this overall puzzle. And he just was so done with it that he threw all the pieces everywhere. She tries to stop Julie from going off by herself for a walk, but Julie says it's the middle of the day and she'll be fine. Donna offers to help her if there's anything that she can do, and just ask. But what Julie needs, she knows Donna's not going to help her with. There's no way Donna's going to go help her story walk and
You
let
don't
her
think Donna would help her story walk?
Yeah, she's not going to let her lay there having a seizure.
Yeah.
So she declined her help on that. She's going to go get Randall to do it instead. I think Donna's been a nice kind of grandma-like figure to the kids all along, which is sweet. And, she didn't do a great job babysitting in this episode, but she tried.
It's hard because they're slippery. They leave. It isn't their first rodeo. They've left before.
Yeah, indeed. So anyway, she goes and finds Randall, who, as usual, is doing pull-ups like a badass. And, with his crazy badass scars, looking like half of the Joker. And Julie, at first she just, I forget what she says when she walks up to him. But he gets down and snaps at her, and then she starts getting emotional and says something about her dad, and he figures out he must be dead, so he feels like a jerk, which he is. She doesn't want comfort, though. She just says, I need you to come back to the ruins with me because I'm going to save him. He's just like, okay. And he follows her off to the ruins. He said he would never go back there again, but he stepped up, and all he had to do was hear that someone needs to be saved, and Randall to the rescue. Always. He's a jerk to everybody, but if someone needs to be saved, he's willing to step up every single time from the beginning. So he is good at heart. He has a heroic nature. He just clearly has been burned by people in life, and so he's a jerk under everyday circumstances. But he's always putting his neck on the line to help people, try to save people who need to be saved, even if it's strangers. And so he goes back, even though he has this deep dread about going to the ruins that he has had since the cicada coma. Since season 3, when he went near there, he said it felt wrong to be there. So I thought that by going there, I thought that he'd be able to story walk. And then he'd story walk and he'd get trapped in there and meet a horrible fate, worse than death, like the fates he's been talking about. That there are worse ways than dying in this place. But it looks like he's not going to be able to story walk. However, I still say that there's got to be some reason that he feels all this dread about those ruins. It's got to pay off somehow. So if he's not going to story walk, then something bad has got to happen related to the ruins.
Yeah, he might feel the dread of maybe becoming the next Martin and just being locked in there in the ruins.
Maybe.
For years.
Maybe he could somehow still become the next Martin without being able to story walk in there.
Yeah.
It's possible. I really do think that he's going to meet a horrible fate related to the ruins, and that's why being near there feels wrong to him. But I have to give him a lot of credit for putting away his mortal dread for his own safety and going back there, even after he swore he'd never go near there again, for her sake, because she lost her dad. And he doesn't even know what the hell she's talking about, and he just goes with her anyway. She, saying she's going to save her dad when he's already dead. I don't remember the cuts on his neck being that deep. The scars on his neck.
Yeah, that's pretty deep. Yeah,
that's crazy. Like, I know he had a wound there, but I don't remember ever seeing a view of it that clearly before. Now in this scene, Jade shows up and finds Tabitha trying to scrub the "knowledge comes at a cost" message off the wall. She needs an outlet for her energy and her grief, and this is a futile task, but I understand, she feels helpless and enraged right now, and her kids don't want anything to do with her at this moment. Ethan says he hates her. Julie went off to comfort Ethan, so she can't really be of much good to her kids at this moment. So she's trying to scrub this infernal message off the wall. Just doesn't know what else to do. She's afraid to do anything more with trying to get out of this place after she was just threatened because of it, and her husband was murdered. It does look like she's making a dent in this paint on the K, actually.
Yeah, she is trying to get that K. Yeah.
Shade shows up and she just needs someone to blame. She yells, "Get out," and he tells her this means it's real. The memories, everything they showed us, it's real. It is real. And she had been questioning it in the first episode, saying that maybe, this place messes with our heads. Sarah, it felt real to her that she needed to kill my son to get everybody home. Sarah thought that was real. But Jade said this means it's real. They're trying to scare us. He's like, I know you don't want to hear this right now, but this message, I think they're doing this to stop us from digging further. They're trying to make us afraid. And he's right. Why else would they write that message on the wall? It's because they're getting close to the truth, and this entity wants to scare them into not digging any further. So their revelations were real, and they really were reincarnated. And she says, then it worked because I'm fucking terrified. And she says, my husband's dead. And he tells her, you have to think of your children now. And she's like, you know what? Fuck you. You want to go back to the bottle tree and play your fucking violin? Because you have nothing to lose. Because you don't give a shit about anyone but yourself. Well, that is not true. I think Jade has shown that he does care about other people. He's shown empathy for other people, like Tian Chen and Victor.
Yeah.
He has shown that he cares. So it's an unjust accusation, and Jade doesn't deserve all of this hate. And then she says, huh?
I said it's harsh.
It is. And then she says, it should have been you hanging from the
Yeah,
fucking
that's horrible.
rafters.
That's so
It should have been you. Yeah, that's terrible. He actually looks hurt by that.
Mhm.
She wants someone to blame. They're tearing themselves apart. Division is taking over. Grief, blame, guilt, and this kind of terrorism by the evil entity with this scary message and hanging Jim's body there as a warning. You know, all of these things are huge roadblocks for these two Chromonocles now on their quest, trying to find a way out of this place. These are all, you know, all with just this one act of killing Jim. You know, this is beginning the process of these people tearing themselves apart, tearing each other down. So it's going to be a big obstacle now for them going forward and finding answers and not being afraid to keep digging. Because next time, what if it's one of her kids? So, you know, this is definitely an obstacle to them furthering their journey. But I'm sure they're going to prevail in the end. You know, it looks bad now, but this is just the immediate aftermath of something horrific. And I do think that it's going to get better, and eventually that they're going to right the ship, and these two are going to continue to work together and see this quest through to the end. They're going to do it. She's just reeling from this loss right now. And the evil entity is weaponizing grief, guilt. Those things are powerful, and it's just obscuring her vision right now, and just making her look for somebody to blame other than herself. So that's why Jim was killed. You know, you can see now why it happened. At first it seemed like, what the fuck? What, this is so random. Why does Jim have to die for this? I mean, yes, he was instrumental in unlocking their revelations, but I mean, he's not the one who played the song. He's not one of the two Chromonocles on the quest. So, you know, he's not right at the center of it all like these two are. But you know, maybe there's some rule against the evil entity directly killing them instead. Maybe it's against the rules of the quest. But I don't know. I mean, Miranda got killed by one of the monsters, and they're just a tool of the evil entity. So, I mean, you'd think the man in yellow could have come and killed one of these two instead. Or all of them, you know? Mm-hmm. Is there some rule against that? I mean, she was out in the woods. He could have come after her too, but I think this works a lot better. He's playing a game. This is all part of the game. Mm-hmm. Doing this to Jim, now he's pitting Tabitha and Jade against each other, weaponizing grief and guilt and using the murder of Jim and then the displaying of his body and this threat as a form of terrorism. You know, fear mongering. It's a scare tactic. Mm-hmm. And anyway, I'm gonna mute myself just for a minute.
Okay. Where was I? And Acosta steals the ambulance, and she's riding through the town. She's going round and around and around and around and around and around. And she slows down, picks up Christy, then goes round and round and round and round. And you wonder why she doesn't just stop the ambulance and turn it around. So she goes the other way, around and around and around and around. Because then she turns it the other way. You remember in the beginning with the RV, and then there was a road, and then there was like a bridge, and then there was like a railroad sign, and it all kind of disappeared when they went the other way. So she could have just went the other way and went the other way with the ambulance, and maybe things would reappear, and then maybe she'd get out. That's what I'm saying. Costa driving in the ambulance with Christy at her side, but she doesn't really want to be in the ambulance. And then Acosta's talking about hell, and her mom believing in hell. But she's a good person. Acosta is good. See, she said she was good, and I believe she's good. And she's gonna do good. And hopefully she won't get beaten up by a boy, because now she's in handcuffs. And I really worry about Acosta and what's gonna happen to her. And let me think. I'm a little tired. Acosta in the ambulance. I'm really hoping that she doesn't die. I know she didn't pick a be thin, but I think he's the man in yellow, so that's okay. She passed a little boy by the road in the ambulance, but they were just trying to make Ethan look smaller by putting him in the ditch, and trying to make Ethan smaller by putting him in an RV and shooting him, kind of shooting him up from the torso when he was sleeping in bed with Julie. So he looks smaller, so he still looks 9, but none of us really think he's still 9. Yeah. I'm tired. I need coffee. I need to go to bed because I got to get up at 8. But still, I stay here and I sing. I sing for your pleasure. Or your pain, whatever you think, whatever side you fall on. But then I think of Acosta driving in the ambulance. She's driving it all over the town, but she isn't gonna get very far. And I wonder why Ken, you're a boy, doesn't just do a down and get a rifle and shoot one of the tires out. Why do they take all the tires out with the strip? Why don't they just let her drive around and run out of gasoline instead of breaking the ambulance? Because where are they gonna go now? They broke the ambulance and somebody shot or somebody stabs each other. When they tear each other apart, they're stabbing and they're whacking each other with sticks and getting a goat and throwing a goat at each other, and all this stuff is going down, and they need the ambulance, and now there's no ambulance. And what are they gonna do to get back to the clinic? They don't have a choice now because they put the strip across the road, which I never really understood. But, it's just a waste of resources. They should have just let her drive around. She would have just drove around. They should have run out of gas and then she would have just ended up back in the town. I'm so confused by the laws, but are there really any laws in this town? Because Boyd only had one law, and if you killed somebody, you got the box. So there's no laws for kidnapping, and there's no laws for stealing, and there's no laws for taking a little hot rod ride in the ambulance like Acosta was doing. And I think this is the only first time he's ever handcuffed anybody. I've never really seen the handcuffs put on anybody except Randall and the RV. And speaking of Randall, he's done a lot of crimes. He's put Donna and himself and Jim and Boyd all in peril and just left Donna outside tied to a tree. But has he got handcuffed with Boyd? No, he hasn't. So how do the laws in Fromville work? They only have one law, and it's really, really hard to imagine a whole lot of laws in a trial setting with a jury, because they only have 47 people in town, and they have to have 12 of them be the jury. It's a lot.
As usual, I just caught the end of that song. I don't know how you do it.
Just need laws, is what I'm saying. They only have that one law with a box, and I'm like, if somebody kidnaps somebody, they don't have any laws. I mean, they don't have a law in the books that you take out an eye if somebody kidnaps somebody,
Yeah, they need more than one law, more than one punishment. The only punishment is death. That's pretty over the top, Like, they need more than just that one. So I'm now on the treadmill again, just to get my pain under control. So I hope it doesn't bother people hearing just a little treadmill sound in the background. But anyway,
Let's see. Jackson Rains says, I don't think they're going to need that ambulance, to be honest. They're going to need a boat. But it would be nice to have the ambulance. It would be nice to have that thing that it could fit a bunch of people. They could cram a bunch of people in there. And if they're in an emergency situation, they could get away. But now they don't have the ambulance anymore. Thanks, Acosta.
Yeah, it's good to have options.
It was a group effort.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a group effort. But she was really driving like a maniac, really fast, and that's why Boyd put out the spike strip, because she could have killed somebody. So, Cherie says, hey, Adorned by Cherie, says, I never understood the strip either. I kind of understand it more after watching what we just saw. We'll get to that scene coming up. Oh, I'll take it. Thanks. Hey, Wilbert, welcome. Julie is the GOAT. You meet me, Julie, or Julie in the show? But if you're talking about me, thank you. And Amanda says, thank you. Take care of you first, Julie. Yes, I need to take care of me first. Indeed. So anyway, let's go back up to the chat. I'll go to the chat really quick before we move on to the next scene. Wilbert says, Jade and Tabitha need to have a connection. I think so. I think they need to work together in order for them to prevail in the end. And if they don't work together, they're going to fail like they did in the 70s. They're going to fail again. So they need to be on the same page. They need to work together. One Black Panther says, that just shows you what time the original Sophia came from, like 1700s type. Oh, why she had that really long dress covering so much skin. Yeah, that makes sense. Jaya?
Very like Amish dress.
Yeah.
Like Sarah.
Yeah.
Where did Sarah come from? Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Probably Amish.
Sarah always gave off Amish vibes to me, too. Welcome, Jaya. Sarah will figure her out. I think she might. She might figure out Sophia. I could see that. One Black Panther says, I think the man in yellow is lying to Julie about that. And yes, some may not exist, but that may be the point. Sacrifice in order for others to go home. What was he lying about? I'm guessing what he said about how you can't change the story when it's already been told. Because he did say that to Julie. Let's see. Anything else? So Jan said that the numbers in Tabitha's dream seem like dates since they all have 4 numbers. There was a lighthouse in Lost that had associated numbers, but those related to people. Yeah, I think they're dates. The ones in the bottle trees also had 4 numbers, but one of them started with a 2-6. So they realized they're probably not dates. And he says, this story walking reincarnation just effed us up. It's going to get so convoluted, I'm worried. It could get convoluted with the reincarnation and the story walking time travel. It could definitely get very confusing, but I wouldn't be too worried because I'm sure they've planned out those 2 storylines from the beginning. So they know what they're doing. This isn't just a random lark that they're going on right now. Like, oh, let's try this time travel thing. Let's give that a whirl. Oh, and let's say they were reincarnated too. That's stuff that was planned from the beginning. So I'm not too worried. Straight Edge says, I dislike the can't change the story thing. It's a bit flimsy. Julie already changed the events a little. I don't know. I don't think she did, because that was already, it's what you call a bootstrap paradox. It's a determinism kind of time loop that she was in with Boyd. She throws the rope to Boyd. Boyd goes on and saves her from the dungeon, which in turn allows her to go back and save Boyd. So who saved whom? It's an endless loop. There's no beginning and no end. So I don't know. I don't think she changed anything. It already had to have happened. It happened that way because it always happened that way. It whatever happened, you know. It hasn't been clearly defined what the rules are. It's very vague. I think Ethan is telling us what the rules are. I put out a video on that. I think Ethan knows the rules. He understands this place. So I trust Ethan. Julie hasn't changed anything as of right now. Yeah. Like Daryl says, she technically hasn't changed anything. She just completed an action that already had to happen. So, anyway, Martin thinks that saving the children means saving their souls and setting them free, like Aragorn frees the curse on the dead in Lord of the Rings. NSB, their family dynamics has changed. Tabitha always would leave the kids unattended, but Julie took care of Ethan. But they're also separating now, going their own ways. Yes, indeed. So, Football says, one suggestion, I am watching from overseas. If you keep it short, I would be grateful. Well, one thing we don't know how to do here is keep it short, unfortunately. But I do need to wrap this up before it gets too much later, though, because I need to get some sleep tonight. So, and I also need to do that to manage my pain better. So I'm going to, I just got on the treadmill, so I'm going to give myself 1 more hour to wrap this thing up. So 1 more hour, and we've got to finish this for tonight. But thank you for watching. Another overseas person. Very cool. Julie's acting is so good in the scene where she tells Randall that their dad is dead. I agree, Daryl. Okay. Tabitha always has an excuse not to parent. Yes, Amanda. Agreed. Tabitha getting on my last nerve along with Acosta. Me too, when Black Panther. Tabitha knew Donna was at the house. That's true, Daryl. I think it's okay for Tabitha to go off and do this because the kids needed some space at that time. It's not like they were home missing her, wanting their mom. So that would have been a little different. Ethan said, I hate you, and Julie went to comfort Ethan. So it's understandable that she's not with them at this moment. Jen says, in Gnostic myth, Sophia gives birth to the god of chaos. Creatures called archons keep humans in a cycle of reincarnation so they cannot escape. Ooh, fascinating. I didn't know that, actually. I didn't know that was part of the Gnostic myth. Very cool. So, thank you, Susie, for dropping the link to my Discord. If anybody wants to join our watch parties every Saturday night when I stream the episodes as soon as they drop at midnight Eastern, Susie put the link in the chat to the Discord. And you can also find it in the description of this video. It's always there. So join the Discord. You can also share your theories in there and keep the conversation going. We have a great time with our watch parties. Martin says, guess I was right about that car being at the pool is because the bike strip wasn't hidden. Acosta was going to roll right off the road till Christy steered her into the strip. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I could see that, Martin. Christy steered her directly into the strip. That's right. Daryl says J.J. Abrams and Jeff Pinkner put 47 in their projects for fun. Yeah, it seems that way. And it was a running thing in Star Trek 47. That's what I heard. Hey, Talerzo, welcome. It's meant to say let's go. I figured. Figured that's what you meant. Please hit the like button. Anyone just joining us, if you haven't already, hit the like, subscribe. Trying to reach 3,000 subscribers by the end of season 4. And check out my latest deep dive into episode 1. It's pinned at the top of the chat right now. Any support would be much appreciated because I released it late. So it needs all the help it can get right now. If you have any hyping it would really help me out a lot too. So let's see. Talerzo says hard throwers, and I can leave it here. Thomas is the only reason in a fucked up way. So Thomas is the whole reason, huh? in a fucked up way. In one way, Thomas would not be there. I mean, and they would not be there if it wasn't for Thomas. So that's true. And good night, Tito Guardian. I'm going to get back into the breakdown now. I'm going to try to finish this again in the next hour. So shouldn't be too much to catch on replay. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, Martin said, Boyd said to Kenny, make sure to cover the strip. Last thing we need is a car barreling through town. So at least I can explain it. It's easy for people to say it now after Acosta almost went off. Right. Susie says, this would be the earliest I ever left a Julie B stream if she means it. Haha. I'm going to try. We've got to get up early in the morning. I mean, not that early, but semi-early for me anyway. So the scene ends there. Acosta is about to lose her shit now. Here's that scene with the ambulance. The infamous ambulance scene. We pretty much guessed this is what would happen based on the trailer. Trailers give too much stuff away. We figured that based on the trailer we got, Acosta was going to freak out, steal the ambulance, because she never got a chance to drive around in circles and see for herself with her own eyes that you can't escape. And she's stubborn. So she's convinced now that everyone in town, they're all a bunch of monsters after seeing what they did to Elgin. And Boyd, who runs the place, he was there and, torturing him, and on his watch, Sarah pulled out Elgin's eye. So she's like, fuck this place. I can understand why she did what she did, but she did annoy me, putting everyone at risk. But I can understand why she did this. She never got to see for herself that there is no way to get out by driving. Like, she just went based on what everybody was telling her. If it were me, I'm somebody who questions everything. I would want to literally see it for myself too. I'd want to drive around in circles and see for myself that the road just keeps looping around. So I can understand why she did it, but she still acts like an idiot. And not picking up Ethan when he's walking along the side of the road. 1 minute she acts like a good cop who cares about people and runs to help when somebody's screaming, like when Julie was screaming at the barn. And she ran, like, she helped comfort Julie and Ethan. And then later in the same episode, she just lets Ethan wander off by himself toward the woods with his backpack and doesn't stop the ambulance. She also puts a lot of people at risk with her reckless driving. So, this is really messed up. But I can extend more grace to people who are trapped in this messed up place than I could in a real world setting. The same goes for Boyd, Elgin, and Sarah and the things that they do wrong. So Christy and Marielle come running out. Christy jumps in and says, "You want to go for a ride? I'm going with you." And Marielle's very upset. Like, "What are you doing? Get out of the car." But she doesn't listen, and they take off. And then Kenny tells Boyd, "I heard about Jim. They left us a message. That's new." And Boyd says, "Jade's got a theory on that." Kenny's like, "Yeah, everyone's got a theory." Boyd says, "No, there really might be something to this one." So that's something that we hear a lot of. Like, Christy says the same thing in this episode, that she's heard a million theories for people who had brilliant ideas on how to get out of here. And everyone ended up dead, or still stuck there. But I think it's not a good idea to just give up because of that mentality. That doesn't mean that nobody can ever come up with an idea that actually works. Just because everyone's had theories and they've all failed doesn't mean that they can't actually find a way out one day, that someone won't come up with something new that's actually right. So you give into that kind of defeatist mentality, and then, you have no hope of ever getting out of there. So the way Kenny and Christy think, that's not the solution. So Marielle comes running in and tells them that Christy's been taken on the road with Acosta. She's driven off with her. And so they have to deal with yet another problem. And over at the diner storage room, Sophia tries on glasses. Looks really creepy in these old lady looking glasses.
Those huge glasses.
What kind of glasses are these?
Oh, I just said they were huge.
Oh, I thought you were like naming a type of glasses. Yeah,
well,
they're enormous.
Huge is a type of glass, I guess.
I think these were popular in the 80s. I remember, like, I've seen them on 80s sitcoms.
Yeah. Yeah, her and Sarah have a little girl time in the diner. I mean, Sarah used to try on clothing with Kenny's mom.
Right. Yes, she did. So yeah, they're having some girl time, and I think she looks so sinister looking in that mirror. The reflection of her face looks creepy.
So it isn't that thing where she looks in a mirror and it's Doug Hughes on the other end of the mirror.
That would be great. Nope. Sarah's like, they're a tad big. She's very tactful. Sarah, extremely tactful. So Sophia tries on a different pair, and those are definitely better. They're actually stylish. This is a popular style of glasses to wear today. So, not bad actually. From the diner storage room. But is that blood on her shirt?
Yeah. They never really cleaned her up from the accident, I guess.
Yeah. She should get like a different dress to wear too. She still got her blood on her shirt. So this shapeshifter entity does bleed too. Even though it's not mortal like everyone else, and I don't think it could be harmed by our conventional weapons. So yeah, they definitely don't understand how glasses prescriptions work, because there's no way she could come in here and just try on any pair of glasses and be able to see properly. There's just no way. The odds that you'd have the exact same prescription as somebody else, next to none. And Sophia has a creepy way of thinking of all this stuff, saying, it's so sad, all these things, they belong to people that were trapped here. I wonder who these belonged to. It's nice, it's kind of nice though. There's a part of them that's still here, a part of them that's not forgotten. Yeah, I think the thing that she thinks it's so nice is the idea that there's a part of them that's still trapped here in this hellhole, suffering.
Yeah, or maybe she could change into them, or maybe she killed a few of them. Memories.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I guess it is nice for her to think that there's a part of them that's still here. They can't even escape by dying. Their souls are still trapped there. I think this is also a little nod to what I think is the fact that the souls of the dead are still there. There's a part of them that's still there. Their soul is still trapped there. It's not just their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think their spirits are trapped there. Specifically, I think they're trapped in the bottles, in the bottle trees in the woods.
Yeah. But maybe also here.
But maybe, yeah.
Maybe there's a way to free maybe if they have people's items, maybe the Boiler White is correct to tell Victor to collect them, because maybe there is a way to set the souls free eventually.
Right. Yeah. I think in the end they'll be able to free whoever is left here, and the spirits of the dead will all go free too. But when she says that, Sarah's like, I never thought of it that way, or something. Like, yeah, I guess so. I guess that's nice. There's a part of them that's still here. And Sophia says, what happened this morning to that man? Does this sort of thing happen a lot? Sarah says it never used to. After Boyd found the talismans, it happens a lot more often now. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Sophia's like, no, it's important. It's important to be honest about things. My dad always said that, which is ironic, you liar and imposter. Yeah, it's important to be honest about things, right? It's not even your dad that you're talking about. You don't even have a dad. You're some evil shapeshifter.
Her dad could be Satan.
Maybe her dad is Satan. God, what a liar. And here she does pick up the blue ukulele. She looks interested in it.
I want her to be playing that in another episode.
Yeah. And she does look at the ballerina, and the camera focuses on it as she's staring at it. So it focuses on the ballerina, and then she reaches for it, and she kind of has her mouth open like she's fascinated by it. She's transfixed by it, you know? And then she it looks like she does put her hand on it. She does rest her hand on it. And it looks kind of like she's reminiscing, like, oh yeah, remember the time that I tortured these poor souls with this evil ballerina with a mouthful of worms and the evil music box with the killer dreams. Good times.
That was delicious. Delicious.
I think that's what she's doing here. She's thinking back on that, like, oh yeah, good times. That was part of an evil entity that tortured them. Those music box dreams could have killed everyone. And the ballerina vision specifically, I believe, was meant to trick Boyd into giving the worms to a monster, which was used as a host for those cicada nymphs that turned into the cicada entity once unleashed. They opened up the monster, and then the cicada entity was unleashed on the town and could have killed everybody. In that ballerina vision, she was opening her mouth, showing Boyd the worms. Then in another scene, she grabbed at Boyd's throat and covered his mouth. And what did Boyd later do? He cut his hand and he grabbed Smiley's throat. He cut Smiley's throat, he cut his hand, and he grabbed Smiley's throat, rather. So the ballerina vision was there to give him hints on doing that. This entity wanted Boyd to do that, because that was how you unleash the cicada entity. The monsters can't actually be killed. That wasn't a win. They're immortal. That was just a way to unleash the cicada entity, and then the monster gets reborn and gets, you get to traumatize one of the residents, forcing her to carry it, forcing her to carry it to term. So it was all part of the plan. The ballerina vision was part of the plan to do that. And that's just one of her tools, I think. That's what I think that amounts to. It's one of the lower level evil entities there. Part of the whole music box cicada entity. It's kind of hard to describe the entity. It sounds very convoluted. You don't know whether to call it the music box monster or the cicada entity or both. Are they two different entities? Are they the same thing? I mean, the ballerina, I think that was just a vision being sent to Boyd to further that end that I was describing. It was a vision, and I think it was just there for that specific purpose. But, it was a very ambiguous storyline, very ambiguous entity. So it's interesting. I think this is just kind of a shout out to that, an Easter egg shout out to that. And so now we know who the big bad is. We know that it's her. The showrunners said in an interview that the man in yellow entity is the big bad, and that is now Sophia. So now that we know who's running things, this is kind of a shout out to those lower level evil entities that work for her, that serve under her. She controls them. She helps them get unleashed. And so that ballerina vision was there to unleash the cicada entity. So she sent those visions to Boyd to unleash, so that Boyd would be tricked into unleashing the cicada entity. It's a game, you know. It didn't. She couldn't just snap her fingers and unleash the cicada entity on the town. The whole thing had to be orchestrated. Martin had to infect Boyd with the worms in the first place, and then he brings them to town. The ballerina visions had to trick him. You know, the whole thing was very well planned out. But anyway, I thought that was a cool little shout out to that moment. And she does that doe-eyed, deer in the headlights, innocent look really effectively, I have to say. She really does. And I think that pretty much wraps up that scene. So they decide to go get some food, and that's pretty much that. And then we get one last shot of the ballerina entity as she walks away from it. I mean, the ballerina figurine, that is, as she walks away.
She does that little thing with the glasses for some reason. She takes off the glasses, looks smug, puts them back on.
Yeah. Yeah, she takes off the glasses for a moment, has that smug look on her face, and then puts them back on.
Like, maybe she killed the guy or the girl that won those glasses, and she's like, oh yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, she probably does. Yeah, maybe she did do that, and she's reminiscing. Like, oh yeah, I remember the poor sucker who wore these things, and now she's putting them on. And she knows damn well she doesn't need those glasses. It's just a prop. That's why it doesn't matter that it's the wrong prescription. Yeah, that was a cool little moment. I love that they're playing this angle for only us to see, these little moments here and there. A little wink to us because we know something the rest of them don't. So Donna hears the ambulance rolling down the street, and that's when she gets distracted and Ethan slips away. So Ethan goes out the back door, just like the time he went out to the woods with Victor in season 1 while his parents were too busy arguing to notice. Once again, Ethan slips away. And in the ambulance, let's see, where are we? Acosta, so, you know, she said she doesn't, why would she believe anything any of them say? She just took them at their word, and she never had a chance to drive around in circles. So she's going to look for a way out herself now. Christy notes that she's a cop and what she's doing could get people hurt, but she doesn't care. She's determined she's going to find a way out now. And Christy, you signed on for this. You jumped on the ambulance with her, so I guess Christy thought maybe she could talk her down and she would see reason if she got on the ambulance with her, but it didn't work out that way. I understand, though, why Acosta feels this need to see for herself. I do understand. Over at the ruins, Randall, so Julie has explained story walking to him, and he's like, so we step in the ruins and then what, walk through time? And she says Ethan called it story walking. He tells her to take a breath, and she's going through a lot right now with her dad. And she's like, and then what? What do I do then? I'm telling you, when I walked into those ruins, I went somewhere. And if I did it once, I can do it again. Even if there's the slightest fucking chance, I have to try. And you know, he can't help it. He has this hero complex. He needs to fly to the rescue when someone needs saving. So if there's a chance that he can help save her dad, then he's going to do it. So he can't say no to that request. So he agrees to it. And, you know, this is against all of his instincts telling him never to go back there again. He's been full of dread about that place. But I think it's admirable that he agrees to help. So over at the church, Tabitha goes to see Jim's body and proceeds to blame him for his own death too. She's got to find somebody to blame. She's blaming everybody but herself here. And she gives this whole speech to him like, why didn't you come home? I was waiting for you. I'm so angry at you. Really, Tabitha? He's laying there dead. You're the one who left him alone in the woods after dumping a bombshell on him that you were reincarnated over and over again, and then you left him all alone. Oh, and you had a daughter with Jade centuries ago. Like,
yeah, never even looked for Jim. It was like, oh, he'll come back at nighttime.
Yeah. She didn't even go out looking for him, you know, just saying, oh, he'll be back. And yeah. Now she's blaming Jim. She's angry at Jim. Why didn't you come home? He didn't exactly have a chance to come home. He was killed like 2 minutes after she left him alone in the woods. So, you know, maybe if she hadn't left him alone, that wouldn't have happened to him. But she couldn't have known. So she says she thought all night about what she wishes she had said to him in the woods, and the fact that she's loved him since the first moment she saw him. Even with all the fighting and so much pain, she says, you were still my person. You were my everything, and I'm so afraid you didn't know that. Well, there's a pretty strong likelihood that he didn't know that, because you sure didn't exactly show it. I mean,
yeah,
they fought a lot, and Jim was holding on desperately to their marriage from the beginning, and it just seemed like she was so done with it.
Yeah, she wanted a divorce, and he was the one that wanted to make it, try to go to couples therapy or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Try to work it out. So this, you know, I truly believe she believes what she's saying. It just comes off kind of, you know, not cohesive.
Yeah. I'm not really buying it, you know? She does seem to believe what she's saying, and she's sincere, but she took Jim for granted. He's the one who, right before he got killed, he was reminiscing about the time in the RV, and he was literally reminiscing about himself reminiscing with her. Like, that's the best memory he could think of that he had with her at this place. When they were in the RV, and he was remembering how it used to be before, you know, before, years ago. Like, that's sad. He was reminiscing about better times with her right before he was murdered because of her quest. And, you know, he kept holding on so tightly to their marriage, wanting to still be together, and she just wanted it to be done. She kept pulling away from him. And when he tried to comfort her that night, she had a nightmare. She picked a fight with him and got mad at him for it. And, you know, they were just a train wreck. But it really did seem like he loved her. And I think their grief over the loss of Thomas just broke their marriage. And she wanted to run away from all of it. Avoidance as a coping mechanism seems to be what she does. So she just wanted to give up on everything. Just give up on their marriage. And he wanted to hold on to it. But I believe her when she says that she loved him. You know, the way she was treating him, I think, was all a product of that grief, the shared trauma of the way Thomas died and the way they blamed themselves for it. And so she also says, how am I supposed to do this without you here? It's going to be challenging. Like I said, the grief, guilt, you know, this is going to be a big obstacle for her. And the terrorism, the fear-mongering by the man in yellow, as an obstacle for her going forward in her quest now to find more knowledge and a way out for the kids. It's going to be harder now without him here. She's right about that. But then she says, we're going to be okay. Julie and Ethan, I don't know how, but I'm going to find a way to take care of them, to keep them safe. You don't have to be afraid. So it ended on a positive note. She says she loves him and goodbye. So she started it kind of on a messed up tone, but then she ended it more positively. Just a sad end for Jim that he didn't deserve. He really didn't deserve that for all of his flaws. And Amy in the chat says, I watched it a second time. It didn't seem like he had his throat cut there. Yeah, they didn't really make it very obvious. I can't show the images on screen. They're a little bit too disturbing, but it didn't really look like he had his throat cut there either. And he had a cut on his forehead, which is weird, right? I mean, he had a scar on his forehead from the house falling on him, but it seems like they made it a bit too noticeable here. And I don't know if it's a continuity error or if there's some weird explanation for it, like a lot of people are theorizing about. I tend to think it's more of a continuity error, but you never know with this show. You know, the thing about Mystery Box series is that every little detail, you could scrutinize it and question, does this mean something? But I don't think everything means something. And sometimes they can make mistakes. They're human beings making the show. So it is possible for them to make a continuity error. So we should keep that in mind. Martin says, I'm thinking it's something in the lake, like why the kimono lady looks drowned. Now maybe the lake will be released because knowledge comes at a cost. Could be. Amanda says Jim's jacket was clean. Yeah, I think there's some weird continuity things for sure. Susie says it was almost like he was communicating maybe with the person who was going to pull them out of the time travel portal. Not yet, or right. I mean, the ghost Jim thing. Yeah, we're gonna get to that at the end of the breakdown. Let's see what else in the chat. Anything else before we move on? Mike Light says that scene with Tabitha was hard to take seriously due to the obviously fake rubber Jim laying there. It did look kind of fake, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody said it looked realistic to them, but I thought the opposite.
Yeah, when Tammy was holding his fake hand, I thought, you know, as soon as she's done doing that, she probably broke out into laughter because that hand just has sausage fingers.
Yeah.
Kissing it. It's like,
Samuel says Tabitha's character flaws are that she runs away from her problems and she doesn't take accountability. Oh, absolutely. Yes, big time. Those two things. NSB says, I mentioned this before, but there hasn't been a great deal of attention given to Jim's slit throat. Someone pointed out that it was gone. I didn't see it, but who knows? I'm going to go back and take a closer look at those areas. I can't show them on the stream just because of gore and YouTube and all, but that's interesting. I wonder if they just didn't do a good job continuity-wise. Jen says, I remember Ethan having a dream, possibly astral projection, and a spider came down from the ceiling in his dream. Oh, yes. In season 1, episode 2, he had the dream of the Lake of Tears, and he said, then somebody screamed that a spider came down from the ceiling, and he saw a man drawing crayon pictures, like a little kid, and a wall full of pictures. So that dream is coming back around again with the Lake of Tears. Tabitha went to all the stages of grieving in 10 seconds. Yes, Jackson. She definitely did. She ran the gamut. Let's see. Let me just go up a little bit for a minute. Insignificant, but as someone who wears spectacles, this was so absurd. You can't just pick one like it's a toy. It takes precision to find which eye needs what number. That's right, NSB. As someone who wears glasses, I had the same reaction. Let's see. Go up a little further. The ballerina. Yes, that was interesting, that scene. Martin said Tom was talking about people having theories and great ideas on how to get out of there, and they always end up at the bar, and that was long before the fandom, but it wasn't on TV yet. Right. Yeah, he also rejected the whole everyone has theories. You know, Kenny and Christy talk like that too. You know, everyone has their theories, and they all wind up getting them nowhere. And belated good night to Debbie. Jan said, do you think Julie's story walking could be astral travel to other realms and times? I definitely think that's what it is, yes. It's because she's not actually physically going there. She's projecting herself, her consciousness. So Debbie is going to be expanding her From playlist with more videos. And she's trying to get to 500 subscribers, currently at 238, but you guys can help. Check out Debbie's art and music channel, and she does make videos related to From, so she makes beautiful art projects inspired by From and the characters on it. So I strongly encourage you to check it out and help Debbie, our fellow Fromly member who's so kind to everyone here, help her reach her next goal of 500 subscribers, and check out her art. Yes, like MG says, Acosta had a bit of a delayed freak out since she never got to go around in circles the first time around, like most people do. So she had to see for herself in the most aggravating way possible. Indeed. Daryl, Kenny, everyone's got a theory talking about the fandom. Indeed, yes. That's definitely, it seems like a reference to the fandom. Very good point. Martin says, I don't want to throw Acosta more under the bus, but Boyd asks her to come try help. Come and try to help with Ethan and Julie. That's true, Martin. She did help very briefly, and then she went off and did her own thing. And Amanda says, and Acosta won't take responsibility for taking the ambulance, wasting tires and gas. She will only think she is trying to make a difference. Agree. Football says, if I were Jade, I would never talk to Tabitha. Yeah, but Jade is a bigger person, so, you know, like, Jade is what it is Jade wants to find a way out so badly that he will get over it and just do what he has to do to work with her and move on. But I hear you, she was completely uncalled for. If it needs 47 people to end the cycle, then after Jim's death, the people count decreased. We can't count Man in Yellow and townspeople. Right, Football 24, that's a good point. So, yeah, so now they have technically 46 people. So do they need 47? Is that just a random shout out to Star Trek? It'll be interesting to see. Okay. So, let me go back down to the bottom now. Evil doesn't need prescription glasses to see. That's true, Amanda. Yes, regarding Sophia and the glasses. Jackson says, I don't think she's lying. Think of it as the soul talking about her father from 1506 could be. She recognized the ballerina. Right. And yeah, when she said her dad always talked about being honest. I don't know. I think this is an ancient shape-shifting entity who probably never had a father. Like a godlike sort of entity. Martin says that she'd smiled, though. She gasped when she picked up the ballerina. She gasped like, oh, that object shouldn't be here. Objects are important. Okay. Yeah, she did open her mouth with a look of surprise. That's true. It's a good point, Martin. Okay. So, go back down to the bottom here. So let's go on from there. We're back to another ambulance scene. So the ambulance comes rolling through here. Boyd stands in the middle of the road, and I think she was literally going to just run him down if he hadn't jumped out of the way. It really looked like she was going to. And so finally at the end, at the last minute, he gets out of the way and she just races by. And like, that's really messed up. She says that she's not just going to sit and wait for those things to pick them off one by one. And Boyd doesn't know what he's doing, and none of them do. She's like, oh, but you know what you're doing. And then Marielle notes that the ambulance was going faster. Boyd says that's the pattern when they look for a way out. And then he tells Kenny to get the spike strip. So this is why they do the spike strip, because people start driving erratically. That's why they maybe not everybody does it, but they probably have seen some pretty bad accidents. There's a pattern that recurs with a lot of these people. And maybe they saw some pretty bad car accidents where people went nuts from driving around in circles without being able to escape, and then finally just crashed and hurt somebody, killed somebody. So that's why the spike strip. I never really understood it, but after seeing this and hearing Boyd say that's the pattern, I understand it now. He's trying to stop people from getting hurt or killed because he doesn't know, in some cases, maybe they don't cause a car accident. Maybe they don't get too erratic, but he can't take the chance. So he gets the spike strip. I get it, because it's dangerous driving happening here. So over at the barn, Henry finds Victor randomly in here having one of his episodes. And he's over here in, crouched down, having one of his, anxiety meltdowns. And where he covers his ears. He does this a lot, even when there's no loud noise. He does this as a defense mechanism, to shut the world out, because he's panicking. Something is triggering him. What is it? I don't think it's just that somebody else died. He's seen a lot of people die. Victor has seen so much death. Why would this trigger him now? I think it's not the fact that Jim died. I don't think it's just the fact that it's the father of his best friend, Ethan. I think it's the words on the wall, which Victor references. And Victor tells Henry, you shouldn't have come here. Henry says, I heard about Jim. I'm sorry. And Victor responds, you shouldn't have come here. You should have never come to this place. Henry asks if he's gone to see Ethan. And Victor says, no, I can't. Henry says, he's your friend and he needs you. So when you're ready, Victor's defense mechanism is avoidance. I know that. That's a friend of mine too, avoidance.
But you don't think he equated Jim with his own dad? Because his dad came here?
Yeah.
Dad had died?
I think that's part of it, and he voices that. But he also says those words on the wall. And I think he remembers those words. I think he's heard those words before. Knowledge comes at a cost. I think he's probably heard that phrase come up before. It's the Man in Yellow's mantra. So my theory is that he's going to start remembering the Man in Yellow. And that's why he digs up a drawing with the Man in Yellow on it, smiling with clean clothes and a car behind him as if he just got to town. Because I think when Victor was a kid, the Man in Yellow infiltrated the town looking like a young, clean version of the Man in Yellow, the way he does now. And then he infiltrates the town and all hell breaks loose. And later it culminates in the massacre somehow. But it starts with that. And in the trailer, that's why he digs up that drawing. And then when he sees the Man in Yellow's jacket discarded in the woods, he looks unsettled in the trailer. So I think there's a reason for that. In fact, I'll just go over to that really quick before we go on. I'll go over to the trailer folder just to point that out again. So I think he's going to start remembering. Where is it? I think he's going to start remembering the Man in Yellow, and let's hope he doesn't remember everything, because Sophia could definitely make him one of her victims if he figures too much out. because he digs up this drawing. I think he may have drawn this when the man in yellow infiltrated the town. And this would explain why he was smiling and looked like a normal person, and his suit was clean, and there's a car there because he was infiltrating the town. Victor looks really unsettled in this shot. And then when they find the man in yellow's jacket in this scene, Victor looks unsettled there too, like he recognizes it. Just like how he's triggered by Jasper, but he doesn't remember why at first. He doesn't remember why, and then he realizes it belonged to Christopher, something related to his childhood that was traumatic. I think this is also going to be something traumatic. And then there was this part of the teaser. Where's the teaser? At the end of the teaser, he's having a meltdown. Now, he has a lot of meltdowns, so this could have been about a lot of different things. But where is it? Okay, it was this part of the teaser. His dad is trying to comfort him. So I'm predicting this is going to happen after he finds the man in yellow's jacket. It's going to trigger him, just like how Jasper triggered him when he saw him in the cave. This is something traumatic related to his childhood, and he's going to start remembering the man in yellow. And if he remembers too much, Sophia could get onto him and have to eliminate him. Knowledge comes at a cost. You know, if he could tip everyone off that she could be the next imposter, because once again, the mantra has popped up again, knowledge comes at a cost, and there's a new arrival in town, therefore she could be an imposter. She might not be able to take that risk. She would not be willing to take that risk. So I'm hoping I'm wrong on this theory. I want to be wrong because I really don't want anything to happen to Victor. But I have a bad feeling about that. And in this scene, he's so worried about losing his dad next. What if it's Victor instead? What if Victor figures it out and he's the one who gets killed, not his dad? I worry for him. I've been worried all along that if he remembered too much, that he'd get killed literally just for remembering too much, because knowledge comes at a cost here. But if he specifically remembers that there was a mole in town and it turned out to be the evil entity, then he's definitely dead. Like, definitely dead. So I really hope that doesn't happen. I hope he doesn't remember. So I'm going to try and make a quick theory video on this and put it out this week if I can. It's kind of a hectic week, and I need to try and make an episode deep dive for this one a lot and release it a lot sooner than my episode 1 deep dive. But I'm going to try. For once, I'm going to try to just make a quick, shorter theory video just to get it out there, because I really think this could happen. It may not be a popular theory. We all love Victor, and it would be devastating if anything happens to him, but I think there's a high probability that this could play out in the way that I'm saying. His memories have been coming back to him more and more. And it seems like those words on the wall, not just the death of Jim and the fact that he's Ethan's dad, I think it could be those words on the wall are part of what's triggering him. He specifically says, those words on the wall. And Henry says, the words, sure, yeah. He interrupts him. So Victor doesn't get to finish his sentence. What else was Victor going to say when he says those words on the wall? Henry interrupts him right there, and he never finishes that sentence. And then Victor says, you see, it takes away everything good. It takes everything good away. What if it takes you next? So honestly, yes, he could be referencing what the words are saying as a threat. So next, the entity could take Henry. It could just be that. And it would be great if it's just that. But that drawing that he digs up of a smiling, clean-looking man in yellow make me worry for him. That makes me worry for him. And the fact that things happen in cycles. And Sophia said, it's always my favorite part, implying she's done this before. Not just that she's done it before, but she's probably done it every time in every timeline, because she says it's always my favorite part. If it hasn't necessarily been every time, it's definitely happened a bunch of times for her to say always, meaning it probably happened when Victor was a kid. So we have to start putting the puzzle pieces together here, and it doesn't spell out anything good for him. So Henry says he's not going anywhere, and Victor says, you don't know that. So you just shouldn't have come. You never should have come here. Henry has a really sweet reaction saying, no one should have come to this place. None of us, but we're here. You and me, and we're together. I'll take that any day of the week, no matter what gets written on the walls. We face this together. And I love how he has the mannerisms of like dealing with a child, putting his hands on Victor's head and you know, treating him like a little boy, because that's what Victor is inside. That's what he needs, is a dad to treat him like a little boy, touching his chin. You know, it's so loving and sweet. And I want to be wrong about this theory. I hope that I'm wrong, and that Victor, or if I'm right, maybe Victor won't remember, and we'll be lucky then. Victor just won't remember all of it, and he'll be vaguely unsettled. Like he was unsettled by Jasper, but he didn't remember anything until the following season. So it could be something like that, where he's just really unsettled by the Man in Yellow stuff, by the jacket, but he doesn't necessarily have to remember it all. So that pretty much wraps up that scene. And we're getting close to the end. I think I'll be able to actually stick to what I said for the time frame, which is good. So let's see. Let's go to the chat before we move to the next scene. Hey, Chris. Chris says, isn't it funny how the entities won't let Ethan give up his quest, even using Jim to direct him on another quest? Yes, because Ethan is important, guys. That's why. Ethan is essential to the quest. That's why they won't let him give up. That's why the boy in white entity won't let him give up. Susie says, maybe happened before. I don't know. Nkui. No, don't Nkui. Don't Nkui, Victor. Please don't Nkui. We don't want Victor to Nkui the Man in Yellow, or he's going to die. Trust me. He is going to die if he remembers. If he Nkuis, excuse me, the Man in Yellow. Let's see. What else is going on here in the chat? Coded autistic and sensory issues plus PTSD. I agree, MG. Martin says, did they remove the scar for just a moment, just for the trailer alone, knowing we'd all go crazy with theories? Probably, Martin, related to Jim. Yeah, probably. NSB says, I think Victor was also terrified because his father is here now. Victor has so much knowledge that could get his father killed. Agree. Amanda says, maybe Victor feels guilty for saying anything to anyone about what he knows. Oh, probably. Yeah. MG says, he says those words, they take away everything good. He is clearly beginning to remember Man in Yellow massacre at the end of his cycle. Pretty sure next episode he digs up the drawings. Agree, MG. I don't like where this is going for Victor. I don't like it at all. Jen says, I feel so sorry for Victor. What a hard life he had, but he sees the patterns and knows the history. Me too. Agree. Daryl says, in the first episode, Man in Yellow says he can't go to town as he is because they have learned too much. So he has gone into town as the Man in Yellow before. Yes, exactly. He says, I couldn't come to them as I was, not with everything they've learned. He doesn't know how much Tabitha and Jade are going to remember. They might remember him as the Man in Yellow from the 70s. So he couldn't go that way. NSP says, I couldn't have gone to them as I was, said by Man in Yellow. Yes, and maybe Victor would have remembered him. Exactly. That's another thing. So let's see. Now this is out of line, but if Boyd said to Victor for answers with the help of Sarah, or sedated Victor, sorry, for answers with the help of Sarah, we'd all have we'd have all the answers. Oh, Martin, that's dark. That is dark. I don't think so. I think his trauma has it all locked up, though. You can't torture someone's traumatized memories to the surface. Tam, yes, he said that it takes away everything good. If Tabitha died, Victor would feel guilty because he passed on some of his knowledge to her and Ethan and Jade, right, Amanda? Okay. Martin says, guys, keep your theories simple and chromonocalish. They ain't going to explain through mythology. Religion talk. It's a TV series, and they don't want fans to be confused like they were about Lost. Yeah, I would say keep it as close to the chromonocal as you can get, and you can't go wrong. But hey, dive down those rabbit holes as much as you like. Have fun with it. And the theory crafting is fun. Chris says, I have a weird observation. Why doesn't Boy in White ever go inside places in From? That is an interesting observation. Yeah, he doesn't go inside anywhere. But he did play on the merry-go-round, like Amanda says here.
He was inside the lighthouse.
Oh, that's right. He did go inside the lighthouse, too. Good point. Hey, Recon. Okay, let's move on to the next scene. Recon, for once, we didn't start super late at night, so we're actually winding down. We're getting close to the end. Shocker. I know. Had to start earlier tonight. Got to get up in the morning for once. So over at the ruins, let's see. So did I read this part already? No, okay. So Randall says, you just walk inside and then what? And Julie says, then I find my dad. Well, she was right about that. She did find her dad, but it just was the wrong time, wrong place. So she kind of manifested finding her dad. Maybe that's key. You know, maybe Julie will keep getting brought to places where her dad is, you know, as long as she thinks hard enough about finding her dad. And if she doesn't concentrate hard enough, then she'll go to random places like 1978 with young Victor and Eloise, you know. So she could eventually learn to control it by focusing hard on what she wants and manifesting the place and time and person she wants to go to. So Julie asks Randall to walk in first, and he does, and nothing happens. So it looks like he can't story walk. Phil pointed out something on Tony Teflon's live that was a good point. What would she have done if he had story walked into the past? She wouldn't have been able to go in there and pull him out because she would have story walked too. She would.
See, that's exactly the point, that you can't have two story walkers because it gets messy.
Yeah. What would she have done? She would have had to just follow him in and hope that they landed in the same place.
Yeah.
So, you know, she wouldn't have been able to pull him out. So what if they land in different places when they both go in? How do you know that they're both going to go to the same place?
Yeah.
I think they'd probably go to different places. So nothing happens. So it looks like he can't story walk. And so she asks him for some time before he pulls her out, even if it looks bad, and makes him promise. So he wants to know what that means, like what's going to happen, but she won't say. She should have just prepared him for the fact that she's going to go into a seizure and leave her alone, that nothing bad's going to happen to her just because of the seizure. Like, she's done it before, and just give her some time, but she just left it a mystery, and he had to just wait and watch. So she walks in, and from our perspective, it looks like she literally just walks straight back in time because it turns into night. So in reality, she's laying there having a seizure, but I thought that was really cool how they did that. It looked like she just walked right back into time. Mm-hmm. And there she is, watching from a different perspective, the monsters advancing toward the RV in season 2, episode 9. And then she sees her dad running out of the RV with Donna.
He's got that big gash on his head.
Yep. There it is. You know, it's almost like they wanted us to notice that and remember it too. Because then all of a sudden it becomes more noticeable in the ghost gym scene. Too noticeable. So, I don't know. I think it's a continuity error later. But So she sees her dad and she yells to him. Boyd shoots the bile bullets. So much for us finding out any new insight about this particular scene. It was just a scare for Julie.
It'd been interesting if she would have got hit with one of those bullets and then brought that bile bullet back with her.
Right. It would have been cool if something else came of this, if she learned something, gained some kind of new insight about that scene, because there was a lot of mystery around that scene and something banging on the bottom of the RV. And
I think that's Julie. I think that's future Julie banging on the RV. She's gonna get there.
Yeah, but then she'd have to go back to the same place again. Why would she go back again? I mean,
maybe it's the only place. Oh, maybe that's her only option.
Yeah.
Beginning story walking, you just get to go to the same place over and over.
So the waitress grabs her, tackles her down. Like, that was very startling, but I was expecting it. I really wish they would stop showing us so much in trailers for new episodes. I had already seen the trailer for this, so I knew somebody was going to get tackled by the waitress monster. I want to be surprised at something in this show. Like, once in a while, be more surprised by things. Julie's yelling, "Get off me!" But she says, "But I want to play." Another creepy line. I love when they give the monsters just creepy little sinister lines. And she's yelling to Randall to pull her out while she's having a seizure. And he's watching this, not even knowing if this is normal, what to expect.
Yeah, it's like, should I pull her out now? Should I pull her out now? Should I pull her out now?
Yeah. But it's just like I said, I always said that she would need a story walking buddy to give her a certain amount of time and then pull her out. It's the only way, because she's having a seizure. Somebody has to pull her out. And I figured she'd give him a certain amount of time, but I guess he just gave her like a minute or so. She's going to have to have more time than that. What could she have gotten accomplished in that tiny amount of time?
She could have got shot by a bile bullet.
Yeah, she could have gotten killed, though, in that short amount of time. I think she could have died if he didn't pull her out.
That would have been a good first time story walking, really.
Yeah, she says she's calling to Randall, pull me out, and the nurse says, "There's no one here to help you." I wonder if she knows somehow that Julie is not supposed to be here, that she's a story walker, and she's kind of taunting her, like, there's no one here to help you, no, he can't hear you on the other side, like, yeah. You're stuck here right now and you can die here. Mm-hmm. I feel like since they're tools of the evil entity that controls them, I think on some level they do know. Like, the evil entity knows that she's story walking, and so by extension, this monster knows, and is kind of taunting her, like, he can't hear. In other words, she doesn't come out and say it like, "Oh, he can't hear you," but she says, "There's no one here to help you." It's ambiguous, but it could imply on some level she knows, like, he's not actually here. You may think he's a few feet away from you, but he's not here. There's nobody here to help you. Just a thought. But I think she could have killed her for sure. She transforms and she drags it out. She could have killed her instantly, but she instead decides to just wrestle with her on the ground for a few seconds. And I guess you can justify that with her saying, "I want to play." They like to hunt. They like to make it fun and drag out the fun.
Yeah.
But, come on. Let's be honest. Julie has some plot armor because of story walking.
Yeah, she's got some
major, right?
Got to make it to advanced story walking, That's going to take some time.
Yeah, she has built-in plot armor because we know she has to at least get to the point where she becomes future Julie with a bob haircut And so nothing can happen to her here. We can't actually be afraid for her in this moment. So I hope they don't tease us with a lot of near-death experiences, because we all know nothing's going to happen to her yet. But I think that theoretically she could die story walking. We just know that here she can't yet, because she already has a future as future Julie. So she can't yet. So the waitress takes her sweet time and just wrestles with her, and then transforms, and she's just about to kill her. Incidentally, I thought this looked pretty fake. Seems like maybe they didn't want to use up too much of the budget for CGI just in episode 2. Because, come on, I mean, they could do a little better than that. That doesn't look like the eyes. That doesn't look that much different than the way their faces just look when they're laying there asleep and resting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, normally when they transform, their faces look more impressive than that. It looks like a plastic mask on, like the forehead looks like it's made of plastic or something.
Well, maybe they thought it was a dark scene and people wouldn't scrutinize it, so they wouldn't have to use a lot of special effects on it.
Probably, yeah. Anyway, but I thought it was a fun scene, even though I didn't feel any real peril for Julie, just knowing that she has a future.
Yeah.
But I do think they want us to get the impression, theoretically, that she could die story walking one day anyway. Just not today. And she's about to get her face clawed, maybe to bolster Donna's story that her sister's face got ripped off. You know, because a lot of the fans don't believe that story, that Donna's sister's face got ripped off.
Yeah, and she was only story walking for a minute, and she was put in peril twice. Once by Boyd shooting towards her, and then also the monsters. So she's got to learn how to story walk into some place that doesn't have a lot going on.
Right. Indeed.
Maybe Jim getting gas for the RV somewhere in the real world. She's got to focus on that.
Right. Just focus on that, concentrate really hard. I believe in the manifestation theory with this show. You have to manifest what you want, manifest hope and good things. So she needed to, she said that she's going to step in there and find her dad just before she stepped in. And she did find Jim. It was just the wrong time and place. So she needs to do a lot of that. Yes, Michael, as we see here, since I put up this picture, the waitress did try to scratch her before Randall took her out. This could have been how Julie got the cut on her face, but they didn't show a cut on her face after she gets pulled out. Because we saw future Julie has a scar on her cheek. And welcome, Michael, another Michael Ewan. Sorry if I'm butchering your last name. Yes, NSB, that's something I noticed too. The waitress kind of rushed at her. The waitress hurried at her, wasn't slow walking. She was walking fast. Yeah, she jumped from behind a tree and tackled her. They can move fast when they want to. Let's not forget the monster that killed Father Khatri moved like a ninja and sliced his throat open. So once in a while, they can move fast. We just haven't seen them run except for when Smiley ran for Miranda. Yes, Amanda the monster seemed like she was playing with Julie. Absolutely. She didn't get scratched though. Not yet. Julie needs worm spray when she story walks. Julie needs to bring a rope when she story walks so she can pull it when she's in trouble. I don't know, Chris. I don't think it would work because once she goes in there, that's an interesting idea. But where would the rope be attached to? It would just be kind of hanging, out of nothing. It would just disappear. If she tried to take a rope, it would just disappear. Jan says, does anyone think the smiley that Tabitha had could have been changed by her in any way? Maybe it made it part human. Oh, you mean Fatima? Sometimes I mix those two names up too because of the 3 syllables and ending with an A.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I don't know. I don't know if it would make it part human. I don't think so, but I do wonder if there's any change potentially from being reborn. You never know. Hi, Wendy. Nice to see you. I don't think the monsters know that she can story walk until Man in Yellow finds out in 1978. Okay, Michael. The cut might only be visible on her astral story walking body. Oh, interesting, Samuel. Yeah, maybe. Some monsters have rabies, so getting scratched is deadly. Could be. Jackson says, you guys are both correct. They can move when they want to. Yes, they can. When they want to. They just choose not to run because they know, like Kenny said, they know that we don't have anywhere we can go. We're trapped here. Chris says she needs the rope that she gave Boyd. It's able to cross the time barrier. Maybe. I have a question to ask. Who do you think is not making it out of this season alive? I say Donna, number one. Donna is my number one pick now, that she's not going to make it. I think she's going to die in the Cannibal Village massacre coming in the middle of the season. I think she's going to be a goner.
Punched by a scarecrow. 1,000 times because he's got soft hands.
Yeah, death by 1,000 punches. Donna's going to go, I think. I'm afraid for Victor now. I'm really worried for Victor, so he's also on my list of potential deaths, I'm afraid. I think we'll have multiple deaths. Yeah, I think we'll have at least one major character, potentially two major characters, and some side characters, some smaller characters, Jackson. But let me know what you guys think in the chat. Daryl says, we know the monsters can run, but choose not to. Kenny talks about this in season 1, episode 2. And the reason why I think Donna, by the way, is because we know she, from the previews, that the trailers, that she's going to be at the cabins. And it does look like she's right in the path of the monster, the demonic Kool-Aid man that smashes through the cabin wall. And it looks like it's coming right at her. And they're overdue for another major death, I think. Donna would be a major death who wouldn't change the direction of the overall mystery, because Donna's not part of solving the overall mystery. So she doesn't really have any plot armor, and it would be an emotional death. So she's definitely the top of my list, unfortunately. I really like Donna. NSB says the mystery of that episode was that the monsters froze when the music was playing, while Randall was getting violated by the cicadas. Yes. Maybe they were preventing her from seeing something. Yeah, that could be, maybe they didn't want her to see what was going on at the time. Why did the monsters freeze, rather? Yeah, why did they freeze like that? I think it had something to do with the cicada entity being present, and they seem to freeze whenever that's present, and they don't do anything. Lauren says the speed when the monster nearly got Ethan in the dream too, and the speed they attacked Frank. Oh, you mean when it busted through in Christie's dream? Yeah. And they attacked Frank really fast. And the Colony House Massacre, where Smiley runs off camera to get to Ellis and Fatima. I always knew. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Smiley must have run faster at some point to catch up with Ellis and Fatima, because he was upstairs and then all of a sudden he's downstairs. I remember Martin pointed that out. Chris says Acosta's going to die. She's not wearing cop uniform anymore and making rash decisions. I hope not. I hope. What am I saying? I hope so. I said I hope not. I hope so, but I don't think Acosta is going to die, because it looks like she's got a story arc going against Boyd. Acosta versus Boyd. Hey, Neo Blue. Maybe Julie will tell Ethan that she found their dad, and he will help her understand the rules a little better. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could see him helping with that. He needs to guide them more. Susie says he actually has way more control, apparently, as a story walker than Julie. Well, he understands. So as Boyd, yeah, Boyd. And Boyd destroyed the music box, was in the ruins, same as Julie. He story walked to the ruins, walked out, was back in time. He went back to the ruins. It didn't work. Then he walked more after lighting something, thinking we all did. It was the flame. Yes. Yeah. So Boyd had a lot of control. He went physically. Wendy says, I hope Boyd doesn't die. He is my favorite character. Oh, I don't think you have to worry about Boyd. He has plot armor, big time. He'll make it to the very end, I think. But he could die in the very, very end of the series. Good night, Jan. Thanks for being here. We're going to wrap this up very soon now. Let's see. Anything else before we go on? I'll just scroll up for a minute. Yeah, she wanted to play. Does anyone think it was the smiley that Tabitha... Okay, I already read that one. Okay, go up a little bit higher. Wonder if Julie's story walking body is invulnerable. If not, does her body regenerate or does she keep her wounds? Yeah, those are all good questions to ask, Samuel. Those are all mysteries at this point. Okay. Ghost Jim was really Sam Beckham who leaped after talking to Ethan. Yeah, that was weird. We're going to get to that scene shortly. We're almost there. I have a theory. All the characters who have bad haircuts have some superpower. Thank you, Michael. That was very kind of you. Yes, let's hope everything goes well with Carl's surgery. We've got to get him there in the morning, which means I need to get back to this breakdown so I can get some sleep. It's just an outpatient procedure, and so thankfully it's a same day kind of thing. So God willing, everything goes well, and we'll bring him home. I will specifically. So Randall pulls her out of the ruins, and her reaction is just devastating. She immediately wants to go back in. She saw her dad, but it was just the wrong time, wrong place, and seeing him being that close was so upsetting. And she did a great job acting this scene. Really devastating. He pulled her out and he stopped her from going right back in. So it's really kind of him to, to be there for her like this. He's showing that he has layers to him. He's got a good heart underneath all of that bluster. So Tabitha, Mother of the Year, finally discovers Ethan is missing, and Donna didn't even notice. Meanwhile, they lay out the spike strip for the ambulance, and it comes barreling down the road. Acosta says, my mom, she always believed in hell, but I think hell is for people who think they deserve to suffer, and I don't. I think deep down, the reason you don't try harder is you think you deserve to be here. She says that she's a good person and she doesn't deserve to be here. Christy says the reason we don't try harder is because every time we do, somebody fucking dies. She's like, do you know how many people I've known who thought they knew exactly what this place is? How many theories I've listened to on why we're all here, or brilliant ideas on how to get out? Do you know what they all have in common? They're all fucking dead. There is no way out. Well, Christy is not thinking broadly enough. There is a way out. I believe there's a way out. And she and Kenny are just too defeatist. Kenny, and Tom had that defeatist mentality that there is no way out. They've heard a million theories and they all got people killed, or, they just never wound up escaping. But there is a way. Acosta says, no, there's a way. There's always a way. And guess what? She's right. She's just not the one who's going to figure it out. And you're definitely not going to figure it out by driving around in circles like an idiot. But I get why she felt the need to see for herself. And I see little Ethan with his backpack walking along the side of the road, and Acosta refuses to pull over even then. Christy's like, he's a fucking kid in the woods whose father just died. Pull over. And she still doesn't do it. She's like, he's fine. And just drives away. And he hides in the bushes. I mean, what the hell? She's not being a very good cop now. And then they lay out the spike strip. And then, you know, Christy, so Acosta sees it and she tries to go around it, but Christy grabs the wheel and heads for the spike strip. I mean, what did Acosta think she was going to do? Drive into the bushes to go around it? I mean, there's nowhere to go. You're going to crash and potentially kill yourselves. That's insane. There was nowhere for her to go to get around the spike strip, and yet she swerved to try to get around it anyway. And Christy grabs it and steers toward it to stop the ambulance. So they bust the tires, and RIP ambulance wheels, ambulance tires. Now they don't have this as a potential getaway vehicle for a bunch of people in an emergency. Great. Boyd hauls her out of the ambulance, shoves her against the side of it, and cusses her out. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? You could have killed somebody, fucking driving like a crazy person out here. Answer me. And so it's just like we figured, based on the sequence of events in the trailer. She was driving crazy. Boyd gets infuriated by that, shoves her against the ambulance. Marielle and Christy witness this, and even though she put Christy in danger, they don't like how Boyd shoved her like that. They're definitely judging Boyd with the way they look at him. And Boyd, so he handcuffs her, and Christy's like, Boyd. And they're both glaring at him like, what is wrong with you? Because I don't think they agree with him shoving a woman like that. Personally, I don't think he needed to shove her like that against the ambulance either. I really don't think the violence was necessary. But arresting her, sure, I'm all for that. So then, you know, he gets ready to take her away, and Christy says that they saw Ethan walking on the road, so alerting them that Ethan is out there. Now, before we get to this last scene, hold on, I'm gonna go to the chat for a minute, and then we'll break down the last scene with our ghost Jim. Let's see. Chris says Acosta is seriously mental, leaving Ethan. I hope Sophia ends her. Ouch. Scarlet, you might have to come to Acosta's defense again, I'm afraid. Shit. Michael says, I wonder if Acosta and Elgin will form some rebellion. I think there's definitely going to be a schism in town again. It'll be people who side with Acosta versus people who side with Boyd once Boyd's secrets come out. Let's see. NSB says, such a terrible thing to say that deep down everyone wants to stay here in this hellhole. I wanted Christy to throw her out the ambulance in that moment. Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know. I think it was an interesting thought that maybe some people, they don't try hard to get out because they feel like they somehow deserve to be here and that like this is their own personal hell. Tabitha once thought that. Tabitha thought maybe this place is trying to torture her for the death of her baby that she felt guilty for. So maybe, you know, I could see that as an interesting theory that Acosta had. You know, like these people, they're not trying hard enough to get out because they think that they deserve to suffer. Wendy says, what do y'all think was the thing in the house that was slamming the cabinets? I think it's Ghost Jim. Well, let me revise that. I don't think it's the entity we're about to see in the final scene, Ghost Jim. I don't think that's the real spirit of Jim. I think what was slamming the cabinets in the kitchen was the actual spirit of Jim. Poltergeist Jim, we'll say. I think that's the actual spirit of Jim. Samuel says Julie should talk to Boyd about story walking. They both have some experience with it. Maybe she needs a tool like his torch. Yeah, it could be a better way of story walking so she doesn't have to go into a seizure. That was an interesting thought, Samuel. Maybe there's a way Julie can do it physically too. And she may not have to go into a seizure, and she could have a more effective means of story walking and maybe bring someone physically with her. Hey, I like that, Samuel. I like that a lot. That could work. That could work. Then maybe Julie could bring someone physically with her story walking. Tam doesn't think Boyd went back in time exactly. He was just able to access what was hidden in the present. I think that he went back in time to a dream state from 1864 because he had an 1864 slip of paper in his pocket from the bottle tree. But who knows? Daryl says, I get why Julie is keeping her story walking to herself right now. She doesn't want anyone to hold her back from trying to save her dad. Yeah, I get that too, Daryl. And, you know, they're going to try to stop her. She's a minor. Jackson says, I believe there's thresholds all over this place. Every threshold is a place where somebody died. Like Jim, for example, is by the camper. That would be his threshold, and stir thresholds might have to be found by lighting a torch or setting a fire or something like Boyd did. I like that. That's really interesting, and I think that makes sense for Ghost Jim to be hanging out by the camper where he died. That makes sense. Thanks, Samuel. Hope Carl has a smooth operation and a speedy recovery. Thank you. Yes, I hope so. It's supposed to be a minor surgery, but it's kind of a big deal what is happening. It's just a minor procedure. Let's see. I was thinking the same thing, or Julie story walking. Says Wendy. Acosta's going to get a lot of people killed. Yeah, she very well might, Michael. She very well might. Like Boyd said, if she's in power, that a hothead like Acosta, she could really cause some damage. That they can't have a hothead like Acosta in charge. Jackson says, I really believe that was Ghost Jim or a piece of the real Jim. And and let's see. And I think someone was telling him what to tell Ethan, but we don't see that person. Could be. Yeah, that's what Carl was thinking, that somebody was telling Ghost Jim what to say to Ethan. And quite honestly, we didn't see him until Ethan went in the camper and came out. So what if Ethan story walked? I don't know. I don't think Ethan story walked, but I'm with you on the other stuff though. Let's see. He was sitting there just waiting, Jim. I'm talking about when he was sitting on the log and then he started talking to him looking like he was paranoid. Right. He kept looking over his shoulder. Sarah could hear Julie and the others, so they were there in the present. They just couldn't get to them. Okay. So Daryl is thinking that they were there just kind of in another dimension or something, like in another version of that reality. Could be. Which episode do we get where Boyd and Abby get to hold hands? Yeah, I don't know, Chris. That's coming soon, I bet. Boyd having that dream. I wouldn't be surprised if it's coming in episode 3 where Boyd starts reflecting and has that nightmare, reflecting on Abby and how he's turning into a monster because of what he had to do to Abby. His character started breaking from that point. See, Jackson thinks storywalkers can probably storywalk, but others have to use the torch or something. But it would be great if Julie could just use a torch instead. Neo says, I also wonder if Julie will suffer any kind of damage from the seizures every time she storywalks, or if she will find a way to stop having them. Yeah, it can't be good. I mean, seizures aren't really a good thing. Darryl says, I'm worried Christy might die this season. She's playing the role of being the voice of reason for the main characters, and those characters tend to die to influence the main character to become better. Yeah, that is concerning, Daryl. It's a good point. Amanda says Christy and Marielle need to be teaching first aid and wound care classes in case one or both die. Yeah, good point. Chris says Tabitha is mental. She would rather have Jim over Jade. Yeah, I think that is kind of mental. I'm with you there. Jackson says, I have a death list, but I think multiple people are going to die this season. I don't have a particular order, but I feel like we're going to lose a lot of people. I think so too. Yeah, I think we're kind of overdue for a massacre. With Sophia on the loose, yeah, things have got to, there's going to be blood. Things have got to get worse. Let's see. Paranormal Activity Gym. Yes, that's banging the cabinets. Chris says Acosta being mean to Sarah makes me want her on my death list. Yeah, you and a lot of people. Ghost Jim getting a message from Julie. Terrell says the hand grabbing Boyd happens next episode. It's in the preview. Oh, okay. I was just guessing. I haven't seen the preview yet. Okay. NSB says, let's not forget, it has barely been a month since the Matthews and Jade arrived. These people are getting hit over and over again. They seemed so unshocked that Jim died, like Sarah and Kenny. Yeah, they did. I mean, they're kind of getting desensitized at this point. And yes, let's not forget that it's barely been a month since they just arrived. A lot of people don't realize that. In the world of the show, time is passing very slowly. Jackson says the next reincarnation will do the same things until they get it right, if not replace them. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get another one. I think this is the end. I think MG M. Gamerkin is right in the chat when he said that if they chop down the bottle tree, they won't have any more lives. This will be their last chance to save everyone. I'll be right back. I have to get my my better charger, and I don't want to wake up Carl, so I've got to be quiet. So I'll be right back. I just got to mute for a minute.
Who's that going down the street? That's Sophie. That's Sophie. Who does bad things every time you meet her? That's Sophie. No, wait. I'm tired. Who's that riding down the street? It's Sophie. It's Sophie. Who is evil every time? Can't remember. I'm giving up for the night, I think. Wait. Sophie was looking for some glasses. So she found a ukulele. And Sophie played that ukulele all night long. Sophie plays that blue ukulele. Sophie plays that blue ukulele. Please play that blue ukulele all night long. Who's that riding down? Oh, the word street. That's what I'm going for. Who's been riding down the street? It's Sophie. It's Sophie. Who does something? Oh my God. My brain is hurting me.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm tired, man. I don't have another song in me.
That's okay. That's the last break that I'll need. So we're coming to the last scene now. So let's get to that last scene. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so there's MG. Yeah, you can drop the link in here to the preview for the next episode. Just the trailer without any other fluff. Okay, yeah, you can drop the link in there. Okay, so let's move on to the last scene. Now, as much as I think Acosta was wrong to endanger people like that, I still don't like how Boyd shoved her against the ambulance. And I still contend that this is part of the breaking of his character. I really feel like the old Boyd wouldn't have put his hands on a woman like that. I don't think he needed to shove her against a hard object. I just felt like that was unnecessary.
Yeah, I kind of worry about her, like being handcuffed and like alone with Boyd. She doesn't get hurt somehow.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's gotten the worst out of his system now. But if she, I mean, she's not afraid of him. She got into a shouting match with him that time, right up in his face. But he's always been violent in the history of the show, the Boyd that we've seen. But let's remember that by the time we met Boyd, he'd already been deeply scarred by this place, by having to shoot his own wife to save Ellis and stop her massacring people. When we met Boyd, when we first met him, he was slapping Frank and shoving Frank in the carcass, the dead body of his daughter. I really didn't like that. I didn't like Boyd when I first met his character because of that. But then I discovered why he was the way he was. It was obvious. The show was trying to tell us that he's been shaped by trauma that's made him violent like this. And his reaction to Frank was directly informed by his own failure. A man protects his family, Frank. It was projection of his own anger at himself. And I know we didn't get to see much of what Boyd was like before this place, but I'd be willing to bet he wasn't nearly as violent. I know he was in the military, stationed overseas, but he was a resources guy. He was somebody who would, he didn't talk about seeing a lot of action. He talked about, organizing the most limited of resources in the worst places around the world. He didn't talk about seeing a lot of violence. I don't think he was super violent. I think this place shaped him to be the way he is. And it's getting worse. Now he's shoving women, I think that it's getting worse, and this is the progression of his character getting more and more broken by this place, turning into a monster. I forgot to mention, as when I was talking about this topic at the beginning, as he was looking in the monster mirror, in the trailer for this season, it said, "Become what you fear, fear what you become." And I reference that a lot because, once again, it's about breaking these people's moral character down, turning them into figurative monsters, fearing what you become what you fear, fear what you become. That's what this place is all about. That's what it means to break a person. It doesn't just mean breaking them emotionally and mentally. It's more than that. So now we have the last scene where Ethan visits the RV, the last place where he talked to his dad. And he gets the police radio and puts it in his backpack. And I'll never forget that conversation they had. That was so touching, the last conversation they had in the RV. And I just knew when I saw that Jim was going to be the next to die. I predicted it because it's a trope to send characters off that way, with some emotional scene with a family member where they make peace with somebody, or they make things right with somebody in some way before they die. Some big emotional scene. I thought, yeah, Jim is toast. And I put that prediction in my video, and unfortunately I was right. But yeah, I really was sad to see Jim go in the end. I think he didn't deserve what he got. It was really unnecessary and unfair, I mean, not unnecessary. I get why the evil entity did what it did, but it was just unfair to Jim for him to have to pay the price like that. All he ever wanted to do was protect his family. So Ethan comes out of the RV, and there's Jim. a very sus looking Jim, I might add. Very weird looking. Is it just me, or is there something weird and off about his eyes as this ghost Jim entity?
He's sitting on a fallen tree. He's seeing the wrong direction.
Yeah. Like,
Probably not
and
Jim.
look at his eyes. Yeah. There's something very off to me about his eyes. Like, he almost looks like a zombie, like a robot right here.
Mm-hmm.
And he's facing the other direction. Usually when ghost entities appear, like Katri and Tom, they appear already all ready to engage with the person they're going to speak to. Like they're facing them, not facing the other direction. Think back to when Boyd first saw Ghost Katri. He was sitting at his desk in the post office, and Boyd came out of the bathroom. Katri was just sitting there and looking at him. When Jade first saw Ghost Tom was standing there looking at him, facing him, waiting to talk to him. The next time Jade saw Ghost Tom was also standing there in the woods. He was standing there in the woods facing Jade, ready to talk to him. Same with the two Ghost Katri scenes we saw in season 3 in the church with Boyd, standing there facing Boyd, ready to talk to him. In the finale, standing in the tool shed at Colony House, waiting to talk to Boyd to tell him not to torture Elgin. And Abby has always appeared standing there facing Boyd, waiting to talk to him in the RV in season 2. In the cicada, not the cicada, the dungeon, in the spider webs. This is the first time we've seen a ghost entity appear facing the other direction, not facing Ethan. It's almost like he wasn't even expecting Ethan to be there. So what's going on here? Is this a different kind of ghost entity than what we've seen before? Is this not like the other ghost entities? Is this actually the spirit of Jim? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's part of an act so that Ethan would buy it, because Ethan is a smart kid. And if it looked like Jim was just sitting there waiting for him, I don't know. Maybe this is part of an act, like pretending that he's not there waiting to talk to Ethan. I don't know. Let's go through the scene.
It's sus. No matter which road you go down, it's
sus. It's sus, right? And so he hears Ethan say, "Dad," and he turns around, and Ethan runs to him. And he almost looks like he's in a trance, kind of like in a dreamlike state. The way he reacts to hearing Ethan, he turns his head just a little bit, and then he turns around. He doesn't react like really, really fast. Ethan goes running to him, and now in the trailer, they didn't let us see Jim's face at first. They did this dramatic reveal of Jim's face when Ethan hugged him. So they didn't let us see that. They showed us the back of Ethan's head, and then they slowly panned around to show Jim's face, which was a very effective tool. This was a really sweet hug. Now let's look at this. Let's look at this closely, this hug. He's hugging Ethan like that's really his kid. Like that looks like a parent really, just taking in this hug, like, being reunited with his son when he didn't expect to be reunited with him. Burying his face in Ethan's shoulder for a second there with his eyes closed. And putting his hand on Ethan's head. I mean, it looks kind of legit, but I don't know. I think I don't think he's the real ghost of Jim. So Jim says, "What are you doing out here?" And here's that angelic Jim look that we saw in the trailer. That's some of the angelic looks that he gives to Ethan, and his pupils are very, very dilated here. So his eyes are looking extremely blue. Must have been a sunny day. Maybe that's why his eyes look weird to me, because his pupils are so tiny. They're like the size of pins. Ethan says that he came to get the radio. Jim says it's broken. And Ethan says, "I thought maybe I could send Thomas a message, the real Thomas, that he should look for you so you wouldn't be alone." And then Jim looks around. So before
that's shifty.
yeah, it is shifty.
Right before he goes in and talks to him about the Lake of Tears, he's just looking around.
Yeah.
That's not, that's not weird at all.
Right, like let's look at the change in expression here, where one moment he's smiling at Ethan saying that he was going to tell Thomas to find his dad so that he wouldn't be alone. He's smiling, and then all of a sudden his smile fades and he looks over his shoulder like something's wrong. Like somebody's talking to him, or he's expecting somebody to come up behind them. And Ethan says, "What's wrong?" Ethan always asks pertinent questions. Something is definitely off, and Ethan can sense it. And Ethan looks around, like, "What's going on? What are you looking at?" Then Jim says everything's okay. And he references their last conversation at the RV, saying, "Do you remember what I told you last time we were at the RV?" Ethan says that when bad things happen, we have to look out for each other and always do our best. I knew that those would be like the words of wisdom for Ethan to keep with him, and that's when I knew that would be their last conversation, when he passed along that bit of advice, that life advice, that this place is going to try to get you to blame yourself when bad things happen. But what's important is that you lean on each other and you always do your best. And that's what matters. And that was really good parting wisdom for his son. So, yeah, interesting that he referenced their last conversation almost to kind of as a litmus test to prove that he's legit. Like he knows what their last conversation was about. But if he was sent by an entity here, then he would know anyway. The entities here, they know things. They can listen in. They see and hear all.
Mm-hmm. And they try to manipulate. And what's he doing right now? Manipulating him into trying to find a Lake of Tears. To what end?
Yes.
Who knows? Probably a bad end.
Emotional manipulation. So Jim says, "That's right. And your mom and your sister, they need that from you now more than ever." So he's trying to encourage Ethan. Ethan has been having a bad reaction to his death, blaming his mom, saying, "I hate you. I hate this place," and taking off, blaming her for his dad's death because he's accusing her of fighting with him. And, and just being done with the quest. And Jim is encouraging him to not give up, to be there for his mom and sister, and not be this little troublemaker now. But most importantly, to get back to the quest and find the Lake of Tears. Ethan says, "You're not staying, are you?" Jim says, "I wish I could." And he really does look like that's the face he makes. He looks down. He really does look like he wishes he could. He puts on a convincing act if this is not the real spirit of Jim, and I don't think that it is. He says, so then he looks around again. So he says, I wish that I could. And then he stops. He looks around again. No, yeah, he looks that way. And Ethan looks like, what are you looking at? Then he looks in another direction. He looks to the other way. So he looks one way, then he looks another way. What the fuck is he looking at? What are you doing? Like, this is the weirdest ghost behavior we've seen since Ghost Abby. I mean, like Ghost Kotri and Ghost Tom, they're sus and there's weird stuff, but this is the weirdest ghost behavior since Ghost Abby, easily. This is strange, the looking around, the shiftiness. So what is he looking at? Let us know what you think in the chat. I'll get to the chat in a minute once we finish breaking down the scene, and that'll be the end after that. But I mean, Karl, maybe Karl is right in what he was thinking, that something is talking to him and telling him what to say to Ethan. Maybe the boy in white is talking to him, but the boy in white lets Ethan see him, but I guess if this is just a puppet of the boy in white wouldn't want Ethan to know that. If you know
how the boy in white before said, I can't tell you all the information at once or I'll make you go crazy. So instead of this coming as the boy in white, it comes in as Jim to have Ethan find the Lake of Tears. And maybe he's all shifty and looking around because he's afraid of the man in yellow seeing him.
Could be, yeah. So it definitely seems like he's afraid of something. Like he looks unsettled as he's looking around. So maybe he's looking for the man in yellow to show up. Maybe he's worried like Sophia is going to be onto this situation and Sophia is going to show up.
Oh yeah, another thing about the boy in white is that Vox Smith isn't getting any younger, so they might just be using him instead of the boy in white, who's now probably the man in white.
Right.
Age, height, all that. So it could be a good stand-in.
Right. Have you seen the trailer for the next episode, Scarlet?
No, I have not.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything then. You watch it.
It probably negates something I just said. And that's fine. I'm trying not to watch the trailers because, like you, I want to be surprised about anything.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything. But people have said stuff in the chat, so on our next live, it could wind up getting spoiled anyway. I'm not planning on covering the trailer for the next episode in the live, but you could wind up seeing it in the chat, but you're not going to hear it from me because I'd like to try to preserve some mystery for myself too. So I'm going to try to avoid looking at the trailer for the next episode, but I have heard something secondhand.
Yeah, the problem with doing recaps is that you just sometimes can't escape it, but you try.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to avoid what I can, but Karl already told me something that happens in it because he didn't know I didn't want to know. So
yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's all right. It's not that big of a shocker, but I like to be surprised by at least something that happens.
What was Sophie and Sarah eating food in the diner? Was that the scene?
No, it wasn't that. No, it's related to something you said, but I won't mention what it is. So anyway, so getting back to the rest of this last little bit, so Ethan is like, he's hip to something being off now. This is once again Jim is looking around all shifty and Ethan says, Dad, what's happening? Ethan, again, he always asks pertinent questions. He's an observant, smart kid, and he knows something is off. So Jim says, I need you to do something very important. Now, this is the best part of the whole episode for me. This I was so psyched by this. He says, the night we arrived here and crashed the RV and we're trapped inside. You had a dream. Do you remember what you dreamt about? Ethan says, the Lake of Tears. Jim says, that's right. Do you know why? It's here, and I need you to find it. Ethan says, why can't we find it together? What a sweet little flashback to Jim and Ethan in the RV. Really emotional. It's here, and I need you to find it. Oh, my God. And Ethan says, why can't we find it together? And then Tabitha, stupid Tabitha, wrecks the moment and calls for Ethan and makes Ghost Jim disappear. So Ethan turns away, and when he turns back, Jim is gone. So, and Ethan calls for him to come back, and that's the end of that. So this dovetails pretty well with a few of my existing theories. So this works beautifully, and I want to find the time to make a little theory video on this. Shit, that means I got to make 2 theory videos, because there's one that I want to make on Victor and the Man in Yellow, and then there's this one. Tabitha finds Ethan, and Ethan says that Dad was here. She hugs him, and that's the end of that episode. But let me go back. I'll go back and stop on an image of our super sus Ghost Jim while I just mention, the theories I have on this, and then I'll go to the chat, get your thoughts on it, and we'll shut it down after that. And so here's what I'm thinking. Recently I released a deep dive theory video on Ethan a couple of weeks ago. It was right before season 4 started. So right before that, right? I put out that video, and I said in that video, I'm so glad I did this now. Perfect timing for me to have put that video out, because it lays the groundwork for this. In that video, it's also linked in the description of this live stream if anyone hasn't checked it out. I put a lot of work into it. I'm really proud of it. In that video, I said, among a lot of other things, it's a long video, that Ethan, that vision he had is going to be significant, and it's going to come back into the story. It's important. It's going to mean something. He had a seizure, and when people have seizures, they're connecting to one of the entities in this place. And so you had Sarah, when she connects with the voices, sometimes it overwhelms her body and she has a seizure. When Elgin had a premonition dream with the boy in white in it on the way into town, he had a seizure. And Ethan, who else? Am I forgetting somebody? I think it was that was it. And Ethan had the seizure when he got into town. Now, it was never clear what made him have the seizure, but I think it was the boy in white, because the boy in white, Victor said the boy in white chose Ethan just like he chose him once. And what does that mean? I think it means he chose Ethan to give insight to, and that's why Ethan understands so much about this place. I think Ethan has a certain amount of precognition about certain things that are going to happen before they do. Like, he knew that Victor must be off doing an important part, playing an important part in the story when he was missing for 3 days. Anyone else would have thought he was dead, and Ethan knew Victor's off playing an important role, and he was. He was saving Tabitha in the cave, and Tabitha wound up being central to all of this. Ethan sometimes knows things like that he shouldn't know. He made his finger puppets pretend that they were going to a tower a whole season before Tabitha even knew anything about the lighthouse tower. And they were like, let's go to the tower. That was in season 1. That was before they knew anything about the lighthouse tower. How did Ethan know this stuff? I think he has some level of precognition given to him by the boy in white and insight about this place.
And he's looking at the boy in white right now, getting the information about the Lake of Tears.
Yeah, maybe so. And so in that vision, I think he was connecting to the boy in white, and the boy in white was giving him that vision. So every other time someone has a seizure, other than Julie when she's story walking, but other times when people have seizures, it's because they were receiving important messages from entities here. Remember, Elgin, the premonition dream with the boy in white in it, made him have a seizure. Sarah, sometimes her voices make her have a seizure. When they wrote kill the boy on her arm, it made her have a seizure. Things like that. So Ethan must have been receiving a vision from an entity, and that's why he went into a seizure. And I believe it was the boy in white, because Victor said the boy in white chose Ethan. So in that vision, he saw the Lake of Tears, a spider coming down from the ceiling, and a grown man drawing crayon drawings and a wall full of drawings. And in my video on Ethan, I mentioned how part of that dream obviously was legit. The crayon drawings and Victor, a grown man, drawing the whole family. So I said, based on that, I think the rest of the dream will eventually come to fruition too. There must be some spider entity here, and either that or something symbolizing a spider and a lake of tears. That there will be a lake of tears eventually. It's gotta eventually come into play, and it's finally happening. So I'm glad I already put that video out. It lays the groundwork for the next piece of this story, and so it's coming back around now. And I think because of all that, because I already theorized that the boy in white sent Ethan that vision of the Lake of Tears, for all the reasons I explained. And I think the boy in white is trying to help as best he can, help everyone on the quest so that they can save the children and end this curse, get everybody home. I think the boy in white sent this entity to get Ethan back on the quest, because think about it. Ethan wanted to give up on this place, and he wants to go home, and he just doesn't care about trying anything anymore because his dad died. Who would be the perfect person to tell him to go find the Lake of Tears and to not give up and be there for his family? His dad. It needed to come from his dad. So I think that's why the boy in white cooked up Ghost Jim for Ethan, because it needed to come from him. The loss of his dad is what was making him give up on everything. And he's telling Ethan, you need to be there for your family. And he does. Like I said in my Ethan video, Ethan is essential to the adults here. He needs to guide them. He needs to guide Julie. So Jim just said that your mom and sister are going to need you more than ever now. That is so true. That's not just, he's not just talking about emotional support. Julie needed Ethan to guide her with story walking. In season 3, Ethan explained to her that she was at a threshold and it's always scary, but the hero has to be brave. He told Julie, you can't change a story that's already been told. You can only visit chapters. They need him. Julie needs him to guide her with story walking. Tabitha needs him to guide her on her quest because he understands how quests work from all his stories. She's the FROMacademy on the quest. They're going to need him now more than ever, and he needs to guide them. And in the video I made, I quoted the Bible, a little child shall lead them. I think Ethan needs to be the child leading the adults. Since all of this started with the victimization of children, the sacrifice of children, I think a child needs to be instrumental in guiding the adults in order for them to be successful in breaking this curse. And that's why the boy in white chooses a child in every cycle to try to help the adults. He tried with Victor and it didn't work. Now he chose Ethan to be that child, to guide the adults. And that's why in season 1, there was an aerial view of Ethan pushing Sarah on the merry-go-round. I think they went out of their way to give us this stark, memorable image of a child pushing an adult on this merry-go-round for a reason. The merry-go-round symbolizes the endless cycle of violence that started with the sacrifice of children. It started with children, and it's an endless cycle. It keeps on going. So the merry-go-round, the endless circle, and Ethan is pushing it. Then the adults, Sarah symbolizes the adults who are trapped on it. Ethan needs to guide them, to help them out of it. He needs to guide them. Jim is relaying that message. Jim is the messenger for the boy in white here. He is there to tell Ethan, your mom and sister need you now more than ever. That wasn't just like, you need to be there for them emotionally. That means he needs to guide them on the quest. He needs to guide her with the story walking. He needs to guide, Juliet. He needs to guide Tabitha with the quest. And then there's the Lake of Tears. He needs to find the Lake of Tears. I think this is helpful. Now, you could argue that Ghost Jim is being sus, that this could put Ethan in harm's way, and yes, it could, and he's just a child. But I think it's essential that this happens. As much as, yes, it could potentially put him in harm's way, I think it's essential that that he is part of it. He's part of the solution to breaking the curse, since it all started with victimizing children, adults victimizing children. Now adults need to be guided by a child. And so he needs to find the Lake of Tears. I think, I don't, now as far as what the Lake of Tears is, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We really haven't been given enough concrete information to form a theory that isn't just a bunch of guesswork. But that much of my theory that I've just articulated, I'm committed to. And I think the Lake of Tears must be vital to completing the quest in the end. Maybe there's some, someone in the story is going to correspond to the secret fairies, and there's something healing about the Lake of Tears. The story went that the secret fairies were coming from the Lake of Tears to heal Norman. So there must be something at the Lake of Tears that can somehow heal people, that can break the curse or undo the damage that this place has done. So that's the final scene in an excellent second episode. And I'm going to try and make a theory video just quickly breaking down what I just articulated. I wish I had a more concrete theory on what the Lake of Tears is, but all I know is I think that it'll be central to them completing the quest in the end. And but I'll go over to the chat one more time before I close it down and go to bed, because I need to get some sleep. Let's see what you guys think in the chat before we say goodnight. Amanda says Ethan and Victor need to start talking. Yes, they do. and they're going to. The episode synopsis for episode 3 was something about Ethan and Victor going on a quest for answers, or going on a search for answers. So that's definitely going to be happening. And yeah, they need to put their heads together. Ethan is going to do a lot of talking with the entities on that radio. Yeah, maybe so, Scarlet. And who knows? Maybe the boy in white is also a shapeshifter entity, and he shapeshifted into Jim. I don't know. Either that or he sent Jim as a vision here to talk to Ethan. The other ghost entities were able to physically interact with their environment and touch things. Khatri picked up a chess piece. So it could be another ghost entity that can physically interact with things. Or it could physically be shape-shifting boy in white. That's possible. Hey, Ledness. Amanda says, who needs sleep? I do. Trust me. The secret fairies are going to punch Donna in the face. Amanda says, Ethan is the story writer. Julie is the story walker. My shot in the dark theory. That's cool. I like it. I think I look at him like the storyteller. He's our narrator. He's our guide. Olafern, welcome. Did anyone notice that Jade's name is 4 letters and Tabitha has 7 letters? LOL. Oh, I did not notice that, but that's fitting, isn't it? They're the 2 Chromonocles on the quest, so that fits. Ethan could be a story writer, and perhaps Julie can't change the story by herself, but with Ethan they can write new chapters that the man in yellow can change. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Ethan needs to be careful. You never know who will be on the other end of the conversation. Right, Amanda? Let's see. Just looking through. NSB says Jim's death was foreshadowed in season 1. He was always destined to die. These entities know how the story goes. That's why they wanted Sarah to kill Ethan in season 1. Yes, exactly. Because Ethan is going to be essential to the quest in the end. That's what I pointed that out in my video too, that there have been multiple attempts on his life by entities there trying to kill him, because he's going to be central to it all in the end. I was sure of that, and now it's looking like that's panning out. And Jim was always destined to die. They did foreshadow that in the first episode. Let's see. So Jackson says, I don't think they can get there unless the flood happens. And there's a good possibility that from itself is the Lake of Tears when it's flooded. At least it needs to flood for them to get there. Yeah, that is a good theory. I like it. Let's see. Amanda says, Ethan is like Victor, very close-lipped about things they should be sharing. Yes, indeed. Daryl says, in season 1, episode 4, Ethan said they probably have to save someone to go home. Yes, that's right. Daryl says, Victor said Boy in White was changing, a.k.a. looking older, so they've explained that in the show. Yes. Recon says maybe he did a bunch of coke and has tiny pupils and shifty behavior. Oh, man. Let's see. Martin says the dogs were on edge, too, looking behind them. Oh, really? They were? I didn't notice that, Martin. Amanda says the Brundles and the water by the settlement are the only bodies of water, but the Lake of Tears could also be a metaphor for something else. I think it's going to be a literal body of water now, Amanda. I think it's going to be a literal one. And if you look at the Peach Truck map, it looks like there are other bodies of water that have not been discovered yet by the current characters. So I think there are more out there. Hey there, Pug. Pug says, if he was an entity, why would he be looking for something in the woods? Well, maybe he's looking for other entities that he's worried about. Ghost Jim needs to have this life advice to Acosta. Yes. Okay. Gonna look at a few more comments, and then gotta go. Neo says the RV looks different with those black markings, and part of the tree that's still in the ground has some marks too, like letters. I guess it was just a mistake and nothing important. Yeah, I don't think it's anything important necessarily. It could just be a continuity error. Olafern says he either hears Julie calling to him from a different timeline, or he's scoping for the man in yellow again. Oh, I could see that. Amanda says Ghost Jim has PTSD because of the man in yellow. I could see that too. This is the scene of his death. Daryl says, love the music in this scene. That great end credits music hits me in the feels. Me too, yeah. Samuel says, man in yellow did it to that priest/pastor. Oh, yeah, covering his mouth. The way he suffocated him. Yeah, what's he looking for? Maybe Jim and Ethan can communicate through the radio. Maybe. Samuel says maybe he got touched and got hypnotized by someone like Man in Yellow. Could be. Martin, and this one is sat there not even facing. It could be that Ethan is smart. He acts like he didn't expect to be found sat there. I could see that, Martin. Yeah, he does have pretty blue eyes, indeed. fooling the audience as well as the character without looking at them. Yeah, Jackson. Are the entities a hell of an actor? Ghost Jim hugs Ethan. None of the other ghosts touched anyone else, right? No, none of them touched anyone, but one of them did touch a chess piece. Jackson says, honestly, the way he hugs him, he doesn't have to make that face. If Ethan can't see his expressions, I think it's sincere. I think it's really Ghost Jim. Somebody's giving them instructions. It could be, Jackson. It could be. And maybe the boy in white is over there giving him instructions on what to say. I could see that. Amanda says, this is the real Jim, Ghost Jim. The physical, emotional, and verbal reactions, all different other than the other ghost appearances. I could see that, Amanda. NSB says, all the previous ghosts were not so different personality-wise in the supposed afterlife. Jim still has that paternal quality, but he is behaving kind of deliriously. Right. He's behaving a little weird. I think the boy in white is over there talking to him. That's what I'm thinking now. Telling him what to say to Ethan. Chris says, Ghost Jim looking out for man in yellow. Jackson says, unless the flood doesn't happen this season and it happens next season, then we'll see it. But whenever the flood is, we'll see the spider. I think so too. Jackson thinks we're really going to get a giant spider this season. Daryl thinks it is real Ghost Jim. Jackson says he looks like he's daydream thinking about stuff, rethinking his decisions in life, maybe, and listening to somebody that we don't see there. That's what I get out of looking at that. I like it, guys. I like it. The scratch was there. It was just more faded. Right, Daryl. He did have a scar there. Olafern says also he had different death injuries. End of season 3, he had his throat ripped out by Man in Yellow. And then when we see Jim this season, his chest is ripped out like the monsters did it. Yeah, they didn't show as much of a wound on the neck as they should have. Samuel says this guy is either an imposter or Jim was coached to say that. I think he was being coached. NSB says his eyes were also weird in the barn, like more blue than the blue eyes he has. I agree. Amanda says it is Jim's first day as a ghost. He is confused, emotional. Yeah, I could see it. He has a scratch on his forehead that wasn't there. Yeah, it's just darker. It's darker. Tim says, I don't want Acosta to die anymore. I want her and Boyd to be friends and they can both grow from their flaws. Yeah, maybe in time. Okay. So Jackson says that Jade scenes, the guy with the boulder, Christopher, Civil War soldier, man with a spike in his eye, drinking out of the skull. Those are all of them. And I think those are all his past lives. Daryl says, I believe Jade and Tabby get shown different stuff. Tabby sees the kids and Jade sees his past lives and the root symbol. And this is probably to bring those two together and figure out what's happening. Agreed. Acosta goes in the box. Acosta is acting erratic and only causing more problems. Yes, Amanda. Acosta and Boyd convo. Looking forward to next episode. Boyd slapping Frank made me love him instantly. You and a lot of people, Daryl. I was an outlier there. The dead body that was in the cellar that everyone thought was a little boy or teenager, that might have been another reincarnation of Christopher. So if you include Jade now, that's 7. Okay. Yeah, it could have been. Okay. Let me go back down to the bottom of the chat here.
Do you still have access to that poll you started?
I do, yes. So I'm going to shut the poll down and see what the final result is. The poll, is the poll not there anymore?
Yeah, I can't find it, but maybe you have access to it.
Yeah, it should still be there. Hey Avon. Hi Julie, I found courage to greet you on Discord. No need to be nervous or anything about greeting me. Anybody is welcome to say hi. Reach out anytime on Discord. And glad that you are on there. Glad you could join us. So it's a really nice little addition to an extension of our community, you could say. Okay, so all right, just kind of looking at the bottom of the chat before we end it now. Olafern says the Lake of Tears is probably where the man in yellow collects all the souls that have been killed over the years. That's a nice theory. It would, the name of the body of water would be fitting, huh? Let's see. Abshi says, who was throwing books in episode 1? Was it Jim or Julie? I would say Jim. I don't know why future Julie would be doing that. And if it were future Julie, they'd be able to see her. So I think it was Jim, trying to warn them that something's wrong. They should be on guard. And he was banging the cabinets and throwing the book. And okay, just kind of skimming the chat really quick before we say goodnight. Our next live will be Thursday, around 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll talk theories and predictions heading into the next episode and build on theories related to episode 2. If for some reason I have trouble getting my first video out, then I might move the Thursday live to Friday. We'll see how it goes. But I'm going to try for Thursday. Okay. Abby says, I'm going to add this question. How is Tabitha related to Victor? Do you think she might be his sister? She's his reincarnated mother. So they confirmed that in season 3, that she was Miranda in her previous life. And her relationship to Jade is that they were together in the origin story. They remembered that they had a child together. She said that they had a daughter. So that's how they're connected. Okay. Let's see. Maybe next episode, all show's characters go to the cabin because they are looking for the Lake of Tears, and the Scarecrow men try to stop them. I don't think they go there yet. I think it's maybe episode 4 based on the episode synopses, or 5.
They have to have that funeral in the next episode. Then they go to the cabins, right?
Yeah. So we should get the funeral next. Jackson says, I have no idea what kind of fairies are going to be there. It could be 9 different things. Yeah, I don't know what the secret fairies are going to be in this story.
And why are they secret?
And why are they secret? Yeah. JT Moore wants to know, is there going to be FROMacademy Friday? Are the call-in lives still on Thursday nights? It's a good question, actually. I have to talk to Doc and ask him if he wants to restart FROMacademy this Friday. So I will ask him and let you know. And yeah, Thursday is going to be the live where we take call-ins. Now, if we have Geek Academy on, which we might this week, then we'll probably have him on because he can't stay that long. We'll probably have him on for like an hour or so and then do call-ins after, because we'll be on a lot longer than I think he'll be able to stick around. So, but yeah, we will definitely incorporate call-ins. But we couldn't do it last week. I had a family emergency, so unfortunately we couldn't do the call-in stream last week. Okay. See, YZY says the father kept looking around as if he didn't want to be seen, so I don't believe it's a ghost. Could be man in yellow or something else. I think it is a ghost, but he's being coached by the boy in white to help Ethan, give him advice on what to do. That's what I think. And welcome, by the way. Please subscribe if you're not already. Anyone who's new here, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 3,000 subscribers, and like the stream. And check out my latest deep dive, which is into episode 1 and all my theories related to episode 1. I have it pinned at the top of the chat. It's also in the description of the live stream. You can find it there. Please consider liking, hyping it, especially. It can use a lot of help right now because it came out late. So if anyone wants to hype something instead of hyping this live stream, I would ask you to please hype that instead. That would be much appreciated. And give that video a boost because I put a lot of time and hours into that. Samuel says maybe Story Walking Julie or Boy in White told Ghost Jim to ask about the Lake of Tears. Yes, Samuel. I think it's Boy in White. Let's see. David's still going, but about to end. You were right though. He said he'd be back if we're still going in 6 hours. Okay, so I'm going to go over and see what the result of the poll is, and then we're going to say goodnight then. Okay, just reading through what you guys have been chatting about. Okay. All right. I'll go over and see what our poll result was on the nature of this entity on screen right here. There are way too many possibilities as to what this is, but I had to narrow it down to just 4. So, okay, I'm going to end the poll. 50, oh wait, sorry, it keeps changing. Wait a minute, let me refresh it, and then it'll tell me what the end result was. If I can even find it now. What the hell? It looked like the vast majority were voting for
Real Spirit of Jim.
Real Spirit of Jim, I think.
202 votes, Julie. 202 votes.
Wow. It's a lot of votes in that poll.
Yeah, Real Spirit of Jim was 55%.
55% said the Real Spirit of Jim. 22% said entity sent by either Boy in White or Man in Yellow. 12% said Storywalker from season 2, and 11% Ethan's subconscious. Very cool. Wow, that's probably the highest participation we ever got from a poll. Nice. I wish we could get that many likes because I think we only got. I think we got like.
After you cast your vote, you can move over here and hit this like button.
Yes, please hit the like button on the way out. I'm starting to think this could be the Real Spirit of Jim too, but being coached by the Boy in White. You know, this very well could be. That's why he was looking around, and I think that's the implication that some entity is there, and so it's coaching him. So he didn't know anything about the, needing to tell Ethan to go to the Lake of Tears. That's why the Boy in White had to tell him what to say. They gatekeeping you, Julie. That's why they don't hit the like button. Yeah, they don't want other people to find this channel, apparently. You try to keep this, an in-crowd secret. It's like, you don't want the musical artist you like to become popular because then it won't be cool anymore. Maybe that's what it is. Okay. That being said, I have to go now and get some sleep. Thank you guys to the awesome chat for the amazing discussion as always. Had a great time, lively discussion, amazing turnout. Thank you so much for being here. Still 95 people after 7 hours. That's amazing. Thank you so much. And join us Thursday night for our next stream on theories and predictions at 10 p.m. Eastern. We may just have Geek Academy on then if he's able to join. So if not, we'll wait until he can. We'll definitely extend the invitation every week until he can make it. He's got a young child, and that can make it difficult. but hopefully he'll be able to make it. And thanks, NSB. And hope you guys all get some good rest too. Oh, bye, Sprinkle Kitty. How long have you been here? Annie says, really good stream for an episode I didn't like. You guys made me see some significances of it that I might have missed. Hoping for better episode next week. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you could enjoy it, even though you didn't really care for the episode.
I can get why people think these episodes are kind of slow.
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, everybody has like one scene. It's like Victor has this one scene. Like every character had, like, because of the ensemble, it's like these few people have a scene. Then these two people have a scene.
Right.
Yeah.
Understandable. Good night, Amanda. Thanks, MG. Yep, just saying good night, Guns N' Roses. Just another stream. But this is shorter than last time, actually. This episode was jam-packed as always. Yes, Daryl. And I'll pass that along to Carl. Annie, thank you. Sucky, but yeah, appreciate that. Bye, Martin. Good night, Samuel. And have a great day to you too, Annie. And drive safe, Jackson. Yes. Dead Jim Puppet. Dead Jim Puppet. Yeah, pretty much. We'll leave it at that. I'll dress in black next week for the funeral. Yeah, it might be kind of a somber episode.
I dress my goats in black for the funeral.
Yeah. Have a good day, Guns N' Roses. I'm so proud of us going to sleep before the sun comes up. Yeah, Susie, this is progress. We started earlier. That helped. Good night, Wendy. Good night, Boy in White. Sorry, David. You caught us right as we're saying good night. Yeah, next time. And please leave your thoughts in the comment section. Always love to hear what you have to say. So you can always share there too. So can at least get in a few hours sleep. There you go. At least it's not 5 a.m. Right, MG. 7 hours and still short. Still, I forget who said that. Somebody said that in a comment. Anyway. Good night, Neverland. Have a good day or a good night, everybody. Good night, Scarlet.
Oh, good night, and don't let any of the secret fairies punch you in the face in your dreams.
I second that.
Because they're secret fairies that come out of nowhere.
Yes. Keep an eye out for my next deep dive video on episode 2. I'm going to get to work on that tomorrow and try to get that out a lot faster. But in the meantime, please still watch my episode 1 deep dive. It needs a little TLC. And hype it if you can. But if you have another hype, maybe save it for the next one, because I will have episode 2 coming soon. So maybe I should just say episode 1's a lost cause and just save it for episode 2. Anyway, have a good day or good night, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the the trees are spies? Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues, spinning discord in the courtrooms, lord of views. Got miles of receipts, time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps, cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the clout.
They don't